Look at you with the W.
Closing in on that double crown.
Jacksonville's won 5 in a row. Can't complain. Patriots losing to the Bills. Does Buffalo the best team with the worst defense? I mean, that defense is bad. It's bad. But you know what they've got? They got Josh Allen, they got James Cook. And that makes a lot of things okay. I know there's a feeling this is a Super Bowl year, right? They're not going to bump into the Ravens or the Bengals or the Chiefs. Okay, theoretically they could play the Ravens, but I think they actually welcome that. The Ravens looked better yesterday, 24-0. Kyle Van Noy, best ad lib of the day, gets the pick, realizes killed the drive, protects the shutout. Cincinnati's threatening to score. It's 17-0, middle of the fourth quarter. They're probably not coming back. And he puts the exclamation point on the game because he starts running. You can just see him looking around. Veteran move, looking around like, I got to run a long way. I'm going to have to run really fast. Let's let this kid do it.
Hey, Alohi Gilman, the former Orem Tiger.
Hand the ball off to Alohi Gilman. Go get him. I'll be back here if you need me.
What did you see? So did you see the reverse angle of that play?
No.
So Van Noy hands it off, and he kind of like throws like a block, a guy that's trying to chase down Gilman.
Kind of bumps into an offensive lineman.
He turns around and puts his finger in the air because he knows Gilman's gone. And he's walking over the sideline.
Yeah, he's walking over the sideline. They're not paying me for this. The return's on him. But he didn't lateral it. He literally handed it to him because the coaches always protect the ball, don't need risky.
Alohi, go.
And he didn't do it in traffic. He handed it towards the sideline. Yeah, it was a veteran play. Maybe Baltimore's back. They could use a little help in the Monday night game tonight. The Steelers are 7-6, and the Ravens are 7-7. Miami's at Pittsburgh tonight, so maybe they get a little help there. Those two still have to play again. That'll decide the division. That'll decide who finishes fourth. And we'll see if it's the Bills or the Chargers who are the 5 seed. Yeah, Buffalo could still win the division. It could happen. They're a game back. Best third-place team this year? The Chiefs or the Vikings? Young quarterback. They're getting him experience. Now, Dallas has a bad defense, too, and a defense in transition. It's been a weird year. Jerry Jones has made it a weird year in Dallas. But J.J. McCarthy looked good. Minnesota wins 34-26. Moved the ball, finished most of the drives. It was solid, except it's coming against the Dallas defense. The best worst win of the day goes to Seattle. 6 field goals, no touchdowns. All right, you gave up the lead late on a 60-yard field goal, and you go back down the field, and they rode Rashid Shaheed. Now, midseason trade, it's going to take a while to work him in. Apparently that's happened. 2-minute drive, you got to win the game. They throw him the ball 3 times. Gets a couple of chunk plays. They end up with 52 yards receiving on the drive on 3 catches. And they kick a 56-yard field goal, and they win the game 18-16. Phillip Rivers, it was an inspiring performance. I don't think it was great. I think people gushed a little too much. I mean, he threw for 120 yards. He wasn't exactly on fire. Now, if he'd been handing off to Jonathan Taylor for 250 yards, that's fine. But the Seattle defense is awesome, and you don't run the ball like that. Jonathan Taylor, 25 carries, 87 yards. If you could put Seattle and Buffalo together, you'd have quite a team. You'd probably also have 130% of the salary cap. Seattle's defense, great. Seattle's offense, how much do we trust Sam Darnold? We don't. After what happened last season at the end, we don't. But they are tied with the Rams for the best record in the NFC after winning 18-16. Phillip Rivers, 18-27, 120 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. The pick came late in the game, thrown in the teeth of the defense after the field goal made it 18-16. I didn't think much of that. That's kind of desperation time. All right, there's a lot of football. We'll have more this morning. Riley Jensen's going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour. Enjoy the Monday Night Football tonight. Miami at Pittsburgh. DJ and PK.
#college football.
And now the moment everybody has been waiting for. The winner of the 2025 Heisman Trophy is Fernando Mendoza.
And now the moment that a few of you have been waiting for. Well, everybody in this room, but around the country, Fernando Mendoza, Captain Obvious, he wins. I think people expected him to win. People want him to win. The Cal transfer goes to Indiana, wins the Heisman Trophy, wins the Big Ten, and goes 13-0. Now, how much more can they do? Bum, bum, bum. Diego Pavia finished second. His actions at an after-party where vulgarities about Indiana Mendoza were displayed on screen saw him issue a public apology yesterday for his actions on social media. The NFL always takes this kind of stuff into account. They always do. They're looking for leaders, people they can trust. They're giving you a lot of money. Don't go out there and make a fool of yourself. I mean, do I think it comes down to whether you make the NFL on that or not? No, that'd be an overstatement. But what position you're drafted in and how much money they're making the rookie contract, yeah, absolutely impacted by that. We're a little short on college football. Navy beat Army 17-16. Good rally there by the midshipmen to get the last 10 points. And Washington blew out Boise State. I said this in the last hour. I grew up in San Diego. I root for the little guy because I grew up rooting for the little guy. It came natural. The big guy was right up the road in Los Angeles. Dodgers won a World Series, went to a bunch of them. Lakers won the NBA title, had the longest winning streak in NBA history. USC football, UCLA basketball had a dynasty. The big dude was right up the freeway. I rooted for the little guy. I have defended the group of five in the playoff. I was glad the Senators rallied, threatened legal action, clearly antitrust to work. I don't think they're going to get kicked out, but I don't know that they're going to compete either. Needs 2 games to the group of 5 in the playoff, and the Boise State got worked by Washington. Just got worked. It's harder than ever to win because the way to win when you were a group of 5 was to get the overlooked guys, build them up, grow them over time, and 2-3 years down the road, you had something. But now they start making progress. The team just swoops in and grabs them. I mean, look what the Utes did to New Mexico. Look what BYU did with Weber State. They pick off a few key guys, and it changes everything. And so I know what Utah did in 2004 and in 2008. I know what BYU did in 96. I know what TCU did on down the line. That is so hard to do today. Those teams couldn't be ransacked the way these teams can be ransacked. Tulane played Ole Miss. I'm surprised this hasn't gotten more pub. Tulane played Ole Miss in the regular season at Ole Miss and lost 45-10. Now we're going to get a rematch in the playoffs? I'm not sure we want the rematch in the playoffs. And I want to stick up for the little guy, but it's getting harder and harder to see how the little guy can pull it off. Kevin DeBoer issued a statement saying he's not interested in any other coaching job. So I don't know, did he get another year tacked on? Did he get a little money for the old NIL budget? What did they do? Because he could have been not interested immediately, but he was not interested after a few days, which makes me think there's some behind-the-scenes negotiations. All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah Jazz.
He keeps getting better and better every game that we play and just getting reps at it. So it was just a matter of time when this happens, and it's just the beginning for him, obviously.
Lauri Markkanen on Keontae George's play, career-high 39 points. And, man, when you're feeling it, crazy stuff happens. He threw in a late bucket right on the three-point line. Jackknife, chuck it up, and it goes in because you're feeling it. Big game for Keontae, and the Jazz win on the road. Now, I know a lot of you are worried about the Jazz giving away that draft pick to Oklahoma City. And I get it, 100%. You don't have to explain to me. I get it. To me, these are the wins that are really – the road wins against a mediocre team, these are the ones that just stand out. And I know every win matters, every win counts, but you're going to beat some of the bad teams. You're going to win home games. Everybody in the NBA wins some home games. Everybody in the NBA beats some bad teams. You're going to do that. Why are they sitting on 9 wins when Charlotte's sitting on 8, Brooklyn on 7, Clippers, Kings, and Pacers on 6? It's a win like the Memphis game. That's the one you're not supposed to get. Memphis is flat-out mediocre. Now, maybe they're a little worse than that because they didn't have Zach Edey and he's a big presence inside. The good news, if you want the Jazz to lose a bunch of games, is they still don't defend. It was still 130 to 126. It is so rare that they win these games. They've won a handful of them. 4 or 5 times this year they've outscored. But they're a 500 team when they hold people under 120. You want them to get better, start defending. Because in almost every defensive metric that matters, opponent's field goal percentage, opponent's three-point percentage, points per game, points per possession, they're terrible. They're bottom 5 or 6 in the league. So Keontae got hot, and they won a road game. That's the one that raises an eyebrow right there. They're back at it tonight. Dallas Mavericks, Cooper Flag. Get to see them tonight, 7 o'clock. The pregame will start at 6 o'clock here on The Zone. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
LeBron James and Dylan Brooks, they don't like each other. LeBron got a T, Brooks got ejected. Lakers beat the Suns 116-114. Lakers 11 games over 500, tied for fourth with San Antonio in the West. Good enough to win regular season games, and then what? Trailblazers beat the Warriors 136-131. The Warriors continue to stay mediocre. Nice for the Jazz to see the Blazers get win number 10. I suppose that's a positive right there. Really, that's all I do now is I check the scores and see what happened to the Pacers and the Wizards. Two bottom feeders going at it. Wizards got win number 4. Beat the Pacers 108-89. Just look for the bad teams. Hornets beat Cleveland in overtime. What is going on with Donovan Mitchell and the Cavs? 15-12? Expected more out of them. Third of the way through the season, only 3 games over. Hornets pick up win number 8. And the Nets picked up win number 7. They blew out the Bucks 127-82. So, yes, the Jazz picked up a win over the weekend, but so did a lot of other teams, including the Pelicans. They got win number 5. They beat Chicago 114-104. So, Pelicans win, Nets win, Hornets win, Wizards win. Jazz weren't the only team in the bottom third of the league picking up a W. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
In baseball, Major League Baseball, you get to late July, early August, the dog days. We're in the dog days of college basketball. Sorry, baseball, I need to borrow an expression. BYU blew out UC Riverside 100-53. Who saw that coming? Utah State picked up the win over Illinois State 83-78. Mississippi State rallied to beat Utah 82-74. All fairly predictable. UVU jumped up and down on UC Santa Barbara in the opening 10 minutes of the game. That was ugly.
I guess the only thing is Utah gave up a 17-point lead.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a twist. But as Alex said, it's not the first time they've blown a lead this year.
But that one looked like they had that pretty much on lockdown.
Yeah, it's 17, you do think, but they don't defend. Period. When Alex played, and when Rick was done yelling at Alex and his teammates, and they all went to get changed, and Rick went to talk to the media, look at the box score. Target a PK. And the first thing he looked at was opponent's field goal percentage. Other team shot 51%. Rick would have had a heart attack if he'd seen his team give up 50 points in the second half. He just gave up 50 points in the second half. You're right, 17-point leads don't go away every day in college basketball, but I thought Alex was spot on in the postgame when he said 22 points off turnovers. And why are they shooting such a high percentage? Well, how many did you give them in transition? Because people tend to shoot a high percentage in transition. How many different sports do we cover where coaches talk about transition? Pablo Mastroni comes on and talks about it in soccer. Andre Tourney talks about it in hockey.
Will Hardy of the Utah Jazz.
Will Hardy with the Utah Jazz talks about it. It's like, if you can get your defense set up, it's hard to break down. If your defense isn't set down, race down there and score before anybody else gets there. It's not complicated. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Sergachev. Back for Yamamoto. Far side, Dursey. Wrist shot. Scores! Sean Dursey gets his first of the year, and Utah has come all the way back here in Pittsburgh. We're tied at 3. Booth finds Barrett Hayden. Back door. They score! Carcone gets his second, and Utah pulls in front. With 30 seconds into OT, Mammoth get the puck back. Dylan Gunther starts accelerating across the blue line. Gunther pulls the trigger and scores! Dylan Gunther does it again! Another OT winner for Gunner.
Okay, coming back from 17 in a basketball game will raise an eyebrow, but coming back from 3 in an NHL game, and especially the Mammoth, this isn't a team that's played a lot of high-scoring games. This isn't a team that has a ton of firepower, especially with Logan Cooley out. This is a team that grinds and wins a lot of games 2-1 and 3-2. So when they get down 3 goals, you're thinking, all right, well, good luck with that. Well, thank you for the good luck. It paid off. So did some hard work. And they came back and won 5-4 in overtime. Great rally. Dylan Gunther, who's making a habit of these things, picks up another OT game winner. So 2 big points on the road for the Utah Mammoth. They are on the road tomorrow night in Boston. Puck drops at 5 o'clock here on the Zone. And Minnesota Wild traded for Vancouver Canucks star Quinn Hughes, 3 players and a first-round pick. Hughes was the 7th pick in the first round back in 2018, 26 years old, right in his prime.
He's won the Norris Trophy before. He's the best defenseman in the league. So, blockbuster deal.
Blockbuster. That is what's trending. There are your headlines. Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, coming up next, the news of the weekend. Kyle Whittingham, in a Friday news dump, steps down. Notice they didn't use the word retire. He steps down. We'll get to that. Your memories of Kyle coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 continues with good speeds both north and southbound between Payson and Ogden at this moment. Side streets are where we're starting most of the busy traffic this morning. Slower than normal speeds northbound Bangor Highway between Mountain View and eastbound the 201 Freeway in that area. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for the bad weather. Schedule your snow removal service at GoPave Utah today. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham.
It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference Championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way.
Incredible.
Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on the Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
Holidays are here, the countdown to Christmas, and it's time for you to make your reservations at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I have to tell you how festive it is, whether it's downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple or up at Hotel Park City. Just the atmosphere, the decor, it is spectacular at Ruth's Chris. Now, as great as that ambiance is, you're there for a steak, right? You're there for a great, great meal. And Ruth's Chris Steakhouse never disappoints. Pick out that perfect steak. It will be cooked to perfection, and it's not just steaks. They have the seafood and the poultry and other dishes and the desserts at this time of year, the side dishes. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, the perfect place to celebrate the holidays this year. And don't forget, the perfect stocking stuffer, a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now.
Let's go!
No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. This week, win tickets to see Youngblood and Idols, the World Tour at the UCC Youth Center in Orem, May 13. Tickets are on sale now, livenation.com. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. I can't plan my life that far out. I have no idea what I'm doing in May. Nor does anyone really try to plan anything for me.
We gave away tickets in September just a couple weeks
ago. Yeah, I know. And it all blows my mind. I just had time to comment on it right now. It all blows my mind thinking, we're trying to book a June vacation right now. Yeah, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think in our line of work, thinking that far ahead is just impossible.
I mean, I don't want to turn into the Niners coach here, but who knows if I'll be alive in June. Question of the morning. Fresh off the Friday news dump, what are your favorite memories of Kyle Whittingham as the Utes head coach? This could have been a celebration. There are a lot of great memories, and it turned into a press release news dump. Maybe there would have been questions.
But
maybe there would have been questions nobody wants to answer.
True to his word, here today, gone tomorrow. And I know he's still got another game to coach, DJ, but he didn't want the hoopla.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Jared Maxwell speaks for a lot of people. Two words. Sugar Bowl. Rumor has it that defense is still sacking the quarterback. Was there a better win? USC and Oregon, the conference title games, those are pretty good. Punching your ticket to the Rose Bowl, climbing to the top of the Pac-12. Man, Nick Saban over there getting ready to throw his headset, that's pretty good. 21-0, and a former Dallas Cowboy running back, Moose Johnson, on the broadcast. Wow. After a whole pregame of just these guys are going to get smoked. What are we doing here? These little guys can't compete. Barry Switzer, nobody on this team could even start for Oklahoma. They wouldn't recruit any of these guys, even though half the defense went to the NFL. Yeah, that was pretty sweet, Jared. I get why you posted Sugar Bowl. And the fourth quarter, it got better as it went along. I think that play-by-play is still out there. I think you can still find it. In the fourth quarter, I think they had like 3 plays that went for 4 yards or more. I mean, the offense was just completely tied in knots the entire fourth quarter. They couldn't run it. They couldn't throw it. Incomplete passes, sacks. Yeah, I get it, Jared. Now, of course, there are Cougar fans here who go to the exact opposite. If that was the best moment, Brent says Kyle dropping his headset out of frustration after Harling caught the game-winning touchdown. There it is, highs and lows right there. That's the nature of sports. And how much were those separated by? About a year. No, I guess they're separated by 2 years, weren't they? Harling would have been 06. Yeah. 2-year separation there. Phillip losing 3 in a row to BYU. Phillip. Why you got to be like that, Phillip? He's not the only one who posted that. Plenty of Cougar fans jumped in there. Tom losing his last 3 games against the Cougars. Travis goes the other end of the spectrum. Oh, the Pac-12 breakthrough. 2 words. Bowl eligible. Yuck, let it rip. Come on, Ute fans want to hear it. The people need to have their fun. Yuck, yes. Yuck.
No, the system's like
all right,
freezing up. So give me a second.
Okay. Travis said the best memory, this is one I've never heard of this one. He let me say something to the team at one of the practices right before the Sugar Bowl. Travis, you got to address the team? Sweet.
2 words. Bowl eligible.
Yeah. 6-1, beat USC after a pair of 5 and 7 seasons. There it was. Turning things around. Ryan has another locker room moment, though. This isn't no David and Goliath anymore. This is 2 giants squaring off. Now go out and take it. 1, 2, 3, family. 2015 Utah-Oregon pregame locker room speech in Eugene. Final score, Utah 62, Oregon 10. That's the famous game where PK was up at practice, back when you could do such a thing, and somebody walking past him, familiar with what was going on and what was about to happen. We got this. PK's like, yeah, okay, yeah. No, we got this. Oh, not a throwaway line. Dead serious. All right, well, you called your shot. Let's see how it plays out. Played out 62-10. We got this. Turned to be a spot-on analysis of what was about to happen. Well, it was only a matter of time before this memory was recalled. Traer says, the onside kick against Wyoming and the middle finger salute from the Wyoming coach. A classic. Oh, man.
Hey, Cowboy Joe did guarantee a victory in the student union, so
that doesn't count. That just doesn't count as trash talk.
Well,
you're talking to 10 students trying to rile up a fan base that in some cases got to drive 2, 4, 6 hours to get to a game. They're the only team in the state. And so he runs around and talks to every group, hyping it up, sell.
And that was Joe Glenn's style.
Which he should do.
Yes.
100% engage the fan base. You know, without fans, what you are? A lot poorer and playing intramurals, brother. As soon as the stadium is empty. Did you see the 60 Minutes on Indiana football and the shot they had at the game? And it's like, you know, back when the stadium was half full, they're talking to the team's biggest booster, John Mellencamp. Back when the stadium was half full, and Mellencamp comes out, whoa. It was not half full. That was the best. It was not half full. And they had a still photo of the stadium. Man, that was the definition of smattering. They had a smattering of people. How many people is a smattering? Well, take a look at this photo of the Indiana football stadium. He should be out there selling. Yeah, we're going to beat him. Yeah. And Kyle. But that was younger Kyle. That would never happen now. Kyle, that would roll right off his back now. That was younger, more fired up. Got to be held accountable. And then Joe gets frustrated and then denies it in the postgame, like, well, it was on TV, Coach. Oh, okay. Hilarious. They both apologized. That was enough. Christie, when he commented on the leather pants that the female reporter was wearing when interviewing him. Classic! Kyle always notes clothing. He's got the eye for detail. I've been up to a gazillion practices up there in the 30 years he's been coaching. And one time...
Nice leather pants.
Nice. One time, I left the house a little late. I was in a hurry. I'd taken my shoes off in the garage, and I reached down, and talking to the kids and my wife or whatever. I pop on the shoes to get in the car to get there. I realized I put on my yard shoes, just all beat up. Stuff you use when you rake the leaves and mow the grass. Pull the ivy off the house. And I'm like, oh, that's not good. But what are you going to do at that point, right? Walk up, Kyle doesn't miss it. Kyle doesn't miss it. Nice shoes. He always notices that stuff. Now, that's a lot of the comments you expected. Here's a few comments that maybe you didn't expect, right? You figured there'd be a sugar bowl, and you figured there'd be two words, bowl eligible. And you figured it'd be a crack from a BYU fan about losing 3 in a row. That doesn't surprise you, although you love those memories. But here's some stuff you don't know. Joseph, I got a lot of great memories at Rice-Eccles with some incredible wins, but my favorite memories of Kyle are personal ones. Meeting him with my daughter and seeing how genuinely kind and cool he was with her meant a lot. And after my nephew got out of Primary Children's Hospital following a horrible accident, Coach Witt invited us up to the stadium and meet him and spend time with the team to help lift our spirits. That's something I'll never forget. Over the years, getting to run into him here and there, crack a joke, make him laugh, and see him shake his head, that's the kind of stuff that sticks with you. Great coach, but an even better human being. That is not a one-off. Brooks, we won a raffle to go meet with him in his office. I took my 2 boys with me who were in grade school at the time. Coach treated my boys like they were Crimson Club members, not grade school boys. We got a tour of the facilities, and he took us to lunch, which was not a part of the package we won. We also had talked with him at a couple of meet and greets. All those times, he seemed very genuine. Great guy on and off the field. And if you think these stories are new, how about this one from John? Old school John. When he played at BYU, and I was in junior high school, he came and spoke to a bunch of us at Kaysville Junior High. Very cool. BYU players getting sent to Kaysville Junior High. Wonder what the connection was with that. October 23, 2010, with a photo posted from Travis. When the Whittingham family learned of my 3-year-old's terminal diagnosis with brain cancer, they hosted my entire family pregame on the field. Jamie and Kyle Whittingham will always have a very special place in my family's heart. And Travis just posts a photo taken in the practice facility with his arm around Kyle, posing for the photo. A lot of those moments, a lot of people with great memories from a moment along the way. And Kyle making sure it gets spread out throughout the program. Elaine posts, Coach Witt has always been a hero in my eyes. He always made time to help others. I have nothing but respect and gratitude for him and his team. My fondest memory is when his wide receivers and Coach Micah Simon helped us distribute food to clients at our food bank. A ton of stories, and they keep going. It was a phenomenal run for Kyle Whittingham. Phenomenal. To take over a team in the Mountain West, there's a cliche out there, and we're going to use it again with Morgan Scally, and we used it when Lavelle retired. There's a cliche out there. When it comes to coaching, don't follow the man. Follow the man who follows the man. Give yourself a little breathing room. Don't follow the legend. Everything you do is going to pale in comparison, no matter how good you are. But Kyle followed Urban Meyer. They hadn't won a conference title outright in 45 years. And Urban did it 2 years in a row, and the second one was undefeated, and they busted the BCS when that seemed impossible. And then Kyle's like, yeah, I'll take a shot. He followed the man. And it worked out. Slow build. If you get bored today at work, go look, just Google Utes list seasons. And they'll give you every season. And what you'll see is like in every 3-year cycle, Kyle keeps getting better. His team's kept improving. First 3 years, they had a winning record. Next 3 years were all double-digit win seasons. The one time they went backwards, they went to the Pac-12. And they had an 8-win season, a couple 5-win seasons. And then they started posting 9-win seasons in a 3-year cycle. And then they had a 3-year cycle where they started going to conference title games. And then after COVID, I threw that one out. They had a 3-year cycle where they went to a couple of Rose Bowls. They just kept getting better. Always improve, build the program up a little, build it up a little more, build it up a little more. That consistency over 20 years, and we had multiple people here cite his loyalty, including some BYU fans, actually, who cited his loyalty to the U. Could have taken off. Had conversations, had people interested, but over the course of a couple of decades, and 3 decades, if you want to count his 3 decades plus, if you want to count his time as assistant coach, he stayed at the University of Utah. Just doesn't happen very often. Iowa, Oklahoma State, Utah, it's a short list. All right, DJ and PK, we got to take a break. We got more on Kyle. What should Kyle Whittingham do next? What is the next chapter? Didn't use the word retire in the release. And then there are people in the national media saying something else could come next. We will get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a new exit northbound Bangor Highway at 90. The south of 2 right lanes closed and heavy delays beginning just after the South Jordan Parkway in that area. Also thick traffic northbound on the west side belt approaching the 201 interchange, so be aware of those if you're in either one of those 2 spots. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. This holiday season, make your wish list a reality at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. When you choose performance, you're choosing selection, convenience, and exceptional service. With 3 locations, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Performance Ford, Performance Automotive is here to serve your needs. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, driven to be the best. Start your search today at performancebountiful.com. Performance Automotive, driven to be the best.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The artist of the day today is Mannheim Steamroller, brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com. Got a little holiday thing going?
Yeah, Christmas time, why not? There wasn't really anything out there that I could find that was pertinent. So, it was one of the classics.
Got another question up on our Facebook page. The big news Friday, Kyle Whittingham stepping down. Didn't use the word retire. What does that mean? Could mean many things.
He's going to Michigan.
What should Kyle do next? Oh, yeah, we got Michigan comments. Larry, be the next coach at Michigan. Larry thinks the Wolverines are in his future. I find that hard to believe. Bruce, coach Michigan, win a couple of Big Ten titles. Michael, take the Michigan job. I don't think Kyle would go to Michigan with the goal of winning a couple of Big Ten titles. He'd go to Michigan with the goal of winning it all.
Chasing the big dog.
Chasing the big dog. Kyle, man. Go big or go home when it comes to Kyle in football. I remember having a conversation with him. It was off season, and he was talking about, I can't remember how he was saying, but it was basically about how we got to do this, we got to get great, we got to blah, blah. And I'm like, Kyle, you've already done it, man. You went undefeated and took a team to the Sugar Bowl. You don't. And I look up at him, and the look in his eyes, man. I'm like, oh, he's going to treat me like a tackling dummy. You let it go, but man, at no moment do you show weakness and think of anything less than excellence. And if you're going to do what he did, how else do you get there, right? How do you get the job? How do you get out of Idaho State and get the job at Utah and get the defensive coordinator job and get the head coaching job and get into the Pac-12 and win the Pac-12 and go to the Rose Bowl? And how do you hang with Ohio State and play a 3-point game when you're out of defensive backs and you got to convert a running back and they got an NFL quarterback and NFL receivers and you're still in a 3-point game? That's the attitude you have to have. So while many of you want to see him go to Michigan, David has the job that I don't think there's any way Kyle takes. Get himself into the playoff committee to bring some balance to the selection process. Travis, I'm sure Utah State will have a coaching job. Bronco's been there 1 year. I'm sure he'll be moving on. That would surprise me if he did that again. I was surprised he did it once. I'd be really surprised if Bronco did it again. Extraordinary circumstances, closer to home, closer to family. Okay. One time I get that. But you're not going to have two extraordinary circumstances. A lot of you think you're funny. Anthony, I hear they're looking for a defensive coordinator for the University of Utah. We got that 4 or 5 times. Brian, he's likely going to be looking over Morgan's shoulder. I think he will make a concerted effort not to do that. And we've seen other people in this community make a concerted effort not to do that. I mean, we have Chris Hill on to talk about stuff and where college athletics is going. And with Chris has one of his kids is working for ESPN in the middle of the whole roiling of the TV industry. So Chris has interesting perspectives, but we've called him for some other stuff. And he's like, no, that's a Mark Harlan deal. You gotta talk to Mark. I don't want to weigh in on that one. He's turned me down at least twice, maybe 3 times when something's going on.
And the same thing happened down at BYU. Remember, we tried to get.
We did. I was about to go to that next. We just asked Tom to come on recently, and Tom's like, not yet. He's just high in the halls, see him at games, but he's just like,
he didn't want to step on Brian Santiago's toes.
Stepping on toes, casting the long shadow, so he took a pass. Larry put the correct answer. What should Kyle Whittingham do next? Whatever he wants. Well, with one obvious exception. If he wants to keep coaching Utah football. Can't do that. But what else? It is interesting to see. I think, seriously, there's multiple paths I could see him going down. I remember talking to him in his 40s, and he was talking about wanting to coach in the NFL one day to see what that was like. You know, test yourself in that arena. It's a whole different thing. It's older guys, a lot of money, a lot of egos, but you also have every minute all day to work on football. There isn't the other stuff. The coaches don't have to do the fundraising meet with boosters. The players don't have to go to class and study. So you got them. You got them all day. Now, there was a time I brought that up with him maybe 10 years ago, and he's like, yeah, it kind of feels like that ship sailed. So I remember saying it, and I remember thinking and feeling it, but sometimes life works out how it works out. But I wonder now, he's got to be, how connected do you think Kyle is in the NFL? Because I'm pretty sure he knows scouts at all 32 teams, and I'll bet most GMs, when they were scouts, came through Utah at some point to see some of his players. He's obviously well connected with the Chiefs. I mean, his kid works for the Chiefs. One of his kids works for the Chiefs. And he knows Andy Reid from BYU and goes back there. He's been to Chiefs home games, and he's gone to the Chiefs in the offseason and talked football with Andy. So he's connected there, but that's not the only place he's got connections. So I think going to the NFL and coaching is one thing. I think if he wants to do media, he'd be good at it. TV, radio, podcasting, whatever he wants to do. He came on our show when he was defensive coordinator. He was on with DJ and PK every week. He picked games. By the way, somebody could put him in the Jimmy the Greek role. He'd be excellent at that. Excellent. I can remember specific picks he made and why he made them way out in front of the curve. When Colorado State was really good, they played Miami of Ohio. And Colorado State had a good run at this point. Their image was up. It was as good as being said, Miami's going to win because they got a quarterback whose name is hard to say, and nobody's heard of him yet, but he's going to be a star in the NFL. That was the first time I heard of Ben Roethlisberger. I think it was Ben I don't think it was his last year in school. I can't remember if he came out after 3 or 4. I think he played 4. It would have been his junior year. And if he came out after his junior year, it would have been his sophomore year, I think. He was just breaking out on the scene. It was obviously early in the season. Kyle called it. And then there's Reed. He'll be called as a mission president. Follow Steve Cleveland off to, where did Steve, Indianapolis?
Indianapolis.
Yeah, Steve went to Indianapolis.
Now, Kyle still got some time and money on a deal with Utah to finish out there.
That is here. He's going to be assistant athletic director, special assistant, Jesse says. Going to be making the big money. Run around the stadium on game days, shake hands, sit in luxury booths, entertain people. Give people pregame predictions. Watch for this. This is what's going to happen today.
Go golf during the summer with these boosters. Yeah.
Ton of people. Golf. Ride your Harley. Yeah. All right, DJ and PK. You can hit us up on Facebook. David DJ James. DJ and PK. And on Twitter at David DJ James. We'll get more of your answers coming up later in the show. What should Kyle Whittingham do next? Coming up next, we're going to talk hoops with Steve Cleveland. We're in the dog days of college hoops, and the Jazz win on the road. Should you be excited about that or scared of that? DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, it's Youngblood's Idols, the World Tour to the UCCU Center in Orem on May 13, 2026. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit MountainHomeUtah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's MountainHomeUtah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
In a sport where we're measured down to the 100th of a second, every last advantage that we can get is a welcome advantage.
Tonight on KSL, they are lighter, more aerodynamic, but most importantly, they're faster than ever before.
This isn't quite hypersonic, but close, right?
Advanced technology that could make its way to the 2034 games, and it's happening right here in Utah. We take you inside the lab that's revolutionizing winter sports tech to create sleds with an edge. Tonight at 10 on KSL.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, brought to you in part by Teton Wealth. Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth will be live in studio with Hans and Scotty today to help you with your retirement plan. Tune in or visit retireteton.com. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is basketball season. We're in the dog days of the college season. Steady diet of UC Riversides and Illinois States. I'm ready for Big 12 and Mountain West play. Let's go. With the bigger leagues, and they're not going to do it, I get it, but I wish they'd just play more games. The Big 12 is playing 18 games. You play everybody once. That's 15 games, and then you play 3 teams that are assigned as rivals. Now, in the case of Utah, they have the natural rival here in our state. We got Utah and BYU. They got each other. The Arizona schools, they've got each other. But, if you're sitting over there in Iowa, what's Iowa State supposed to do? Pretend like Cincinnati's a rival? There's some natural ones. Let the Texas schools play each other and the Kansas schools play each other and the Utah and Arizona schools play each other. But what are we doing? Double round robin. Give me more of that. Give me fewer UC Riversides and Holy Crosses. But we get what we get. Saturday, we get a conference game in the Mountain West. Utah State and Colorado State. Let's go. I don't know if you heard it this morning. Jared Calhoun is just such a good interview. He knows he needs to sell at Utah State, and he does, and he's good at it. And you give him a question, and he'll give you an even bigger answer. And in the post-game show with Scotty G, he was talking about the 9-1 start and how good the schedule was or wasn't. 4 quad 2 games, hard to get quad 1 games. And he said, we're probably going to have to go 15-5 from here on out to make it to the NCAA tournament. Put the mark on the wall. That's what you got to clear. 15-5. It starts with CSU. It starts with CSU on Saturday. It doesn't start for BYU. Abilene Christian, hello. All right. Got a couple of big games. And they have someone else who else are they going to destroy this week, Yak? I already forgot. It's that memorable.
They play Pacific tomorrow.
Oh, Pacific. How could I overlook the Tigers?
The old West Coast Conference.
Yeah, you gotta bring back the WCC memories, or it's just I guess Portland wasn't available. Loyola Marymount was all booked up. I hope it's a home and home. I hope they're going to Stockton. It's not a home and home. BYU's working with money games. Please. You'd think maybe BYU could play Utah State with that. Yeah, never mind. That's crazy talk. Why would that happen? And then you have your Utah Jazz back in action tonight. The Jazz are 9-15. The Dallas Mavericks are 10-16, tied with Portland for the last playoff spot. Well, the last play-in spot. All right, DJ and PK, we are joined right now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach. Steve, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Steve, the question for you this morning. When the Utah Jazz win over the weekend, they go into Memphis and beat a mediocre Memphis team, and one of their young players has a career game, goes for 39 points. That was Keontae George just shooting the ball lights out. Are you thrilled the young guy is making progress and the team is winning, or are you horrified that they might be giving away a draft pick to Oklahoma City? Jazz fans fall into two camps. I'm curious which one you fall into.
You know what? I like the fact that anytime somebody can go for 39, and I think it's a positive thing. And I know it has to be difficult for fans and coaches and even their staff at times when you're struggling over last few years. But I think you got to go with a young player that has establishing himself and helping his team get better. I don't know that I have an answer. I've watched this team play in person. I've watched them on television. They're young, and they just got to stay with it. And I think the fan base has been very loyal and very supportive. But I like the fact that a young player can drop 39 and get to a position where they can win some games and kind of change the mojo and hopefully get this thing going.
Do you see that as an outlier? How much can that be replicated? What is Keontae's ceiling in your mind?
Well, I think he has a very high ceiling, but I think one thing we got to realize is that you have an entire team here, and Keontae is not going to be able to carry this team by himself. He needs support. They do have young players that are making progress. I just think there's time, but the problem is you're waiting here, and I can imagine how challenging this could be with the Jazz and the ownership and the coaching staff. Patience is the word that comes to my mind. Is that you're thrilled to see Keontae step up and make that kind of progress and have that kind of impact in the game, but I think the key thing for them is keep their head up, be positive, and keep working. And hopefully there'll be a breakthrough here this year where we can see some repetition where they go on the road and win a game or two, which has been difficult for them, and then beat somebody really good at home. So hopefully that's where we get to this year, and I'd love to see that happening.
The road's a big hurdle, isn't it? They're 6-7 at home. They're 3-8 on the road. And I said this earlier this morning, for the people who want the Jazz to hold on to the draft pick, the Memphis win is one that, and they were missing Zach Edey, so they're down a key player. Memphis is mediocre, and the Jazz are bad, and the Jazz are on the road. If the Jazz win that's a real red flag for keeping the draft pick. But it's also, I guess, the green flag, or it can't be the checker flag because they're not at the finish line. But it's a real positive sign for the rebuild because those games are a lot harder to win.
They are harder to win. And I think you're in between something here that decisions have to be made in terms of, are we just going to let this go and make sure we try to get that draft pick, or are we going to continue? I mean, it's not like the Jazz have been where they want to be in the last 2 or 3 or 4 years. And so I can see the idea of putting yourselves in positions where you can get a very high draft pick. I think it's time now and I think the fan base and the community deserve this, is like, let's just go, and those are challenging things that Austin's going to have to deal with and Danny are going to have to deal with. But time to try to win. I think we can continue to preach and talk about this is where we want to be and this is where we need to get to. But I think if you need more efforts like Keontae Jones and team efforts and get to a position where, hey, we're competing to win games, not to look for lottery picks. I mean, that's for me as a coach. I can't imagine how difficult that has been for the Jazz coaching staff. And listen, I know that Austin and Danny and, they're really smart guys and they've been through this and they're in a situation right now where it's been kind of the same as it has been the last year or two. Let's go win games. Let's help these players get better and find that continuity that whether it's on the road, like you said, you're 6 and 7 at home. Let's work on the home where we have more control, and then from there, let's see where we are a month from now.
I'm going to give you a Lavelle Edwards quote, and you will have to pick the right time to deploy this quote, Steve. All right? I have the quote. You have the timing. But you coached Austin, so you've known him for a long time, and you know him in a different way than most of us know him. So Brandon takes over as offensive coordinator about a decade after Lavelle's retired. And there's some major bumps in the road. And Brandon told us, he said Lavelle saw him, and Lavelle looked at him and goes, "You having fun yet?" Can you hear Lavelle saying that? I can just hear his voice. "You having fun yet?" And acknowledged everything Brandon was going through and the fact that Lavelle knew everything. He'd been through it himself. "You having fun yet?" So let me know when you deploy that quote on Austin. The timing has to be right.
Yeah, you know what? So I've had that experience. I mean, every job that I've had, from a high school job to a junior college job to, a Division I program at BYU and at Fresno State, they were all rebuilds. And I am quite certain that I have used that on my own staff and myself. It's like, are we having any fun yet? You almost have to laugh about it a little bit. I feel for Austin and for Danny and as they're rebuilding. But you know what? There is something fun about competing, putting yourself in a position where we get to the next step. And I believe in these guys, and I want them to be successful. And Austin's had a lot of experience over the 20-plus years that he's been involved in the NBA. He knows what he's up against. These are smart guys, man. I mean, one thing about Austin, he was probably one of the very smartest players that I ever coached. And he felt like he was an assistant coach at times. So they know what they're up against. I feel for the fan base. It's really struggled to want to kind of see a turnaround, and hopefully we will before the time. So maybe we'll get to a point where we can go on the road and win some games, and that'll give us even more confidence as we play at home. But I think the key thing right now is winning at home is really important in a turnaround. And I think if they can get winning on the road and get it above 500, they'll deal with the losses on the road at time. Then it gives you something to believe in and to feel good about. And that's what I'm hoping for. And I'm sure that's what most of the Jazz fans are hoping for. And I'm certain that Austin Ains and his entire group and coaching staff, they want the same things that we want.
PK has been amazed that I am as into college basketball as I am and how much I enjoy it. And I got to say, this is a time of year when even I'm having a problem with college basketball. And I'm in college basketball's corner about as much as you can be. But it's like, what is the point of BYU 100, UC Riverside 53? Because I'm struggling. I mean, I went to UC Santa Barbara. You went to UC Irvine. I got a pretty good grasp on who UC Riverside is. I think I have a pretty good grasp on BYU. Other than money and an easy W, I don't know why these two would play.
Well, these are guaranteed games,
yeah.
And I think that one of the things that happens is at this time of the year is you give guys opportunities. I mean, these are teams that they're going to beat by 20 or 30 or 40. But what it does, one of the positive things is you're allowed to get down your bench, allow guys to get minutes that haven't been getting significant minutes. And I know when we were playing and rebuilding, and then we have opportunities, if you're up 25 at half, that's giving somebody else an opportunity to get experience and to get some confidence and the matchups and all the things that come with that. So, yeah, it's a bye game. They are bye games. I think BYU, when you take a look at, their roster and you take a look at this season, they played Villanova, they played UConn. These are games that Wisconsin, Miami, Dayton, Clemson. That's a pretty challenging preseason conference. I see some of these teams, and they're 13-1, and every game's a blowout. I don't see any need for that. But I think as you put together, as you put looking at your season as a whole, I think the preseason does provide some opportunities for guys to get play. And so when you see them playing a Cal Baptist or you see them play UCR, and you go, what in the heck? Why are we playing these guys? They played a pretty strong schedule. I mean, I look back, you look at the schedule, it's a pretty competitive schedule. Yes, there are some teams there that are blowouts, but sometimes that's what you need to get guys confidence, to get them playing time. Guys that maybe normally wouldn't be able to get significant minutes at important times in the game.
I do want to agree with you. Yes, they've absolutely played a half dozen games that I've wanted to see. I want to see the Clemson game. I want to see the UConn game. Even though it was an exhibition game, I went over to the Delta Center and watched them play North Carolina. Yep. I've enjoyed all these big time games they put together. With my own pathetic high school basketball, I don't even want to use the word career. I hate when people talk about it. High school kids are playing basketball. They're not having careers. But the one thing you said is when you get an opportunity to play, like you better make a positive impression on a coach right now, because otherwise you're going to be buried in January and February. You're going to be under the bench, and you are not going to get in unless there's 1 minute left in a blowout, or if 7 guys get suspended or 5 guys foul out. I mean, this is the last chance. I don't want to say last chance saloon. It's BYU, so that doesn't fit. But you get the point. This is the last stop for a lot of guys if they're going to get playing time this year.
Well, yeah, that's true. And I mean, you start looking at this roster: AJ, Richie, Saunders, Robert Wright, Kennard Davis, Keva Keita, Kostick, Boscovich, Diamande. You got 7 or 8 guys that are playing the significant minutes. I'll be honest with you, I don't know the names of the players that are maybe 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Well, I believe Airlink just failed us. He's not on a cell phone. All right, Yak, you can work on that. I see where he's going with that. Who is up next for BYU? And I guess, we want entertainment. And coaches want wins. And I think that's why schedules work out the way they work. Because BYU has lost 2 guys already. So if they can use these 3 games to say, hey, if 1 or 2 more guys go down, even if they have the flu and they're out for a week, who's next? I suppose that can be, hopefully they're answering that question in their mind. Because they've already lost 2 guys. You build the roster, you got an idea how it's going to work, but you're down 2 guys. If you end up down 3 or 4, who's next? I suppose that can be one of the silver linings. Had one more thing to hit with Steve if we get him back here, and we'll see if Yacht can get him on the line or not. But as Steve mentioned, he had to do a lot of rebuilds in high school and JC. When he took the BYU and Fresno State jobs, both the Cougars and Bulldogs were way down. And that's what Alex Jensen has taken over at Utah. And so what to say to the team after a blown 17-point lead? There's a bunch of mistakes where you can coach them hard. Absolutely. You blew a 17-point lead. You had too many points off turnovers, given up. But for a group that's coming together, how much do you have to pump them up? Hey, you had a 17-point lead. Here's how you got it. This is what you have to do to keep it. You were good enough to get it. Why weren't you good enough to keep it? It's not just about eliminating the mistakes. It's about repeating the things you do well. And we had Bronco Mendenhall on. And Bronco was talking about that he didn't like the players to be to have any question about who their coach was when they showed up on Monday. And so that's why he had a routine set up for his film session. Steve, you back with us?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to ask you about, I see where you were going with BYU, and I do think because they've lost a couple guys, if they can use these 3 games to identify, just in case another guy or 2 goes down, I'm with you. Who's the next man up in an 8 or 9 player rotation if somebody messes up their ankle or a knee or has the flu and is out for a week? So I get where BYU can go with that. One more thing I want to hit with you is Utah, University of Utah, 17-point lead over Mississippi State. It gets away. Alex in his post game was really measured. Talked about the 22 points off turnovers. And I'm sure the 51% field goal percentage and 50 points in the second half all bothered him. When you're rebuilding a program, how much does Alex criticize the mistakes to the guys, and how much does he pump up the positives? Because not only did they do things wrong, but they stopped doing things right. And those can be two different things. How do you address your team? You had to rebuild BYU and Fresno State and probably went through something similar.
Very similar, very similar. And I think the thing you have to be is honest with your players and your staff, but especially with your players. Here's a new coach, and Alex has a pedigree that's amazing, and he was a great player, and he's coached in the league. And I mean, I'm never second guessing Alex Jensen in anything he does, but I think that one of the things is he's not gone through this, and you have to kind of go through it. You have to kind of have your team, and you have your players, and you're trying to motivate them, and your sit downs and one-on-one sessions, and then you have collective group when you have your team together. You talk about these things. You talk about mistakes. I don't think this is a time to be real negative. This is a young team. It's a new team. It's a new staff. But they have to be realistic, but at the same time, that your players need to understand that we need to be better. And maybe it's at the defensive side of things. Maybe it's at the offensive side of things. Maybe there are issues within the team. I can't imagine there's issues with the team in terms of culture. I know Alex too well. I can't even see that being an issue at all. But with some teams that I've watched who've trying to rebuild, it's real frustrating for coaches and players. And you have to be really careful about being negative and being more positive in terms of, hey, it's one step at a time. And I can remember my first year at BYU, and we're going to New Mexico, and we've got to play them at New Mexico, and then play Coach Haskins at Texas El Paso. And I had really one of the sweetest experiences. We go on that road trip and sweep it, which is incredible. A ranked team, and then you're playing a Hall of Fame coach in Don Haskins. But I remember Coach Haskins teaching me something. He brought me in. He told me what a great win it was in New Mexico, and I don't think for a minute he was thinking that he was going to get beat at home. But Coach Haskins brought me into his office, and he said, "Let me share with you a couple of things." One, he says, "You got to get control of your schedule." He said, "You got a young team. You got to put yourself in a position where you have winnable games. Not to say your conference games are going to be difficult enough." And so I did learn from that one thing, was that let's not kill ourselves in the preseason. And I think you've mentioned that. We both talked about it. The second thing is that he told me that you have to get control of your schedule, but he said, you need to be positive with these guys. And here's a guy that's, a Hall of Fame coach, and he doesn't have to take the time. He brings me into his office and spends a half hour with me and talks about how fragile teams can be when they're losing, when they're young. And he says, you just have to really, really, really make sure that they know and understand that you believe in them, that it takes time to get through this process, and love these kids. And I'll never forget that. I mean, here I'm sitting in an office with him. What valuable for a new coach to understand. Forget about the frustrations. Quit worrying about what you think people think about you as a coach, and just connect with your guys. And when you do that, you'll get better day by day, and you'll get this thing turned around. And that's kind of what happened. And so I love Coach Haskins and all the things that he did in his career, but I felt like that was a really special opportunity for me to learn and listen from him.
There you go. Steve, we'll leave it right there for now. We appreciate it. Thanks for joining us, and we will talk to you again next week.
Thanks, guys. Have a great week.
All right, there's Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach. And if you're young and you don't know who Don Haskins is, Don Haskins is an actor. Check out the movie Glory Road. It's not the best basketball movie ever made, but it's a heck of a story. And it's hard to believe how different things were 60 years ago. But check out that movie, Glory Road. DJ and PK, it's 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone will come back. More football. Riley Jensen's talking football at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
They have reopened one of the right lanes on northbound Bangor Highway at 90th South. So there's only one lane blocked there, but there's obviously a lot of delays behind that, so be aware of that in the area. Also, volume has increased on I-15, both northbound and southbound, both northbound in Sandy Midville and southbound through the Rose Park area. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products, offering Graber window coverings, high-end quality with the best warranty. Save 30% off when you mention KSL. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
This holiday season, make your wish list a reality at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. When you choose performance, you're choosing selection, convenience, and exceptional service. With 3 locations, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Performance Ford, Performance Automotive is here to serve your needs. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, driven to be the best. Start your search today at performancebountiful.com. Performance Automotive, driven to be the best. The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game. With qualifying Smiths purchases, you can score single gold view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths and snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Celebrate the season at the Roof, 10 floors up with stunning city views and a menu that elevates Utah classics. From linehouse rolls, elevated funeral potatoes, delicious entrees, and indulgent desserts that make you jingle all the way. Reservations and menu at theroofslc.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Scotty G tomorrow from noon to 3 at my hearing centers, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. Yuck, I may have just messed up the question.
Uh-oh.
Maybe I should take it down and put up a new poll question.
If you messed it up, just take it down right now and redo it. It's early enough. It's not like we're 12 hours into
We're
the
7
poll.
votes in. What should Kyle Whittingham do next? NFL assistant or analyst? I talked about that 20 years ago. I heard him talk about it. I know it's in the back of his mind. Maybe it's in the front of his mind now.
Dateline, Kansas City. Kyle Whittingham joins Andy Reid's staff.
Television. He'd be good at it. He has a lot of respect for Chris Peterson, the former Boise State and Washington coach. I mean, he has a massive amount of respect for Chris Peterson. Said once if Chris Peterson took the USC job, look out. But he didn't think he wanted it. Turns out he didn't. Chris is good on TV. Kyle could do it. Ski golf grandpa, do it. Live the good life. Spend that money. Well, it's not like he didn't get free golf. He probably gets free skiing too. Spend a little bit of that money. Other. Oh, I have a typo in it. I have to take it down now. I meant to hit reply and explain, but replay. Should I put Michigan on the list?
Absolutely. Come on now.
Okay. Redoing the list. I really can't imagine he would do that. That would be such a shocking turn of events.
For a guy who's built almost essentially his whole life here in the state of Utah to uproot and go to Ann Arbor, be pretty shocking. But considering the circumstances Michigan finds themselves in, DJ, could they do worse? And here's the thing: Kyle is now 66, correct? Or is his birthday still coming up? Or I think we're past.
No, he had his birthday.
So he's 66. Let's say in theory he's got 3 to 4 years. Does he go to Ann Arbor? This is all hypothetically.
They aren't here for a 5-year plan.
No, it's a 3 or 4 year plan where he has somebody that he's kind of building, much like he did Morgan Scally, to be the guy who takes over for him there in Michigan. But I think the one thing he would bring is stability to a program that has been rocked by a massive upheaval.
Well, not just upheaval, but there have to be a lot of people around Michigan turned off by the scandals.
Correct, yes.
Just turned off. It's like, hey, we're Michigan. We do things the right way. This isn't the SEC. And I literally read a story about this over the weekend. It kind of is the SEC, actually. And they went into different things that have happened with assistant coaches that are embarrassing. Obviously, the sign stealing. Harbaugh. Now he's the guy who won the national title. But before he won the national title, he was at odds with people on campus. And they didn't like some of the stuff they were hearing. And there have been off-the-field issues in that, obviously, with Sharon Moore. So maybe Kyle could provide a reset there. All right, vote away. It's up. What should Kyle Whittingham do next? NFL assistant or analyst, TV, ski golf grandpa, be a Michigan man. We will check on that as the morning progresses. Many of you are hitting us up on Facebook for that. You bring up the age. Blatant age discrimination by you Blatant.
It's not blatant.
It's blatant.
This is the guy who told us he was going to retire at what, 61, 62?
60. No.
Was it 60?
When he turned 50, he told me to shoot him if he was still
so
doing this when he was 60.
He got to 66.
To which, I brought that up. I'm not interested in anything literal. Thank you very much. I said, but Kyle, you said, I know, but it's like a brand new job. It's a new challenge. Well, this would be a new challenge. I mean, for all the challenges at Utah, you're trying to win a conference title. At Michigan, they're trying to win a national title. That was Harbaugh's charge because they hadn't done it in a long time. Now they've done it. They want another one. And the cupboard isn't exactly bare. It's 9-3, and Michigan's got NIL money to restock in the portal.
And they got a stud young quarterback as well. Bryce Underwood.
It'd be a new challenge. I just can't imagine someone his age who's been somewhere 30 years suddenly making a decision and trying to start over at a new... Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. I can't imagine that. You didn't see that coming, did you, Yak?
No, you got me with that one. That was good, though.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Personal anecdotes and such.
Well, I can see it.
Now, you only had to go a few blocks west, essentially.
Yeah, different deal. Yeah, it is. It is different.
Versus moving halfway across the country. But.
Right. Yeah, and taking away from a lot of family in that. And Michigan with DeBoer getting, no, I'm here. Well, that took too long to say. Clearly, something happened behind the scenes. Either they told him they didn't want him. Yeah, I don't believe that. Or Alabama sweetened the pot a little bit. Tack a couple years on the deal for him or for his assistants and analysts for the budget or for the NIL budget. Somehow, something happened, and Kalen got whatever it is he wanted. Eli Drinkwitz at Missouri has been mentioned as a candidate. Jed Fish at Washington, who coached at Michigan for 2 years and has ties, has been mentioned as a candidate. And Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State. I really want to see if Dillingham can do it at ASU. I'm just super intrigued by him, his enthusiasm for that job, the fact he's from there, he's home. But if Michigan comes calling and he goes, I get it. That'd be tough for PK because he, hates Ohio State for multiple reasons that he won't tell me. But one that he will is that, they stole ASU's coach when they took Cooper. Now Michigan's going to steal their coach too. There is a pecking order. And Utah's place in the pecking order changed under Kyle Whittingham, which all Ute fans should be grateful for the foreseeable future. But at the same time, there's a level that they aren't at and probably can't get to. And Michigan's on that level. And teams on that level don't change very often. Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, USC, Notre Dame. Those schools have been on that tier my whole life. And the only teams that have joined that tier in my life, Miami and Florida State, and they've both fallen off it. Now, maybe Indiana, and it's a new world order with NIL, and it's a new world order with the transfer portal. So maybe Indiana and Vanderbilt are here to stay. And I can't believe I just said that out loud. I haven't thought that my whole life. Well, I wasn't thinking it 5 years ago. I wasn't thinking it 3 years ago. I wasn't thinking it 2 years ago when, despite your blatant age discrimination, Yak, they hired Signetti, who was either 62 or 63 when he got hired. He was 63 and he coached the season, but I don't know when his birthday fell. He might have been hired at 62. But he's been 63 and 64 as a coach. So if he still got it, and the future is now, Michigan's not here for a 5-year plan. I would find it surprising, but not shocking if that happened. I'd find it surprising. But we're in a new world where, I don't know, anything can happen. Don't bet on anything. And Kyle did not say retiring. And he got that out to national media people immediately, and multiple had it, and that's not an accident. Might lead to nothing more than skiing, golfing, and playing grandpa, but not an accident. Early votes. We're at 44 votes. 68% for ski, golf, grandpa. 30% for be a Michigan man. The NFL doesn't have a vote yet. I think that is just so clearly to dip your toe in that world. That would be a brand new challenge. And depending on what you do, how much do you move? Some combination of scouting and analyst. The thing about any of these things is I just can't believe that he wants to be away from the grandkids for that long when you sign up for one of these jobs. Moving to an NFL city, moving to Michigan, it's tempting because he'll miss the work. He will absolutely miss the work and the game day and all that. There'll be stuff he doesn't miss. There's absolutely some drudgery with the job he's not going to miss. Probably won't miss the Monday media sessions. I'll miss him, but he won't. All right, we'll see how that plays out. DJ and PK, we'll take a break. More football coming up. Top of the hour, Riley Jensen. Talk about the NFL. Man, there were local guys. Multiple, I would say at least 3 local guys made massive plays, had a massive impact on the game. And for a long time, the local guys who impacted the game in Utah, they were linemen. They were linebackers. Starting to see a little difference, starting to see something happen at the skill positions. Fluke or trend. We'll get to that coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Left lane is currently blocked southbound I-15 to 1000 north because of an accident. The traffic is running less than regular speeds in that area. Northbound Bangor Highway getting better, but still a bit delayed as you approach 90th south due to that accident earlier this morning in that area. This update is brought to you by UTA. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
How is December going? It's probably blowing by for you. You realize Christmas is next week, 10 days away. That's crazy to think about it when you do. Time's getting away. You got to be prepared for it, particularly when it comes to your money as you grow older and work towards the opportunity to step aside. It is literally never too early to plan for retirement, whether it's decades away or just around the corner. I can tell you, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can ensure you feel prepared for the financial shift that will come in your life. Contact Trajan Wealth today to learn more. I contacted Trajan Wealth today, not today, another day, but I've learned more about what they have to offer, and I can recommend them. Yeah, I'm a client, so I can speak from personal experience. Give them an opportunity to meet with you, see where you're at, see where you want to go. What are the better ways to go about it? Yeah, that's what they do. They'll work collaboratively with you to set up a plan to give you that financial peace of mind. That is something you cannot buy. Absolutely. They are your local trusted financial fiduciaries. Initial consultation is for free, too. That local phone number is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. The office is to meet down south in Draper, up north in Farmington. Website, a lot of information available immediately. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Holidays are here, the countdown to Christmas, and it's time for you to make your reservations at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I have to tell you how festive it is, whether it's downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple or up at Hotel Park City. Just the atmosphere, the decor, it is spectacular at Ruth's Chris. Now, as great as that ambiance is, you're there for a steak, right? You're there for a great, great meal. And Ruth's Chris Steakhouse never disappoints. Pick out that perfect steak. It will be cooked to perfection, and it's not just steaks. They have the seafood and the poultry and other dishes and the desserts at this time of year, the side dishes. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, the perfect place to celebrate the holidays this year. And don't forget, The perfect stocking stuffer? A gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz host the Dallas Mavericks. The game tips off at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow, the Utah Mammoth will be in Boston to play the Bruins. You'll hear that game at 5 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And also tomorrow night, the BYU Cougars host the UOP Tigers. 7 o'clock tip on 102.7 FM. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110, or rgsutah.com.
In a sport where we're measured down to the 100th of a second, every last advantage that we can get is a welcome advantage.
Tonight on KSL, they are lighter, more aerodynamic, but most importantly, they're faster than ever before.
This isn't quite hypersonic, but close, right?
Advanced technology that could make its way to the 2034 games, and it's happening right here in Utah. We take you inside the lab that's revolutionizing winter sports tech to create sleds with an edge. Tonight at 10 on KSL.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer's strong play of the weekend.
Burrow takes the snap. Drop to throw. Blitz pressure coming. It's intercepted at the 5. Kyle Van Noy hands it off to Gilman along the near sideline. Alohi Gilman to midfield. He's gone. 40, 30, 20, 10. Touchdown Ravens. Alohi Gilman. And with 7:38 left to play in Cincinnati, the Hayes in the barn.
There's the Chevy Strong play of the game. Kyle Van Noy with the interception, the handoff. It was 17-0 middle of the fourth quarter. That was the final touchdown. The final points, and the Ravens 24-0 shutout of the Bengals. Shutting out Joe Burrows. That was impressive. You know, the stats there, it doesn't look on the surface, the yardage is about the same, but it comes down to big plays, big moments. You hear the cliche, third down is the only down. The Bengals were 3 of 15 on third down. The Ravens consistently won third down. 3 of 15, 20%, that's terrible. Now, they helped themselves a little bit by going 3 of 5 on fourth down, but they still get shut out. So, big win for the Ravens. Kyle Van Noy with the play of the game. Know it after 3 o'clock today. And JJ and Alex will hook you up. Lots of loot, free prizes, good stuff, if you know the play of the day after 3 o'clock. Time to check in on our locks of the week. A perfect 3-0 week, which serves you just fine there, Jake. You have got the lead. You think you're going to go 16-2 this year? Have you mapped out the final 3 weeks? You got confidence?
I know you've mapped it all out. I have not done that at all.
I have mapped it out.
I'm going week by week on this. So I got 2-game lead with 3 weeks to go.
I took the Niners over the Titans. I was surprised the Titans on the road scored a bunch of points. Now, that Niner defense has been playing great, and they are down impact guys.
Yeah, the baby Niners are short on bodies.
Bosa's out. Fred Warner's out.
Now, Fred apparently is working his way towards a return. They're saying maybe.
They got playoffs coming up.
I know, but
I haven't heard a timeline for
considering a dislocated ankle and fractured tibia. Like, I'd be stunned.
Okay, well, the fractured tibia is 6 weeks.
I know, but the other damage.
But the dislocated ankle, that's a wild card. I don't know.
He's sleeping in a hyperbaric chamber every night. He's trying
more
to
oxygen to speed up the.
He's doing what he can. We'll see. But to your point, that Niners defense, they're down bodies, they're down stars.
Yeah.
But if they win this weekend, they all but clinch a playoff spot. They're currently sitting in a wild card.
Well, the Rams did them a huge favor beating
Correct.
Detroit.
They did.
I mean,
it looks like there's going to be 3 NFC West teams in the playoffs.
Detroit is going to win. I think Detroit's going to win 10 games and miss the playoffs, which didn't used to be a thing, but with the 17th game, it happened last year to Seattle. But they added the 7th playoff spot also. Usually 10 will get you in. There are exceptions, though. Seattle was the exception last year, and I think Detroit could be this year. Maybe Detroit will lose 2 of their last 3. I don't think so. They got a pretty good team, but they're playing a first-place schedule now, and that's just more difficult games.
Yeah, so PK took Philly to beat.
Good decision.
Yeah.
The Raiders. 31-0.
Raiders have 2 of the 7 shutouts in.
Do they need a
NFL
bridge quarterback? Should they go get Cousins, or what it'll cost for Cousins will slow down their rebuild?
Or
so
do
don't
they need to
get a
fire
bridge.
Pete Carroll and just start over again?
How many coaches do you want to pay? I think it's a roster. I think it's their team.
The roster's a mess, yes. I agree.
Then why fire the coach? I mean, Pete Carroll, even when he got run in Seattle, was still doing 500. I mean, he could do 500. The Raiders are 2-12. They're terrible. Giants, Raiders, Titans.
If they're going to keep Pete Carroll around, I'm with you. Go get somebody like Kirk Cousins to be a bridge.
Yeah.
Yes, you have to do that because Geno Smith ain't it. He's stick a fork in him. He's done. Like, I just don't see that happening. And this era of the NFL, you do have to – it takes time. You have to build it up. And we all know that the Raiders family, with the Davis family running them, have not been the most patient of any of the owners out there. But in this case, I think history shows you have to take a patient approach to this.
Tom Brady, we're waiting for you to work a miracle. Go in and tell Mark Davis what to do because Mark doesn't know. Period. End of story.
Yeah.
He doesn't know. If he knew, it'd be a different deal. Here's my list. You ready?
Yes.
I don't know. See, now Burrow's back, so I don't know. I was trending towards Miami, Cincinnati this coming weekend. I don't know that I want any part of that now.
Yeah, I would not.
I might have to find another game this week.
Even with the Bengals being eliminated from playoff contention, I would be very wary.
Joe Burrow's a wild card.
Yes.
And those are the games I've lost. I thought Carolina was terrible and Arizona was mediocre, and I had Carolina traveling cross country. And you two kept telling me, you can't take the good teams all the time. You totally talked me into it. I make a horrible pick. I got to own that. I got to say the phrase, I made a horrible pick. Because I did, but you two talked me into it.
Okay, then. That one.
And then Green Bay at Dallas. Dallas has an offense like Buffalo. The defense is lacking.
Yes, absolutely.
But I blew that. Green Bay went in there and played that 40-40 game and had the bizarro returned, extra point return.
And Green Bay just lost their best defender in Micah Parsons.
Yeah, Parsons. Is that official now, ACL?
I haven't seen an official word on it, but when rumors of ACLs are out
They're
there,
not usually wrong.
And he's usually saying that I heard a pop in my knee, that'll tell you a lot.
When they have them on the field and they're holding the upper half of the leg steady and then they're trying to rock to see how much movement there is in the lower half, my experience with that is trainers and doctors are going to be right at least 90% of the time, probably more than that. They know. And especially if you can confirm it with it. It hurts really bad and I heard a pop. Yeah, that's telltale. So I got Jags Titans in 2 weeks. So I got to be careful because I'm running out of teams. I don't know what I got next week. That Cincinnati-Miami thing, that's a little scary. I don't think I want any part of that. That feels like Dallas Green Bay all over again. Feels like I'm walking into a problem right there. All right, DJ and PK. Riley, scheduled to join us next. We will talk NFL and college football with him. Kyle Whittingham, career advice. It's all on the way right here on The Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens, from school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real, homemade comfort food that the whole family will love, without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. And the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's this group called, Jock?
Mannheim Steamroller.
Okay. DJ PK brought to you in part by Minky Couture. Get the best blankets and gifts ever and save 50% this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of their 6 locations. DJ PK on vacation. He will be back Wednesday. We are about to talk football with Riley Jensen. Riley, good morning.
My guy, what's happening?
You know, usually we have you on and we talk college football. There's very little college football. There was a ton of pro football, so we'll get to that in just a second. But first, I have a theory, and it's a theory I don't even like. I mean, I like it because it's my theory. But I don't like the fact that I think this is true. I can't prove it as a fact. That's why we call it a theory. But my theory is this. I grew up in San Diego, and I like the little guy. Why? Because I grew up rooting for the Chargers, the Padres, and the Aztecs, and they're all the little guy. Right up the road, 2 hours in L.A. was the big guy. We didn't like them. The Dodgers won a lot. The Lakers won a lot. USC football won a lot. UCLA basketball won a lot. They were loaded with big guys. I'm biased to the little guy. So when college football starts to split, which I think clearly started happening in the 90s when they basically, all the power leagues decided we're only going to play each other in bowl games, and the Holiday Bowl got messed with, which I didn't like at all, but it did. And since then, they've just been, the power leagues have been pulling away. And I've been pounding the table, insisting it isn't fair, and the little guy can do it. And the little guy could do it because you could get the under-recruited guys. You could build a team up, build a program. Locally, we saw it 1996 with BYU, 2004 with Utah, 2008 with Utah, and we certainly saw it at TCU and at Boise State here on the western side of the country as well. It can be done. But, Riley, flash forward. Washington destroys Boise State in the LA Bowl, and I've read the stories on the cumulative non-conference record of G5s this year versus Power 4s. It's not good. And then we're looking at the playoffs where we're going to get a rematch. Tulane's going to Ole Miss. Tulane lost Ole Miss 45-10 in the regular season. I don't see why this is going to be any different. And I'm looking at the transfer portal and the NIL rules and thinking, well, anytime someone starts to build it up the way Utah did, the way BYU did, the way Boise State did, the way TCU did, you're just going to get your sophomores ripped away from you. I mean, Eric Weddle, everybody was sleeping on Eric Weddle, but they wouldn't have been sleeping on him after his freshman and sophomore years. There would have been people knocking on the door for sure. Is there any hope for the G5s going forward? Does the split just get wider with these rules?
I feel like it gets wider. I think one of the things that I'm feeling as a fan of college football that is, I think, going to disappear within years is just the bowl games, right? Like, it used to be something that you could hang your hat on as a G5 team if you made it to a bowl game, or if you know, like you said, BYU in 1996, they made it in the Cotton Bowl. I think people wanted to make it to a bigger bowl, but that felt like a big bowl and a big opportunity, right, to kind of punch up against, you know, a P5 team or a P4. Well, P5 team at the moment, P4 now. And I think the bowl games are going to go away because, I mean, I've already felt it lose its luster this year, right? Like, there's a lot of fans that are just disappointed, you know, and I'm trying to get excited about Utah State being in a bowl game against Washington State, and it's the Potato Bowl. It's the bowl game that I played in, the Humanitarian Bowl. And it's just not – it's not feeling the same. So I don't know what you do at this point for the G5. Now people could come back at me and say, well, Tulane and James Madison got in, so what are you complaining about? Well, okay, but that's 2 teams out of the G5, right? There's a whole bunch of them. What do you do with it? Do you make another division? Do you make an NIT playoff type of situation where you go a 16-team playoff for the haves and then a 16-team playoff for the have-nots, you know, and make that kind of fun so that if you want an NIT type of championship that you feel good about? I don't know, but you're not wrong. And I'll be honest with you, I feel the same as you. My whole life I've been kind of the underdog too. You know, I grew up a Cubs fan. You know, I played for Snow College, which was kind of the third team of Rick's and Dixie and Snow College, and then I played for Utah State. You know, there's this part of me that just always is rooting for the underdog, and now what do you do with the underdog? And to your point, even more, David, like I've just been thinking about a local recruit right now. Now, it feels like the state of Utah is kind of beating the system a little bit right now, but like to get recruited as a high school quarterback right now. So think about this for a minute. We've had some really, really good quarterbacks. They're going to Texas A&M. They're going to Oklahoma. They're going to big time schools right now. But for the kid that's ranked, let's say he's the third best quarterback in the state of Utah, right? And let's say he's ranked 80th in the country. If you were ranked 80th in the country 15 years ago, you're getting a pretty nice Division I scholarship, maybe even to the University of Utah or BYU. But when you look at it now, a really, really good high school quarterback, if he's past 50, it's going to be really, really hard for him to get a major Division I scholarship. And here's why. Utah State, they may take a high school guy, but they're going to take a bounce back from Iowa. They're going to take a bounce back from the University of Utah. They're going to take a bounce back from some of these big schools. And then the top 50 quarterbacks are going to sign at these major schools. And so if you're the 80th ranked quarterback in the state of Utah, you know, you might have to go to Weber State, and you might have to go to, I don't know, Nevada. Hope that you start for 2 years and then get picked up, like you were saying with Weddle. Play really, really well at one of these smaller schools, and then you're almost using, you know, what we used to call a 1AA school or a G5 school as like a junior college experience where you get there, you start early, you play early, and then you have a chance to go play at a school that maybe can help you get to the NFL.
I just saw a wide receiver at San Jose State whose name escapes me. I could look it up, but it doesn't really matter. The story is what matters. He grew up in the Bay Area. I think he's actually in the South Bay area there. And he got an offer, and he went to Sac State. And he did well there, so he went to San Jose, and he did well there, and now he's leaving the portal. It's like he has to work his way up through the minor leagues. He went to A-ball in Sac State. He's at AA ball in San Jose.
Well,
now he's going to go to
AAA. Didn't he lead the nation in receiving? He was up there.
Yeah.
I know every time we were talking about San Jose State, and I know the offensive coordinator there really well. His name's Craig Stutzman. He does a really good job. He was a wide receiver at Hawaii. And I'm sure he's sad to lose him, but also that almost has to be what you have to brag about. I mean, I saw Coach Choate from Nevada bragging about these players coming in, being first team, second team, all Mountain West Conference, and then he was bragging about one of his players leaving and getting a bag.
Yep.
I mean, that was the exact words that he used, right?
He's using that to recruit.
It almost feels like minor leagues.
Yeah, he's using that to recruit his next guy, so he's got to do it. The guy's name is Danny Scudero, and he is from San Jose, and he's 5'9". That's why he got overlooked. But he went to Sac State and had 52 catches, 664 yards, 5 TDs. Catches on at San Jose, 88 catches, 1,291 yards, and 10 touchdowns. So let's see where he lands now. That's welcome to college football.
You think about a guy that I played with that was unbelievable. He walked on at Snow and walked on at Utah State, Kevin Curtis. Like, do you have the Snow College, Utah State story anymore, or is he a Snow College, Utah State for a year, and then LSU for a year? Because, I mean, really what made put Kevin on the map is he had 137 yards receiving against LSU, and they were double teaming him like he was a gunner on punt teams. And he still had 137 yards receiving.
Yep. All right, let's talk a little NFL. I am curious what you think. How quickly can you bounce back from an ACL? Because Patrick Mahomes is out with an ACL for sure, and Micah Parsons is probably, we don't have confirmation, but I think everyone assumes they're going to, the preliminary report was correct. How quickly can you be back for the start of next year? 9 months puts us September 14, which is probably the second weekend of the season.
I mean, I think you can, but why? I mean, back when I was in high school, an ACL was a year minimum.
Yeah, but
right?
they don't put you in a cast for 6 weeks, in which case then your leg atrophies big time. You got to build it back up. So I get how it's been shortened.
No. That's what I'm saying. It's been shortened.
Right.
No question, it's different than what it used to be. But it's still a major, major surgery. The problem with the ACL is there's not a lot of blood flow in your ligaments and in your cartilage, right? And so those become a little bit harder to heal. But I think he'll be back, but why hurry? You know, I mean, my thought process is, you know what Patrick Mahomes is, and you know what these guys are. Like, why are you hurrying them to get them back for, like, you know, the front end of the NFL season? It's so long now. I mean, we're getting close to the 17th game of the season, right? And these guys play more games than they've ever played. I don't know. I just don't know why you would hurry. I mean, I think a month into the season next year would be perfect. Like, let him really relax. Let him come back. Let him get some really, really good throws in before he comes back. Certainly, we love to see Patrick Mahomes, and we love to see Micah Parsons and the best players play for the best teams. But, gosh, you know, injury's always been part of the game. And I just don't know that I love it that they rush it, other than these guys are competitors. They love to play the game, and they might be the ones pushing it to get back earlier, right? But I don't see any rush. But, man, the Chiefs are in a little bit of trouble. I mean, they've been in the playoffs every time he's been the starting quarterback. Now they're out of the playoffs. This might be a really good time for them to just kind of like settle down and revamp and just rethink about, like, not their direction with Patrick, but like, what are they doing with the team? You know, is it time to do like a little bit of a minor rebuild right now, or what is it that you're trying to do?
Jacksonville and Denver and Green Bay and Carolina were all third-place teams last year, and they might all be in the playoffs. They might all go deep in the playoffs this year. Well, Carolina not. Carolina can make it, but they probably can't go deep. But the others, who's to say? Kansas City's going to have a third-place schedule next year, and that is a much easier schedule. They have been playing first-place schedules forever. Let Denver have fun with that for a while. Let Kansas City try the third-place schedule.
Yeah, you're right.
If Jacksonville can turn around 4-13, why can't Kansas City?
Well, it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing what Jacksonville's doing. I mean, I think it's incredible what Carolina's doing. Right? These two teams are teams that you watch, and you know, I mean,
these are two teams we try not to watch. Let's be honest, Riley. When they're on,
true.
You watch something else.
I try not to watch them. I think you're right.
The Puka Nacua story, how much better can he get? What is out there? Do you think the Rams are the Super Bowl favorite, or do you like somebody else?
Boy, it's hard. Right now it's hard to pick against the Rams. First of all, let's talk about Puka. You know, there's been some really, really, really good wide receivers come out of the state of Utah, and they're in the NFL, right? Like, these guys are in the NFL, and I thought, oh shoot, I just spaced the name. This could be CTE, but he played at Brighton High School. He now plays for the Arizona Cardinals. I can't believe I just spaced his name.
Fehoko?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Fehoko played. He played for Brighton High School. He was the most unreal high school receiver I had ever seen.
Yeah, he was awesome.
As far as like going up for the ball, making big time catches, all those sorts of things. He went to Stanford. He played really, really solid on some not great Stanford teams. They weren't the same Stanford as they were, previously when he was there. He gets to the NFL. He's been a journeyman NFL guy. I've always wondered if he was going to get, a little bit more of an opportunity. But my point is, he's the best. He was one of the best high school receivers I had ever seen. And then came along Puka Nacua, and I think he was even better. And that's really, really hard for me to say because I thought Simi Fehoko was unbelievable. And so I was nervous, thinking, okay, so Puka Nacua is going to go in the NFL. Is he going to play as well? Because I thought Simi was unbelievable, right? But he's doing all the things that he did in high school that were just amazing. It's really, really fun to watch him. He's so hard to tackle. He runs such good routes, and he's such a competitor. And he's just really, one of the top 3 receivers in the NFL right now. And then you combine that together with the parts that they have with the Rams, it's really, really hard to pick against them because they're so tough. I mean, Stafford is so good and has so much zip on the ball, and he has a guy in Puka that he can just go to, and Puka's going to shield the defender, and he's going to be able to catch the ball and keep the chains moving. It's a really, really tough team. I don't know who else can beat them. I mean, I keep thinking the Buffalo Bills are gonna be something that can be a contender, and then they just really, really struggle.
Well, they're
consistent.
Don't you think the Bills are Cowboys light? The offense is spectacular, but the defense is a disaster. And Buffalo pulled it out against New England, and that's great. And in any one playoff game, I just don't see how the Bills can win 4 playoff games in a row and win the Super Bowl with that defense.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I keep thinking they're going to do it, and then I watch them, and I'm like, you're right. You're kind of right. Cowboys light. Although that's just a really, really rude comment. Just to call anybody a Cowboys anything. They haven't been good since I was like in high school or college, so.
Do you believe in the Broncos, and do you believe in Bo Nix? Because he was brilliant yesterday, 300 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 picks. I mean, this is we're getting into Peyton Manning, Tom Brady kind of stats. An interesting stat, Brady, Manning, and
Breeze?
No, I'm sorry. Holy cow. Distracted. Yes, Mahomes, since 1998, one of those 3 has been in the playoffs. One of those 3 since 98. So I'm ready for the next generation. I don't want to anoint anyone to that level because that's just terrible. Let them earn that level, right? But on the other hand, you see Nix and you think, well, he's got a coach who's won a Super Bowl. They look like they're in position to be the 1 seed with 3 weeks left. The quarterback just threw for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns and no picks. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I hop on the Bronco bandwagon?
Well, I think one of the reasons why you have to respect the Broncos is I don't think their defense is perfect, but I think their defense is timely, right? Like they seem to make the plays when they need to make them. And then you flip over to the other side, you got Coach Payton, you got Bo Nix, you got all these weapons that they're hitting. And, it's interesting because you watch Bo Nix play, and for some reason, I feel like Bo Nix gets treated like the youngest sibling in a family. It's like I don't know why, but we look at him and we go, okay, yeah, but at Auburn he wasn't very good. And then he was awesome at Oregon. And you're like, oh well, that's a nice little deal that you had there. And then he comes into the NFL. He's played really well, really, really well. Yesterday, he throws for, like you said, 300-plus yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks. And we kind of treat it like, yeah, but he's just a kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like he's the youngest in the family. And he's unbelievable. And he's got a coach that is going to put him in really, really successful positions and really, really good positions to make plays probably for the rest of his career. I mean, if I'm Coach Payton, I'm so excited about Bo Nix, and I'm so excited about the future. I'll probably keep coaching until Bo Nix is done. Like, he's making plays all the time. And all you have to do, I mean, look, we're talking about yesterday's game. What about the game against the New York Giants? Jackson Dart goes all the way down the field, scores what should be or would be in a lot of situations the game-winning touchdown. Bo Nix comes down, scores, and they win the game. I mean, he does it all the time. And I don't know when we're going to start giving him credit, but my goodness, he's putting together an unbelievable career in the NFL right now. And he does all the right things. I mean, he can make all the big throws. He has a big-time arm, but he's not a coach killer. What I always call coach killers the guys with really, really big arms that always want to show you how great their arm is instead of taking what the defense gives him. He uses it when he's supposed to, but he also just takes what the defense gives him, and that's all that's all Coach Payton's asking for is just take what the defense gives you, and I'm going to set you up for real success. He's bought in. The coach is bought in. The quarterback's bought in. The defense is bought in. The Denver Broncos are really good. They're very, very good. And I don't see a reason why they couldn't compete and even win a championship, even with as good as the Rams are playing.
In the midst of everything else you've done in your life, Riley, you spent 1 year as a graduate assistant coaching at NC State, which has led you to a lifetime of Phillip Rivers stories. He's 44. He comes back. He throws a touchdown pass in Seattle against a really good defense. The video online of his high school team, which apparently is really good. They've only lost like 3 or 4 games in the last 2 years. His high school team erupting when he throws the touchdown pass. 18 of 27 for 120 yards, 1 touchdown and 1 pick. Phillip Rivers is going to get better over the next few weeks, or that he should just quit right now because for a 44-year-old guy, he's not going to do better than that.
Listen, I think you know that there's nobody that I love as a leader and a leader of men more than Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers, I have so many fun stories about Phillip Rivers and what a dynamic human being he is and what a dynamic quarterback he was. He's never thrown the ball correctly. He's never been your most agile guy, but the greatest competitor and the greatest leader that I've ever been around. You can see that in his players jumping up and down. You can see that in the players in the way that they reacted to him on the field on Sunday. And as much as I love Phillip, and look, I can give you all kinds of reasons why 120 yards and a touchdown with a late pick. Mm-hmm. Really, you could say he was just trying to force something in there. It was something happen.
Yeah, it was desperation time.
And I could give you all the reasons. Number 2, defense, in the league, really, really hostile environment. Why this is going to be really, really good. But I watched it. It wasn't the same Phillip Rivers. I mean, it just wasn't the same.
Yep.
His arm wasn't it wasn't a howitzer to begin with. He could barely throw the ball to the outside. It was really, really difficult for me to watch because I was like, oh, geez. But then just the savvy veteran, the savvy competitor completing what we call a cut route to those running backs when they needed to, checking and making sure that his protections were there and then throwing that skinny post to the tight end down the middle. I mean, he showed so many flashes of Phillip Rivers. And the reason why I love Phillip is if you just take a cut up of his post-game presser and how he was just so aware of hey, for my kids, for the kids that I coach, this is real. I was nervous. And I want them to see that, hey, coach can be nervous and still play through it too. I mean, he understands. He just is always a big picture so well, and he's so fun to watch. But I'm I'm still nervous. I know he can take the hits, and I know he can do this, but I just don't know how to explain it. I don't want his legacy to be these last 4 games where he's throwing noodle throws and just not as good as what he was. Because I have this picture of him, of how good he really was and how many plays he really made. I kind of don't want that to be what I remember and what people remember about him. Even though he's competing and playing great, it was really fun to watch. There's part of me that's like, oh man, Phillip, you don't have quite the same thing that you used to.
What will you remember about Kyle Whittingham?
Ooh. Kyle Whittingham, I think, he's been one of the greatest leaders that the University of Utah has ever had, and here's why. He's made plenty of mistakes, and I think that we've all pointed them out, but I think one of Kyle's best traits is he has not ever been afraid to make tough decisions and to make decisions that he thought were right for his programs and for like what he thought was the right thing for the program, including like 10 different offensive coordinators in 11 years at a certain point, and being very, very involved with the offense at certain times that seemed like awkward times to be involved with the offense. And I really gotta admire him and look up to him for that kind of stuff, because I think what Kyle learned early on as a coach is, look, if this ship is going to go down, this ship's going to go down in the way that I see fit, not the way somebody else sees fit. Because if the ship goes down and it's not my decision, it's not even my ship, and the ship went down. And so I have a lot of respect for him because, and I think there's a lot of listeners that listen to this right now, the more you get paid in life, it's not because you're so amazing at what you do all the time. It's not because you're just better than everybody else. You get paid to make really tough decisions. And they're not easy decisions, and they affect people's lives, and they affect people's livelihoods. And you have to be able to make those decisions without not that you shouldn't have a little bit of heart to it, but you have to be able to make those decisions and not only think about other people's hearts. And that's a really, really tough thing to do as a leader.
Got a poll question up. What should Kyle Whittingham do next? NFL assistant or analyst? Do the TV thing? Ski, golf, be a grandpa? Or the fourth option, be a Michigan man?
I'll tell you this. I don't know what Kyle wants to do, and I think part of the reason why he's out, and PK's not here today, but he's talked a lot about, he's very aware of when his father passed away at an early age, and what that does to your heart, and being able to enjoy your family and all that kind of stuff. But if I were Michigan, there wouldn't be anybody I'd be going after besides Kyle right now. And I would go after him with everything I got. I think he would be a fantastic coach at Michigan. I'm just not sure that that's exactly what Kyle wants to do. I'd be surprised if he's a TV guy or wants to be a TV analyst. I think from time to time he'd love to do an interview and be around. But I think if, from what I'm hearing, it's time to spend some time with his family, and maybe he takes a couple of years off or a year off like Bronco did, and then he gets back into it. I don't know. But if I were Michigan, I'd be going after Kyle Whittingham, no doubt about it.
We'll leave it right there, Riley. You're the man. Thank you. Appreciate it as always.
All right, my man.
Riley Jensen, former Aggie quarterback, join us here on The Zone. We'll take a break when we come back. Everything you missed in this show next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a new accident southbound I-15 just past the Pleasant Grove exit in Utah County. Three right lanes are blocked and traffic is very heavy in that area. Also slow southbound I-15 to 1000 North due to an earlier accident in that area as well. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham.
It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah. With a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference Championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way.
Incredible.
Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on The Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens, from school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Ready Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Utah Jazz are back in action tonight. They face the Dallas Mavericks. Jazz beat the Memphis Grizzlies Friday, 130-126. Keontae George, career best 39-point performance. And they beat I would describe a mediocre team on the road, which are the kind of wins that both can signify progress and are also the kind of wins that will turn a 20-win team into a 30-win team and turn a team that's drafting 4th or 5th or 6th into a team drafting 10th, 11th, or 12th, which might mean giving up the draft pick to Oklahoma City. Will Austin Ainge walk it back if it comes to that?
So Oklahoma City's off to an incredible start, as we all know.
24-2.
No, they lost to San Antonio.
Yes, they did. Lost to the
NBA Cup.
Spurs.
But there is a reality out there, DJ, where they could own the Clippers,
yes,
the Jazz, and the 76ers picks, which could all be lottery picks.
No, the Sixers, I don't think so.
Could.
The Sixers are over 500 right
I know,
now.
but I'm just saying. So
in the East,
they could own 3 other first-round picks, 2 of which could be easily in the lottery, if not near the top, if the Clippers keep bungling it right now.
Now, the Clippers, that's interesting. What is their deal? Old, slow, not very good. They've gotten rid of Chris Paul, major distraction, blah, 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 and they immediately got a win, but now they've lost 3 in a row, including the Grizzlies, who the Jazz just beat. They got the Grizzlies coming up again. So we'll keep an eye on the Clippers because the Jazz are sitting there right now with the, oh boy, math on the air. No, I don't want to do that. That's a problem. 8th worst record in the NBA. Now, from there, you could end up with a top 4 pick. And on the other hand, you could slide back to 9, 10, or 11 and give up the pick. I don't think they slide back to 11. That seems outrageous. But they could slide back a couple spots. We'll see how that plays out. Long way to go. The Jazz aren't even a third of the way through the season yet. So, Mavericks tonight. Utah Mammoth are off tonight. They won last night. The kind of road win they have to get. They probably shouldn't have been down 3-0. Could probably find a bunch of mistakes in there and maybe a little bad luck as well. But when you find yourself down 3 goals, still a long time to go. Pick yourself up off the floor, and they did. And they come back and they win 5-4. And Gunther it's becoming a trademark for him. Another big-time goal. He scores in overtime. They get the win. They get 2 points on the road. They're off tonight. They are in Boston to play the Bruins tomorrow night. You'll hear that game right here on the Zone. The Bruins are decent. A little better clip than the Utah Mammoth right now, but not out of control, not on fire.
And the Bruins are expected to be a rebuilding squad, but they've really kind of just retooled on the fly here.
Yeah. Sitting on 38 points, and there's 4 teams separated by one point at the top of the old Atlantic Division over there, and Boston's right in that mix. So that's tomorrow night. So there's your basketball and your hockey. The college hoops this weekend, we're in the dog days. BYU blows out Riverside. Utah State beats Illinois State, and the Utes blow a big lead and lose to Mississippi State. When they defend better, they'll have a better team. Utah gave up 80 points too many times last year. If you were giving up 80 points, you would better have a very dynamic offensive team. And the Utes do not. And so they lose. 22 points in transition off turnovers. There's the points off turnover scream at you. Alex brought that up in the post game. And for BYU, I guess it's discover more guys down the bench this week who can step in. If you have another injury or two, you can tighten the rotation a little bit here. But you lost 2 guys, and what happens if you lose another 1 or 2? So use these games as lopsided as they are, and I just can't believe the Pacific Tigers or Abilene Christian are going to come in and push BYU any more than UC Riverside did. We'll see how that goes. But maybe they can discover somebody down the bench, and somebody can come along because they might need some more depth at some point. We talked with Steve Cleveland about that. Wherever you get your podcasts, listen to Steve. He'll be on every Monday throughout the basketball season. We talked very little about the Heisman Trophy. Whatever. Fernando Mendoza. Fine. We talked quite a bit about Kyle Whittingham. We'll get your feedback coming up. What do you want to see him do next? Got a poll question up. Voted David DJ James. He talked about the NFL 20 years ago. 10 years ago, he thought maybe that ship had sailed, but maybe not. Maybe there's something there for him. TV, obviously the Michigan job is open. We just talked with Riley. Riley doesn't think he'd do it, but he thinks Michigan should absolutely go after him. I have seen national writers saying, can't rule it out. His age, 66, would be a factor against him, you would think. But since the Big Ten champ, Indiana, is coached by a guy who was just given a chance in his 60s, and Curt Cignetti made that pay off at the age of 63 and 64. Why not? The future is now with NIL. It's about right now. Michigan's coming off a 9-3 season. They got a young quarterback. How do you get past Indiana and how do you get past Ohio State? A challenge for Kyle if he wants it. Or ski, golf, be a grandpa. We'll get your reaction to that coming up. You can vote at David G.J. James on Twitter. Kalen DeBoer will not be leaving Alabama for Michigan. He issued a statement that says he's not interested in looking at other coaching jobs. So ASU coach Kenny Dillingham, who has also been mentioned, is reportedly near a contract extension to remain in Tempe, but that's not done. And so we'll kind of leave that out there. And then there's Jed Fisher, Washington. What is Michigan going to do? God, would be super interesting, a heck of a storyline. I can't believe that would happen. But he didn't say retire in the statement. No. Did he want to do another year or two, but he couldn't, or he didn't feel like he should, or they didn't want him to because they want to lose Morgan? I mean, there's lots of intrigue and speculation, but hey. Personally, I think there's a lot of smoke, and I'm not sure exactly what it is at this moment, but the fact that was a Friday news dump. And I know what you're going to say, Yak. He doesn't want to make a big deal out of it, and I get that. But he's going to talk at a bowl practice, and he's going to get asked about it.
If they have practice availability, Lloyd and I were just talking about it. They have not said there's any availability so far. I mean, kind of weird because typically you have.
He'll never talk again. He's not going to have to go to the bowl game and do a press conference before the bowl game. He's not going to do a post game after the bowl game. He's literally never going to talk again.
He'll talk, but I'm just saying it's okay. It's been kind of weird that we have not had any availability yet.
100%. When they did when the bowl bids were announced, BYU and Utah State did availability, and Utah did not, and that was duly noted. I did a thing during the football season, Mondays on KSL Channel 5, 4, 4:30, and 5, with one bite from each coach's press conference. The day of the bowl games, we didn't have anything from Utah, so we did 2 from BYU. Is that really what Utah wants? Abdicate the throne, hand everything over to the Cougars. Okay. Yeah, BYU's doing a good job recruiting locally. I think 6 of their top 8 tacklers. I have to go back and check. They may have changed over the final month. But deep into the conference season, I looked it up, and 6 of their top 8 tacklers were local guys. They're getting a lot of local players. And it's not a pipeline from one school or 2 schools. It's like 6 guys from 6 different schools. Get out there and sell it. Sell it, sell it, sell it. Oh, we talked NFL with Riley. I mean, it's a shocking. Patrick Mahomes out with the ACL. Micah Parsons out, probably an ACL. Looked bad. Haven't heard the official word yet today on him. Those are the headlines. Broncos with the best record in the NFL after an impressive win over the Packers. Puka Nacua on fire. Rams. They've got the quarterback who's done it, and they got a defense that can do it. And you're looking at Buffalo. They got a quarterback who hasn't done it, but feels like he could, but their defense is a mess. You got a bunch of young, untested teams like the Broncos and the Patriots and the Seahawks. What is going to happen? I'll tell you what's going to happen. We're going to go to break, and when we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
These days, many companies have turned to
influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer, 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers joining us today to share how you can make this season unforgettable with meaningful gifts for everyone on your list.
You know, when you unwrap a J. Brooks gift box, you instantly know there's something special inside. And we're proud to help clients shop local and find pieces that feel personal and just for them. This year we brought in never-before-seen pieces, perfect timing just for the holidays. From engagement rings in the JBJ collection and anniversary bands to fashion jewelry for men and women, we have something for every style.
That sounds great. Nothing beats supporting your family jeweler and give it a gift that truly shines.
Absolutely, and you can personalize every piece, whether we have a handwritten engraving or a birthstone detail to create that gift that really feels unique.
Have yourself a J. Brooks Christmas with jewelry that'll take the breath away. Visit their Murray and Lehigh showrooms or shop online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Remember, J. Brooks Jewelers, where women know what women want.
From holiday hosting to unforgettable gifts, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience. And now, during their Sizzle All the Way sale, you can get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with promo code SKY at checkout. I was lucky enough to receive Omaha Steaks as a gift, and it was everything I had hoped for. Items were individually packaged so I could cook for the entire family. Or if I was the only one home, I would treat myself with a delicious steak, sides, and even dessert. I loved those nights by myself. Right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Every steak is perfectly aged to maximize tenderness and hand-cut by master butchers in America's heartland. It's holiday magic made easy. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide during their Sizzle All the Way sale. And for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, code SKY.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever. At Western Nut, they go nuts for their customers. Corporate gifting is a snap. All kinds of nuts, brittle, caramel, baking, grab-and-go options. Provide a list of them and you're done. Call, stop in, or visit westernut.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham retired because he knows there's no way Utah's ever going to be able to beat BYU again. Ever.
DJ and PK. I don't believe in the word ever in sports. Never, ever. Don't believe in it. DJ and PK brought to you in part by Teton Wealth. Ethan Miller with Teton Wealth will be live in studio with Hans and Scotty today to help with your retirement plan. Tune in or visit retireteton.com. That feels like a topic for tomorrow's show. Maybe we should put that up on Facebook right now. Things that were never, ever going to happen in sports that did. Indiana winning the Big Ten in football. They went to the Rose Bowl in 1967 when Bob Greasy was their quarterback, Brian's dad. Hadn't won it outright since 1945. And that's nothing. The Cubs won the World Series. The Red Sox. That was never, neither one of those things were ever going to happen. Yet they both did. And I tell you what wasn't going to happen. The Arizona Cardinals weren't going to go to the World Series. So, let's do the World Series.
I was going to say the Arizona Cardinals, the World Series. Huh?
Super Bowl. Yeah, I started thinking
I have whatever that we can't talk.
No, I was thinking Mariners, the World Series. I just mangled that. That was epic. That was spectacular. Give me a never in your life that shocked you. Come on, Yak, what have you got?
Well, see how the Mariners going 25 years between playoff appearances, essentially.
But you knew they were going back at some point.
Did we?
Nobody really knew if the Cubs or the Red Sox was ever going to win a World Series.
Sure.
Or the White Sox. They had a long drought, too.
Fair.
That's 3. Now, I guess in Cleveland, they're sitting there thinking, well, when are the Guardians going to win? I mean, the people who said the Cleveland Indians would never win, well, they're right. Now, if they win, they'll be the Cleveland Guardians. So there's that.
Never to see BYU in the college football playoff so long as the committee exists.
Oh, okay. So there's a never still going, not a never that's. I was looking for something that proves you can never say never.
Yeah, well, I guess it's like I'm with you. You can never using the term ever. It's tough to do in sports because there's always a chance something will change. Because like fandom is because we believe that things can go right. I've got buddies who were long time Boston Red Sox, Chicago Cubs fans that you ask them 10, 15, 20 years ago, yeah, there was no chance they ever thought they were going to see those teams win a World Series. And lo and behold,
here we are.
Yeah.
What should Kyle Whittingham do next? 61% of you think he should go ski, golf, be a grandpa. 30% of you want him to be a Michigan man. We're over 220 votes now. If Michigan hires him, that would be the most stunning thing. I can't believe that would happen. 4.5% be an NFL assistant or analyst. 4% go do the TV media thing. Overwhelmingly, ski, golf, grandpa. That is your advice. Zach, isn't Weber State looking for a head football coach? He could follow Mac. Ron McBride did it.
Kyle in Ogden. All right.
I tweeted back at him. My immediate reaction, and let's see how this ages. That's not going to happen. Vince Vaughn.
Doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Well, and here's the thing. Mac didn't go immediately.
But as soon as you put that out there, you know how karma swings back and hits you in the face,
but
though.
Mac didn't immediately go from Utah to Weber State.
No, he went to Kentucky as a linebacker coach.
Correct, yeah. So then he came back. So you already brought this up earlier, DJ. Could he take a year, maybe 2 off? That itch is still there, and then decide to get back in.
That was not brought up by me.
Was that?
I think Riley brought that up.
Okay.
Because I don't see, because it's 66, then you're 67 or 68.
But we all know that Mac's a lifer, and he's still coaching.
Kyle could do that kind of stuff forever, and he could do that on his own timeline. And I think that he. There's a part of his personality that would like that. There's a part of his personality developing people. You see him react with recruits, and done it plenty of times. They'll bring a recruit to practice or whatever, and you see him react, and you see the way he reacts with the young people and the way he talks and the way they talk about him. I could totally see him doing that. That's the kind of thing he could take a year or 2 off and go ski and golf and think, now I got to get back into football. As soon as Kyle announces, I'm working with linebackers. The line of linebackers want to show up for that camp / clinic / private session. Yeah, it'll be around the block. All right, DJ and PK, we are out of time. Jake and Ben are coming up next right here on The Zone.
The show is over.
That concludes the presentation portion.
As we say farewell to the show.
Where did the time go? That's it. I worked really hard on this.
We shall meet again, old friend.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Too good at goodbye.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, it's Youngblood's Idols, the World Tour to the UCCU Center in Orem on May 13, 2026. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests. At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Coldell, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From 2 guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true.
Jake and Ben, happy Monday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day, your week, your holiday season. We greatly appreciate it. How are you, Ben?
All right, how are you?
Not bad. Did you have a Christmassy weekend?
No.
Not at all? You're the Christmassy guy.
No, fiance's grandfather died and then had sick kids all weekend, so it was not an ideal weekend.
No, so sorry for the fiance.
Yeah, no fun. No fun.
That is, that is no fun. That is for sure.
But 97, good life, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great life, yeah.
Sick kids, that's no good either.
And that's no good either, no. So
no, like
running them around this morning as well.
The flu?
Flu, so we had an Instacare visit yesterday morning, and yeah. So it was just one of those weekends, but I don't have a lot of those.
Is the Instacare lobby the worst place on earth? No offense, those people who work there, or the facility,
Sunday morning at the Instacare,
or whatever. But the wait is never short enough,
right?
You know,
and truthfully, they're just like, yeah, he's sick. Take him home and let him get better. Give him some ibuprofen and some Tylenol and see what happens.
And the thing with the flu is you go to the back of the priority line at the Instacare too, which is absolutely understandable. But man, I hate that lobby.
And there was absolutely a uniform for all the kids that were there, because there were a lot of kids, because it's going around right now, and it's sweatpants / Christmas pajamas, Crocs, and whatever blanket they have been wearing for now 4 straight days that's covered in the flu, because it's been wrapped around them, and saw several children, including my own, looking just like that.
Oh, yeah, that's no fun.
Anyways, but your weekend?
It was fine. Let me ask you this. If I should be...
Starting the week off really bad.
Should I be embarrassed for a couple of reasons?
Okay.
So my idea for a Sunday afternoon activity, Ben, was play Risk.
Okay.
It was my 8-year-old's first time playing Risk, which is a game I dearly love.
Yeah.
We played with my wife, so there was 3 of us.
Okay.
I was out first.
All right.
I lost at Risk to my 8-year-old, which is pretty embarrassing to get drummed out of the game of global domination by an 8-year-old
child.
Now, she and my wife ganged up on me, so
Okay.
she learned that lesson, that you can make treaties, which is great, that she would treaty against me, and thus also losing to my 8-year-old. But after I lost, so should I be embarrassed about that?
There's a little luck of the draw there. I mean, I'm sure there is a lot of strategy to Risk, but it's a lot of rolling dice.
It is. It is. So I lost. And then after the game was over, my wife used me and my behavior as a life lesson. Like for being a good loser. that I wasn't upset.
Oh,
and
you
that
were.
I
You
said,
were a good.
Game.
I thought you were really. I thought you handled it very poorly, and your wife was like, "See, don't be like your father."
No. But should I be embarrassed for being used as an example when I lose? Is that really
sure?
Is that really a positive? Like that? Look at what a loser your father is.
Look at this loser.
Yeah, he's terrific at it.
Still got a smile on his face, unharmed.
Yeah,
unbothered by being a loser.
So should I be embarrassed by any of this?
It's a double-edged sword.
Look at what a terrific loser your father is.
There's some value to learning that winning feels good, and that accomplishing things, which comes with winning, or vice versa, can be a positive in life. Accomplishment is a good thing. Ambition's a good thing, within reason.
Yeah.
But handling that the dice doesn't always roll your way is also a good thing, I guess. So.
My wife was like, we teamed up on him too. He could be really mad about that.
Yeah.
Old Team Yellow made its last stand in the Ural.
Well, you tried.
And it didn't go very well.
You tried.
I found that game. The reason I came up with the idea, though, is there's some basic math in it, and she's learning division, and you have to divide by 3 to figure out how many armies you get in there. And there's some geography there, too.
It's not a perfect map, but it's a good map.
Yeah, that's how I kind of justified it to myself.
Yeah.
But it was fun,
Good.
even though I lost.
Good.
And then was made an example of.
But at least it wasn't for the opposite.
Look at your loser father.
See how your father slammed the table?
Flipped the game.
Pouted? Has been sitting in bed for 2.5 hours? Don't be that.
No, don't be
that's
that.
better.
All right. Coming up top of the 11 o'clock hour, Christian Cox is going to be on the show today because, of course, the big news. And, yes, we are literally the last show to get to it. Thanks a lot, timing. Kyle Whittingham steps down, and I use those words intentionally because he used those words intentionally. And Morgan Scally has been elevated as the head coach or the next head coach of the University of Utah. Ben, I'm curious to your take and reaction, especially since we've had a little time to digest it.
I think like everybody, I was a little confused by the steps down and not retired aspect of it. And I don't want to imply that Whit was pushed out, but certainly there was some interesting verbiage, and that immediately after the Athletic was reporting that he would look at other jobs potentially if they became available to him. So I always thought that was interesting. If he wanted to keep coaching, why not just keep coaching at Utah? If that was the desire, unless he wanted to do something like go be a D coordinator in the NFL. I don't know. But I thought that was interesting, like everybody. And then I will tell you, last week, probably like a lot of people, I heard a lot of different things, and the winds were blowing a lot of different directions. We didn't know which way Whit was going to go. At one point, middle of the week, I had heard like, no, for sure he's coming back. So for that to change by Friday, I don't know. Maybe what I had heard was wrong. Clearly, it didn't end up being true. So I was a little confused on that front as well. And then at the same point, I thought, yeah, it's a good time to go out. You are leaving after a 10-win season. It's a top 15 team. Got a winnable bowl game. You've got a guy who you're prepared to have take over the job in Morgan Scally, who I think is going to do a fine job. And you're giving him 2 quarterbacks. Not just this next quarterback who's going to start next year in Devin Dampier, but likely the guy who's going to start in 2027 as well in Bird Ficklin, assuming you keep him around or nobody steps up and usurps him. But as far as where the Utah program is and the health of it, including potentially 2 now private equity deals that could be funding Utah, I think it's a good time to leave. I'm just curious if this was when he wanted to go.
I wonder, and I'll certainly react to that in a second. But I'll say this: Utah will miss him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great coach, and Utah will miss him because he was really good at his job. That says nothing about how Morgan's going to do or how successful or not or the way Morgan does things. It'll be really interesting to see, but he will be missed. I mean, I think if you talk to longtime NFL or BYU fans, Lavelle Edwards was missed, regardless of how much success Bronco had after Gary Croton. The program missed Lavelle Edwards because he was really great at it, and he was really great at it for a long time. 21 years is an eternity in college football, and Whit was really good at his job. So he 100% will be missed. He wasn't the perfect coach, but he was a really good coach, and he won a lot at a program where it's not a layup to win a lot. I think Utah fans have gotten used to 10-win seasons and all that stuff, and I get it. But it's not a program like, Penn State, who it's a layup to win 10 games.
You should be able to win
at Penn State. Utah is not that. And he figured it out. And you know what? He was smart enough to stay, honestly, which I don't think it's enough credit. Like, his plan and his philosophy and his personality and all of it really worked at Utah. There's no guarantee that would have really worked somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And I think he was smart enough to recognize that and leave a legend, and which is exactly what he's going to do. As far as how the news came down and what's going on behind the scenes, Ben, maybe you've talked to people more close than I have. I haven't really gotten any of the story, and I don't know how buttoned up it is, but I can't wait to read it when somebody writes the book, because there are a million things about this that are very peculiar. Step down.
Something specific, yeah.
Step down is the first thing I read. Now,
yeah.
Ben, you know the reputation of Coach Witt as well as I do. He's not a person who is likely to leave money on the table.
Uh-huh.
When he gets the change back from the gas station, he doesn't put it in the give a penny, take a penny.
He counts through it.
That's not him. He's got a cush out, a retirement package. Chris Hill talked about the original retirement package that he negotiated back in the day, and it's been negotiated since. He's going to have a salary and a role and probably keep that company car, So he didn't use the word retire, which to me says leaving money on the table. Now, I have no idea. Maybe negotiations, all that sort of thing, and maybe he will indeed have that role. But the fact that he used step down instead of retire stood out, and I think that stood out to everybody, right? Then the second thing that happened on Friday, not over the weekend, but like mere hours later, a national reporter, and I think that is very relevant.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, multiple national reporters, but who had it first? Thamel?
I think so, yeah.
Reports that Coach Witt is not retiring.
Yeah.
And that, was it Stuart Mandel?
Okay.
It was a national guy, though, which I think is absolutely relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Reports that he's still open for business. Now, he didn't say he wanted to stay at Utah. I mean, obviously, that's missing a lot of detail, but specifically said that he was not retiring. Now, I've seen Witt leak stories locally to manipulate situations. Mm-hmm. And by the way, that's not a knock on Witt. That's everybody.
That's the job.
That's the job. Mm-hmm. But I've seen it happen. So it's not like he doesn't leak stories locally. If he wanted to leak it locally, he could have leaked it locally. He leaked it nationally, I think, for a reason. And I don't think he wanted to mess with I don't think he wanted to mess with the thanks Coach Witt, but I also don't think he wanted to put the retirement message out there. He doesn't want anybody to think he's retiring, which is really strange.
Other than he doesn't want to retire. I mean, I think that...
But you asked it, so then why isn't he coaching at Utah? And that's the...
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the whole story.
It is.
It's the whole story.
And maybe that's... Yes, I think it's as simple as he would listen. I think it's that simple. Honestly, do I expect Witt to take another head coaching job? I really don't.
No, he'll obviously listen, but why? Why isn't he listening to other jobs while employed at the University of Utah? That is the the question.
I'm with you. That was what was strange for me, and that means, was he pushed out? Why now? Who made this decision? Was it Witt? Was it somebody else? I do think that is the huge question, for sure.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Regardless, and I'm not trying to bury that, regardless, I don't think it's a bad time for Witt to leave. He's still showing that he has it. If he does find another job that comes for him, and you look at the coaching cycles that come around, and it's going to be crazy this year, it's going to be crazy next year. Someone's going to get fired, it's going to start the dominoes, and Witt's name's going to pop up. And A, that's flattering, and B, maybe there's $10 million on the table for him at a ready-made job. Like, I get why you would not put the retirement label on yourself at that point. At least keep yourself in the coaching climate in the conversation if you want to. So I think that's probably what Witt is doing. And then at the same time, he's leaving Utah in a great spot. He's coming out a winner, and he's coming out with a ranked team. And Morgan Scalley has waited long enough for this to be the spot. I want this to be in my opinion, I think this is less conspiracy than maybe it can be painted as. But I certainly recognize that it was bizarre. I mean, I see the conversations that we have behind the scenes at KSL Sports on what language to use when we're writing articles and putting out headlines and putting out push alerts. And specifically, the don't say retirement was a big part of our conversation because it doesn't say retirement anywhere. You know, I'm fully aware of that.
Yeah, I get it that they want to put out the thanks Coach Witt message. I get that that's what they wanted. Of course, that's what they want to do. But I don't know. I don't know if that's the full story. I certainly don't believe that that's the full story, and that it's just a good time to move on. I mean, how it went down. You mentioned the back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
The back and forth just last week. I mean, that implies to me negotiation of some sort.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
And it's not. Wow, we're just. It's not just wow. Coach Witt is great. Thanks, we appreciate it. I would believe, because I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to be back. So why isn't he back? And maybe it's a good decision to move on to the next generation. And yes, Morgan has been very patient, but there's a lot there. When Dean Smith handed the job to his longtime assistant, Bill Guthrie, Ben, there was not a, well, yeah, I'm on to the next job.
Sure.
Good luck, Bill.
Yeah.
That's the story. I understand that they want to say,
yeah, absolutely,
thanks,
of course.
Coach Witt. This is the best for everybody, but that's not the story.
And I bet they wish he was retiring. I bet they wish he could say, yeah, I'm done. I've thrown my last pitch. I don't want to be out there anymore. And you don't have that anymore. And look, the same thing happened with Jerry Sloan in the Jazz. You know, Jerry stepped down. Jerry interviewed for other jobs. He interviewed for the Portland job. He interviewed for the Charlotte job. Like, Jerry kept his name out there as well because, again, as we've talked about a lot, it's hard for coaches to step away. It's hard for people to step out of the limelight, especially as Witt has shown, he does still have his fastball. We talked about that after the Cincinnati game. Like, that was a top 20 game on national TV, and the Utes ran him. And I think that probably let him know, hey, I can still do this. And one of the things you and I have talked about kind of behind the scenes when we've been talking about this, we haven't talked about it as much on the air. A, obviously he's very good at this job because he can still do it. B, I'm sure when you're 50 years old, you say, oh, man, when I'm 65, this is how I expect to feel.
Uh-huh.
And then you get there and you don't feel what you thought you would. You still feel fresh. You still feel competitive. The money feels great. You honestly should still be getting better at the job. The job might be easier than it ever was before because you have so much built into your program and so much experience doing it. And you're no longer worried about, am I going to get fired or not? That's not where Witt is. So in that sense, I totally understand the desire to come back and keep it going. He's a little bit on easy street now. I don't think that job's ever easy, but it's easier than it probably ever has been for him. Now, the problem is I don't think Morgan Scalley is ever going to be more ready. I don't think you're improving Morgan Scalley's ability to be the head coach at Utah by keeping him as the D coordinator over and over and over. I think at some point you just have to get in the pool before you recognize you can swim, and that's what Morgan's going to figure out next year. But Witt's still a really good coach. And look, Utah would be better next year if Kyle Whittingham was there. And that doesn't mean Morgan Scalley couldn't go out and win 10 games again, but you just can't replace 20 years of experience. Witt has 20 years of experience in this exact job, the ups, the downs, the game-to-game stuff, the in-game stuff, all things that Morgan has just simply never done. And Morgan's going to be fine, but you can't replicate it unless you've actually done it. The same reason Witt's a better coach today than he was 20 years ago when he took the job. So in that sense, it's a blow for Utah, but I still think it's probably the right time because, again, I'm not sure they were going to get better.
In that scenario, then it was a coup d'etat?
No, I don't. But again, we don't know, and it's hard to even speculate. But yeah, did donors come in and say, "Hey"?
No, I mean, did Morgan say
it's me or him?
Do it, or this arrangement isn't going to work out. Which, by the way, sounds nefarious, but it wouldn't be if he's passed on job after job and stayed and probably listened to promises from people saying, "Hey, I'm here for one more year." You know, maybe that's the bottom line. Is maybe he committed last year that it was going to be one more year, or that's what I'm saying. The backstory is
it is. I don't think Utah would buckle to Morgan Scalley doing that, and I don't think Morgan would do that. I don't know Morgan particularly well. A lot of people here know him much better than I do, you included.
I mean, there's not a nefarious bone in that guy's body.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Yeah, at the same time, you got to make the right career decision.
You do.
There's
absolutely.
not a nefarious part of this situation. He has goals. People have made promises to him.
Yeah. He's 46.
Right.
He wants to get this ball rolling. I totally get it. No, I get all of the motivations from everybody involved. I mean, we've known Morgan wants to do this for a long time and has been waiting for his opportunity.
And and if Coach Witt decided, like, hey, I'm not done. I don't feel 65, whatever that feels like. That's a very understandable human thing too.
Absolutely. I think it's less nefarious, and I think maybe the simplest answer is here, which is Witt is okay being done, maybe not thrilled to be done. That's why he's not retiring, but also wants to keep his name around. I think it might be that simple. Witt recognizes that this is as good a time as any for him to step away, so he's doing that, but also is recognizing that, hey, if DeBoer goes to Michigan, even though he's talked about not doing that this week, Alabama opens up, I would love to at least have my name mentioned. Coaches get fired all the time. Coaches get fired late in these scrambles. Maybe my name gets brought up, and maybe it is something I am interested in. But as soon as I slap the retirement label on myself, I seem washed. Or maybe people don't consider me. Or maybe people think, oh, he's coming out of retirement. We've seen what that looks like. That's Phillip Rivers with the Colts this weekend. It's a novelty. It's not an authentic coaching job. So I wonder if Witt just doesn't want that retired label hanging over him if the right opportunity presents itself. I think it might be that simple.
Beware predicting the future. This is why I say it's human of Witt to have that conflict. Have you ever seen the side-by-side picture of George Blanda and Tom Brady at the same age? I got it right here.
Yeah, but that's what you think versus what you feel.
It's what the previous generation or whatever. The anecdote always was that Coach Witt watched his dad coach and basically shorten his life because he was a coach and worked and all that stuff and died at 64, and that Witt was not going to live his life necessarily that way, right?
Yeah.
But what his dad was at 64 and what he is at 64 can be entirely different. George Blanda looks like he's 75,
right,
and he's really 43. Tom Brady looks like he's a little kid.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's very human. It's very understandable. I don't know how I'm going to feel at 65.
Christian, what are you, 22 years old? I can't remember.
25.
25. I'm sure you look at Jake and I as dinosaurs. I promise you, all of a sudden, you're in your early 40s, you're 39 like I am. You feel like, oh man, it must hurt to get out of bed. You feel the same way you did when you were 19. You don't feel that much different.
No.
Hopefully you have a little more wisdom. In my case, it's not the case. But you hope you expect to feel poorly, and you just don't. You still feel like a young person. I think most people probably do their entire lives. And Witt probably still feels like the 40-year-old who took the job. I'm sure he does. But it is a bizarre week. I think it's the right time for him. Or I think it's the right time for the program, even though Witt would have been fine coming back another year. The program would have been in really good shape had he come back and probably would have competed for a Big 12 title. Can they do that without him? I don't know. That's up to Morgan Scally now. But obviously, like everybody else, I'm curious to see if he does get these other opportunities.
Yeah, they'll miss him. That's why I wanted to start there. They will. Morgan could do a really good job. They'll still miss Kyle Whittingham. Just like Virginia Tech still misses Frank Bieber. And although you could talk about all the coaches that had long runs that eventually met the end by their own choosing or somewhere else or the choosing of someone else. And they're all missed in those programs, I assure you.
You know what? I am glad we didn't get to the point with Utah where everyone's just like, oh, man, this guy doesn't know what's going on. Witt has lost. He's lost it all. He doesn't have the ability, and everyone's afraid to tell him it's time to hit the road. That's certainly not the case. Witt is going out very near the top.
All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham.
It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way.
Incredible.
Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Witt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on The Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather.
When the cold weather hits, you shouldn't let it hit you.
Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Right now is the perfect time to upgrade to high-efficiency, beautifully built windows to keep your home cozy all winter long. And for a limited time, when you replace 10 windows or more, you're going to get a massive $2,500 off. Plus, yes, it does get better. Advanced Windows is offering great financing options to make your upgrade easier than ever. Low payments, flexible plans, no stress, and every window comes backed by our lifetime warranty, so you can enjoy comfort, savings, and peace of mind for years to come. Don't wait for the cold to creep in. Replace it right now and save big.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
The holidays are just around the corner, and Western Nut Company is here to make your gifting a breeze. From our beautiful gift baskets and nut boxes to our famous in-house fudge and brittle, we've got treats for every taste bud, crafted with the highest quality ingredients. Corporate gifting, that's our specialty. Just send us your list and we'll handle the rest. Beautifully packed, shipped with care, and guaranteed to impress. Calling all office managers or executive assistants. Call Western Nut now and let us make your holidays a little less nuts. But we actually do want you to eat more nuts. For 60 years, Western Nut has been a proud Utah tradition. Stop by our downtown shop for unique gifts, glittering ornaments, festive decor, and so much more. Western Nut Company, more than just the best gifts in Utah. We're a holiday tradition, in-store or online at westernut.com, where quality meets tradition, and every gift is packed with love.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben and I
Depends on which zone you're in.
Ben and I were
AM or FM.
We're talking about Cameron Crowe in the break. Great filmmaker. Not to get top three stories started on a downer note, but Rob Reiner, what a horrible,
absolutely
horrible
story.
But I was listening to a news update this morning and rattling off the movies that he made. God was a hit machine.
One of the most underrated directors, weirdly. Yeah.
Just banger after banger.
His 80s are, he was probably the best director of the 80s, no question about it. 5 perfect movies in the 80s. Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, Misery, Stand By Me. Yeah, you just keep going.
Oh, I love Stand By Me.
Yeah.
Stephen King called that the best adaptation of one of his books, which is really saying something.
Spinal Tap. Spinal Tap is in the lexicon. People who've never seen the movie quote it, not knowing that's what they're quoting. That's how important it was. No, he was a true filmmaking genius.
Well, that was the first, what do they call it,
mockumentary,
or whatever. That's its own genre.
Yeah, The Office doesn't exist without that.
Yeah.
All of these things that are out there that have changed our culture don't exist without Rob Reiner. No question about it.
So bad. That's sad news. Yeah, we were talking about Cameron Crowe during the break. All right, time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, it's Flag Day. That's 2 G's there at the Delta Center today.
Cooper Flag in town. Ace Bailey, Cooper Flag. Probably in other instances might have been a kind of bigger matchup. The Jazz are coming off of a bit of a surprise win on Friday night over the Memphis Grizzlies. Keontae George, career high 39 points, and was truly just incredible in the game. I thought he was fabulous. But, I just not sure Ace Bailey is the story of the Jazz anymore, like I think a lot of people may have expected him to be. He's been on a little bit of a down streak over his last 4. He's not shooting the ball particularly well, hasn't shot over 40% in any of his last 4 games. But no, the story recently has just been the continued brilliance of Keontae George, and the fact that he's truly breaking out as maybe the face of the franchise. Whether he's the best player or not, I don't know. That could still easily belong to Lowry because of how unique Lowry is, but as far as what the personality of the team is, because Lowry's such an introvert and Keontae can be such an extrovert, those guys tend to control the locker room and the culture of the team, and Keontae's performance on the floor is justifying it.
He's been great. I am trying to bring up these stats as we speak, Ben, but I got lost thinking about Keontae and comparisons to where he's at in his career, and I was thinking of the patience that the fan base showed with Gordon Hayward when he was here.
Interesting.
And I actually don't think Gordon Hayward's development is the norm, where he was just a steady, if you look at the arc, Ben, steady, right?
Straight line.
Topped out in what would have been his, 7th year, 6th year with the Jazz. Topped out at 21.9 points per game. If you want to get deeper into it, he was really shooting from 3 that year, 30, almost 40%. He was 47% from the field. Really, really good. That's 7 years of development and an incline, Ben. Currently, Keontae George is at 22.9 points per game, up from 16.8 and then up from 13. Now, if you want to look at it in a sense of comparing to Gordon Hayward, his early years, he wasn't really playing where Keontae George was. So Keontae got a little bit of a head start. But the development arc has been faster and a sharper uptick.
Steeper, definitely steeper.
But he currently is surpassing Gordon Hayward's mark with the Jazz, although he's not shooting it as well. So, and we forget what a all-around player Gordon was.
Yeah, Gordon was a great player.
And we're just looking at points per game. But I kind of thought, why is Keontae not viewed more like the Gordon Hayward in his development, which was always optimism? People were closing the book on Keontae George last year. And I don't know if people are actually appreciating how well that he is playing this year.
Well, look, there was a controversial post over the weekend where a Jazz fan, he's a draft guy, was talking about how you can't build around Lauri Markkanen or Keontae George or Ace Bailey because they're just not those types of players and they're not good enough. And Yusuf Nurkic tweeted out a photo of this person and said, man, I wish we could build around you. And this player, this kid does not look like an NBA player, or this person does not look like an NBA player. And there was some blowback and some fans supporting Nurk and some fans angry at Nurk, and neither here nor there. I think what it does lay an argument for is that we have a really hard time adjusting our understanding of who players are once we develop kind of that early impression. That first impression of Keontae George is an inefficient chucker or a turnover machine or not a point guard or a bad defensive player or these high usage guards that you and I have criticized a lot in the NBA that you can't win with. When they actually evolve, are you able to recognize that they have evolved? Are you able to accept that this is a different player than we have seen before? And where Keontae does get so interesting is that when he has these horrendous games, because maybe every 6 or 7 games, he still puts up an absolute stinker. You know, against Indiana, he was 3 of 12. Against Houston last week, he was 0 of 6. 2 games ago, he was 3 of 12 against Oklahoma City. And the Jazz, in the game the Jazz were terrible in. And then he bounces back with a career high, shooting 13 of 20. Like, it's not the guy who used to go into the tank after a bad game. And I don't mean tank losing games. I mean, Keontae would get so down on himself, he couldn't bring himself back out, which is why you would have flashes of like, is this dude an all-star?
Yeah.
Followed by, is this dude an NBA player? And now he's changed that a lot.
Yeah. I actually think you referenced his. My point is, I think the ratio is actually better than you're leading on, because I think you referenced like his 3 bad games, and the Jazz have played
21 games, 22 games.
I thought it was more than that.
Yeah,
but
you might be right.
Something like that.
24 games.
So he's had 1 out of 7.
Mm-hmm.
The ratio used to be 7 out of 8 bad.
Yeah.
But those 2, were good. But my point, I guess, is why was it always everybody argued for Gordon Hayward? I remember the day that Tony Parks said that Gordon Hayward wasn't a number 1. We took phone calls. The board lit up. Everybody was sticking up for that guy and saying, are you seeing the development? He went from 16.2 points last year to 19.3.
Yeah.
He's basically an all-star. And I don't think Keontae really gets much of that. I think
you're right. And people need to be more patient in general. I will say, though, that when you develop a tanking culture, which is the culture the Jazz have chosen to develop, this is a pathway they have taken. I do think fans want to see more immediate results, and some of that patience goes out the window, though it shouldn't. And maybe that's something that the Jazz should have done a better job of marketing of, hey, yes, we are tanking. Yes, we are going to slow play this. It's not necessarily going to be a quick turnaround. But while we're looking for, players to jump on and help change the franchise relatively quickly, that doesn't mean they're going to be finished products right away, which again goes back to just be careful on giving up on anybody. Even Cody Williams, who's really struggled again.
Now the team could get better, and Keontae could go back to middling numbers, because that happens a lot too. We talk about Bradley Beal. He was the only good player on a bad team, and so his numbers looked incredible. But if it plays out that Keontae, when the team turns and the team gets better, and he's a 23-7 guy, I mean,
he's a
multi-time
awesome. He's a multi-time all-star, and he's a legitimate, top 2 player on a very good team, and that's in the cards now.
But I don't feel anybody waving that flag, which is, I just pointed out that it's weird, because this fan base has been really patient and really advocated for players in the past. And I don't feel like it's that way with Keontae.
And remind me, Keontae George is 30 years old? Oh, no, he just turned 22.
Yeah, right.
It's a child.
Yeah, so anyway, if people are looking for reasons to be optimistic, that's it.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, Dylan Gunther with another game winner, this one in overtime yesterday to beat the Penguins.
We're 30 seconds into OT. Mammoth get the puck back. Dylan Gunther starts accelerating across the blue line. Gunther pulls the trigger and scores! Dylan Gunther does it again!
Somewhat similar to what we were talking about with Keontae. I guess what's good about this for the Mammoth is they got a very nice win over the Kraken over the weekend, and then responded by falling behind 3-0 yesterday in Pittsburgh on the road, and looked like they were going to get trounced. They take a 4-3 lead. They score 4 goals in about 10 minutes in the third period. Then the Penguins tie it up late, and they never went in the tank. They went to overtime, and then they scored 45 seconds in with the Dylan Gunther winner. This is a team that has not been able to, put one foot in front of the other now for over a month, and the fact that you've stacked a couple of wins, that's how you dig yourself out of this hole. Thank you.
And if Dylan Gunther is a clutch guy, that's really important. I know Christian put his donks at 3, but we can talk about throw picks and what he's actually done is delivered in crunch time.
Yep. Spoiler alert.
This year. And if you've got a guy with Dylan Gunther who's going to go score you goals in overtime, I mean, that's 2 points for a road win.
Yep.
I mean, that's the stuff that makes the playoffs. I mean, I'm not one who likes to get bogged down in and game out because I find that often frustrating. But you can make the argument and you point to specific things like, oh, he got that goal in overtime on the road. That was 2 points that the Mammoth needed. So I think that probably is pretty important. Falling down 0-3 probably isn't ideal.
You got to have a closer. That's the truth. You got to have a closer. And yes, falling behind 0-3 is bad. But considering how down this team has been, that I think they kept their heads up and played extraordinarily well in the fourth period or in the third period and then in overtime was a very good sign.
All right, what's next?
Guys, I've kept my mouth shut for a long time, but the Broncos have won 11 straight. Best record in the NFL right now.
11 straight's crazy. That's really difficult to do, especially because they started in the tank to begin the season.
And your guy, Throw Picks, looks awesome. He looks like
throwing touchdowns of practice squad guys.
He looks like he's a dude. Can I tell you a recipe I've always liked in the NFL? I like either offensive coaches coaching a team with a defensive culture or defensive coaches coaching a team with an offensive culture. Because I think sometimes head coaches can do damage. And sometimes, like you go work with the offense, Brian Billick. Ray Lewis and the defense are just fine. Mm-hmm. Does that make any sense? Mm-hmm. Bill Belichick, hey, Tom Brady, you go work with the offense. I'll meddle with the defense. I think often those cross cultures work. So if you're Denver and you have a baller defense, I mean, defense was not their problem when they had Rusty. Christian, you can probably adhere to that. So you hire an offensive guy to come into a defensive culture and you fix the offense a little bit. You don't mess with the defense and all of a sudden you're winning at an elite level. I've always kind of been fascinated with that.
Here are the best teams right now in the NFL. Tell me which of these records surprises you the most. Broncos are 12-2. Rams are 11-3. Patriots are 11-3. They just lost to the Bills yesterday. Big comeback for the Bills. Seahawks 11-3. Bears 10-4. Jaguars 10-4. Chargers 10-4. Bills 10-4. 49ers 10-4.
Patriots.
It's pretty amazing
there
what the
are
Patriots
several
done.
candidates, but the Patriots is the answer.
I wonder if yesterday is going to be the rug being pulled out from under them because they had all the momentum and seemed like the best team in the NFL, and to go up 21-0 and lose that game to a division rival with that quarterback specifically, I wonder if that's going to deflate them a little bit. I'll be curious how they bounce back. They've not been in many close games this year.
Was that a Deflategate joke?
No, it was not. But no, this is really, there's some surprising teams. This is why the people do love the NFL, though. Nobody thought the Broncos and the Rams would be at the top of the NFL after week 13, 14. Nobody thought that's who would be here. So the fact that they are is a fun thing for fans.
Vrabel, defensive guy, finds a quarterback.
Yep.
You have a defensive culture, or you have Drake May who can go out there, don't mess with it. You keep that defensive culture. I think it's a recipe for success.
But the Seahawks and the Bears also have 10 wins already. The Seahawks have 11.
Fingernails in the Bears. I mean, that's crazy. But if you look at their schedule, a lot of these surprise teams don't play anybody because the NFL schedules it that way.
Also, you can look at differential, which I do think point differential matters a lot in football, which is, how much are you outscoring your opponents by. It is quite notable that the Seahawks, to their credit, insane, 11-3, have the best differential in the NFL. They're plus 163, meaning they're beating teams by an average of 12 points a game in their 11 wins. The Bears have a plus-minus or a differential of plus 27, meaning every game is close, which probably means there's some fool's gold there. And they've won a lot of weird, random, close games, which is what the Chiefs did last year. And then, of course, the big story of the weekend is all the injuries.
Are you prepared to call Caleb a guy?
He's the most guy they've had in a while as far as a quarterback goes. They certainly seem to believe in him, but was it Benny Johnson?
Yeah, I think
he's a good coach.
I think they made a good hire, which is
look
part
at
of it.
What has happened to the Lions since they lost him.
Yeah.
I mean,
and the Bears have
500.
The Bears haven't made a good hire at coach since Ditka, so I guess Lovey was okay. But I think that makes a difference. Are you prepared to call Drake May a guy?
I more believe in Drake May than I do fingernails. But look, we've got, what's his name with the Seahawks right now, who was just in Sam Darnold, who's good. I don't think he's elite. I think he's very good. And he's winning.
Minnesota misses him. Okay, but I'm talking about young players, not necessarily retreads. Are you prepared to call throw picks a guy?
Not yet. Probably not yet. I mean, where are we on Trevor Lawrence? Like, Trevor Lawrence is up and down every week. They're at 10 wins too. I'm not sure you need to have Josh Allen right now to be the best team in the NFL.
I agree with that, but I don't think Trevor's a guy, or at least he hasn't proven it yet.
That's fair.
I don't think so.
But the league is topped by a bunch of teams that don't have Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady in their prime right now, which I think is really interesting.
At this point, I'm pretty close to calling throw picks a guguy. And I hate the Donks. I'm disgusted. It's even on the top 3 of KSL Sport stories at KSLSports.com.
Bo Nix, what are his numbers this year? Let me see. Bo Nix has 3,300 yards, 23 touchdowns, tied for 5th, 9 interceptions, tied for 23rd. He's still throwing a lot of interceptions. Not a ton, but, not great. Numbers aren't crazy, but you're right. He does deliver when he needs.
What year is it for him?
This is year 2, right? This is year 3. Year 2.
It's great. Going to be in the playoffs both years, going out and beating teams in the fourth quarter when it matters. I'm not in any hurry to give the Donks any credit, but he's pretty close to being a guy.
I think there's as good a chance that he turns into Brock Purdy as that he turns into, I don't know, who's been the 5th best quarterback in the NFL.
But Brock Purdy had an all-star offense. I don't think you can say that for the Donks.
No, that's true. But they do have a great defense.
I mean, they had 2 receivers, arguably the best tight end. They had 2 running backs. Yeah, I don't know if that's all that comparable to what Throw Picks is doing.
Let me see what Fingernails has done. Caleb Williams has 3,100 yards. He has 21 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. So 2 fewer touchdowns, 3 fewer interceptions, 100 fewer yards. They're basically identical, stats-wise.
Several fewer wins.
1 fewer win?
2
fewer wins? 2 fewer wins. And again, the differential is pretty massive. Let me see what the Broncos differential is since we're talking about it really quickly. Yeah. It is 81. Again, 81, and the next 3 teams are all over 100 and have fewer wins.
And the Donks are still paying Rusty, right?
Rams are plus 159. Patriots are plus 106. Seahawks, league best, plus 163.
What they've built in Denver with the resources they've had is pretty remarkable.
Bills being plus 87, despite the fact that they're down the standings a little bit. Probably worth keeping an eye on.
The Bills' defense sucks. There are several flaws about Denver. I would not pick them to win the Super Bowl at this point, but honestly, I don't know who I would.
I'd pick the Rams. If I had to pick one team to win the Super Bowl right now, I'd probably pick the Rams.
Because?
Stafford's been there before. I think Puka Nacua is the best receiver in football. They're just legit week in and week out. They really find a way to deliver.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Our country is held together by small businesses. That's a fact. It's also a fact that 9 out of 10 of those small businesses will fail. Why? Because it's hard, really, really hard to build a profitable business from the ground up today. Pure Talk knows that. They started as a small American wireless company determined to keep their customer service in this country. It worked. And today, Pure Talk is determined to help other small businesses prosper by offering them the same white glove service the big guys get. Same service, same 5G network at a truly affordable price. Pure Talk is focused on businesses that employ welders and roofers, electricians, plumbers, HVAC techs, the people who keep the lights on. If that sounds like your business, give Pure Talk Business a try and see just how much you could save. Dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who understands the power of small business. Pure Talk.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit MountainHomeUtah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's MountainHomeUtah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Win big every Wednesday on Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, it's Youngblood Idols, the World Tour at UCCU Center in Orem, May 13th. Tickets on sale now on livenation.com. Get your tickets today and listen all day on Wednesday for your chance to win with Win Ticket Wednesday.
A little bit of news.
Okay.
Cincinnati quarterback Brendan Sorsby has informed the school that he intends to enter the NCAA transfer portal. I don't think that's a huge surprise. I wouldn't be surprised if he stays in conference think that could be an interesting Arizona State matchup, who also lost their quarterback. But he could also be an interesting option for Texas Tech. I think Texas Tech needs a new quarterback, obviously, and we'll see where they go after the playoff. But, big names, it's no guarantee that you bring them back. Utah bringing 2 quarterbacks back and not their coach is probably a pretty good coup.
If you are starting quarterback at a place like Cincinnati, meaning good but not the best, wouldn't you just automatically put your name in the transfer portal no matter what?
If you're a good player, you should probably just put your name in the transfer portal. And I hate that, but if it's all about dollars and cents, it makes sense to put your name in the transfer portal, especially if you're a quarterback.
Well, not necessarily all about dollars and cents, also position to win. I don't know what Cincinnati's bringing back. I have no idea. I would guess they could bring back the whole team, and they're still not going to win the league next year. So maybe he wants to play in the SEC. Maybe he wants to play on a team that has a chance to win the league. It doesn't necessarily always have to do with dollars and cents.
No, it doesn't.
I'm just saying, why not put your name in the portal regardless? Sure, Cincinnati wouldn't say no if he wanted to come back.
Well, and look, you can honestly make the argument, and it can be insincere, but it sounds right, that, hey, I don't think the Big 12 is going to get enough playoff opportunities, but if I go in star in my same role and play well with better players around me at a school like, Indiana, A, I'm in the playoff, B, I might win the Heisman.
Yeah.
So I think there's a very good argument to do that. Yes, if you're a good quarterback, you should probably throw your name in the portal, and that's exactly what Sorsby's doing. But that's exactly what Sam Levitt's doing. We're going to see more, and a lot of the team's seasons haven't ended yet.
Right. So I'm not surprised in anybody puts their name in the transfer portal. I almost think it should be an automatic. If you're a starting level quarterback at Cincinnati who won some games, maybe you could win some games at LSU.
Yep.
All right, stay tuned. Our friend Christian Cox, very excited to talk to Christian, coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, it's Youngbloods Idols, the World Tour to the UCCU Center in Orem on May 13, 2026. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. It is the holiday season, and aren't we all thinking about our family and our loved ones? Well, when it comes to your financial well-being, that impacts your family and your loved ones. You know, have you ever thought about setting long-term financial goals, like when you want to retire, or yes, what you may want to leave to your children one day? Well, Trajan wants to sit down with you. They have a great process. I've gone through it. I've sat down with them. They make it so easy. But they'll start with those big long-term goals, like what age do you want to retire, and what kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire? And then they'll show you exactly, one, what they can do for you, and two, how you're going to get there. Like I said, it's really easy, not intimidating at all. I avoided this stuff for a long time. There's no reason to do so. 801-210-6800, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them. Have that conversation. Let them show you exactly what they can do. 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 and TrajanWealth.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. This holiday season, make your wish list a reality at Performance Automotive in Bountiful.
When you choose performance, you're choosing selection, convenience, and exceptional service. With 3 locations, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Performance Ford, Performance Automotive is here to serve your needs. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, driven to be the best. Start your search today at performancebountiful.com. Performance Automotive. Driven to be the best.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz host the Dallas Mavericks. The game tips off at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow, the Utah Mammoth will be in Boston to play the Bruins. You'll hear that game at 5 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And also tomorrow night, the BYU Cougars host the UOP Tigers. 7 o'clock tip on 102.7 FM. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather.
When the cold weather hits, you shouldn't let it hit you.
Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Right now is the perfect time to upgrade to high-efficiency, beautifully built windows to keep your home cozy all winter long. And for a limited time, when you replace 10 windows or more, you're going to get a massive $2,500 off. Plus, yes, it does get better. Advanced Windows is offering great financing options to make your upgrade easier than ever. Low payments, flexible plans, no stress, and every window comes backed by our lifetime warranty, so you can enjoy comfort, savings, and peace of mind for years to come. Don't wait for the cold to creep in. Replace it right now and save big.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth will be live in studio today with Hans and Scotty G to help you with your retirement plan. Tune in or visit retireteton.com. Is Hans back today? Is he going to come in with a tan?
Hopefully.
Looking
brought us
good?
some fruits from the island.
What's your take on people posting their vacation photos?
It's very natural. You share people with where you've been.
But isn't it like kind of
Aren't you jealous?
I'm in Hawaii.
Aren't you jealous?
Yeah. I've posted vacation photos. I'm
Sure.
not hating. I mean, I've sent vacation photos to you before just to make you
I'm
jealous.
more for people posting them on IG. You text them to us during the show to make us feel bad.
Right. But at least my intent is honest.
Clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not hiding behind some,
Right.
social media thing.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
All right.
Doesn't make it better.
Joining us now, and by the way, joining us via what are we calling this technology, Christian?
The Air Link.
The Air Link, meaning that you can see him.
He's not on a spaceship somewhere.
No, but it's really cool. I'm not a tech guy, and this is awesome. You can go to KSLSports.com and see our next guest legend at Utah, played for the Patriots.
Yeah.
I saw him just last week, one of my very favorite people, the one and only Christian Cox. Hello, Christian. Good morning.
What's going on, Jake?
It's good to have you on, buddy. We appreciate it. And thanks again for doing that event with the high school player of the week last week. You were great.
Well, that's very nice. It was turned out to be a special event. I think there was some really neat high school success stories of those young kids. And again, it was a great event. Jake Hatch also did a great job. DJ was there as well. And, Lloyd was part of the organization of that. And so it was very, very fun. And this tech is different. This isn't just a radio dial-in segment. We're basically doing an Airstream, or what everyone is doing in the business world, a Zoom call. So this is pretty great.
Well, live from the International Space Station, our friend Christian Cox. Christian, what was your take on Kyle Whittingham's retirement when it did seem to waffle a little bit? We weren't sure if this was going to be the case as of a week ago today.
Yeah, it's complicated, right? As you look at, when it was announced, it was late on a Friday, or 2:00 or 3:00 on a Friday. I don't know what time exactly, but it was one of those things that I was surprised. I was one of those hopefuls that he'd run it back for just one more season. And obviously it doesn't show naturally, hey, I'm retiring, I'm done, I'm riding in the sunset. I would interpret it that way. But it sounds like he's stepping down, and there's different pressures. Obviously, earlier in the week, you saw that the university took on $500 million of funding via private equity. And I think the landscape is changing so fast. And, you have a coach in waiting in Morgan Scally who's waited his time, genuinely. He's gotten lots of opportunities to go other places. And obviously Morgan is a Ute through and through. And he was my first coach, actually, when I got to Utah post my mission. And I think he's going to do extremely well taking over the program. But when you are going to fill the shoes of someone so legendary as Kyle Whittingham, who had 21 years of true success, it's bittersweet, right? I didn't want the chapter to end. That's me speaking as a player, but also I've watched other great institutions and universities, and Jake, you'd even argue this, when Beamer left Virginia Tech, it's not like it was sunshine and rainbows. If you look at when Philip Fulmer left Tennessee after they won a national championship with T. Martin in, I think, 2000 or 99 or whenever that was.
Yeah.
It's not like the football program just flourished. And so when you pluck out legendary coaches, which Kyle is in that vein, and obviously he played for a legendary coach in Lavelle Edwards, there's just this wandering period. And I don't think that's going to be the same with Morgan at all. That's not what I'm getting at. But you can admit, you have to be a realist that leaders are the difference. Leaders are the difference in these football organizations. And you can see when Indiana got a really good leader and coach in Signetti, what that's happened to them, or when you bring in an Urban Meyer level person. And so as Utah fans, we've been spoiled. We've been spoiled since the McBride days, I'd say in the late 90s. And it's a new terrain. So 30 years of, I'd say, solid football. The years before that, the fossil years in the 80s, it wasn't so great. And so we've been spoiled, and I'm just more interested on what that's going to look like, because all we've known is Kyle Whittingham running the ship, and he's such a consistent, sturdy, amazing leader. And Morgan is the same, but it's still, you're taking over for Lavelle or Joe Paterno or whatever you want to call it. They're tough shoes to fill.
All right, you brought up Lloyd. Now, I've known Lloyd for over 20 years. Over 25 years. I've known Lloyd a long time. And if somebody asked me, hey, tell me a story that really sums up Lloyd Cole, one specific anecdote that really will tell me a lot about that guy, I would tell that person, well, Lloyd used to fat shame people at Sears to sell them treadmills. And I feel like that really sums up who Lloyd is as a person. So my question to you is, give me a story or an anecdote about Coach Witt that you think really sums up who he is as a coach to his players.
Yeah. So as I think back, there's kind of two of them. You asked for one, but he is probably the most consistent human I've watched with how he processes and works every day. I watched him work for 4 years, and I knew to a T when he would be on the treadmill or the actual exercise, where it was Stairmaster, he'd have his like crossword puzzle, his white towel around his neck, and he'd be up there every single day at the same time, right before media or right before we'd go into actual film review. And so as I think about Kyle, it's as much about the consistency. He was a man who preached a lot of things, but did them. The others, I remember walking over to Rice Eccles because we'd have to walk across the street to go to practice over there. And that guy was always on a red mountain bike for some reason, whipping by people. And we'd always just kind of trudge. And he just was a man of consistency and repeatable process over and over and over. The second is more his coaching style, right? He coached because he loved coaching, but he wasn't going to mince words or not take the opportunity to coach you hard. And my first day back from the mission, up at Utah in spring of 2007, I fell into a drill that Kyle was running. It was like a kickoff return drill, and I was doing it wrong. And I remember him going, "Who the heck is number 54?" And my number changed to 94 in college, but he goes, "Who's that number? You get the heck out of my drill." And I just kept running. This is like day 2. And what's so funny about that is if I would have taken it personal and I didn't show up the next day, like that's what coaching is. And as you earn the trust of your coaching staff, whether it was Kyle or Morgan or Gary Anderson or, Kalani at the time, they coached you hard, but they coached you hard because they actually loved you and they wanted the most for you and the university. And if you just kept showing up, you were given opportunities at Utah. And I think that's what was so special about what Kyle did of giving walk-ons opportunities to grow through the organization. And that was all the way through. He was so calculated and strategic with how he ran things, and he gave everyone opportunity to shine. And if you got thrown out of a drill one day, doesn't mean you wouldn't be a starter or all conference years later. And I love his approach to how he coached people. Is he didn't coach anyone just lightly. He coached everyone really tough.
What are your expectations for Morgan?
Yeah, listen, complicated, right? I've never met anyone as passionate and as committed to how the Utah way of working, the Utah way of running a program. He's observed it. He's made a giant impact. Why the staff has been so successful is because Kyle's had basically 2 head coaches, in his OC and DC for the last, 5 and 6 years. And as you go up and rank in organizations, coaches are the difference. If you look at why Nick Saban ended up retiring, he set a line that maybe no one really caught. He had young coaches and he was kind of tired of mentoring and growing and, helping young coaches become great. Like, as you look at the new way of NIL and money, I think job number 1 is done for Morgan is he has funding, a different way of looking at how you fund things. I'm very familiar with the venture capital world and private equity world, but at least they have the amount of money to infuse it into football to make sure that they're not losing. But when you look at someone who's as committed and passionate as Morgan, it really will come down to who Morgan surrounds himself with, right? And if you look at Coach Swan or you look at Sharif Shah, like, are those going to be is Sharif going to run the defense? Who's going to be his right-hand person? Because Morgan's been that right-hand person to Kyle, right? And if you look at success for Kalani Sitake this last 2 years, who's been Kalani's right-hand person? He hired a head coach from Weber State and Jay Hill, and who's been running the defense. And he has someone he trusts, calling the offense. And so I think as you look at the offense and defense, I think you've got really good staff members. I think if Luther can keep going, and obviously Lewis Powell is a phenomenal defensive end coach, I think the staff is there. If Morgan can maintain them, I think he has the money to do it. It really is going to come down to who can he attract to be on the staff. And so I know lots of ex-players who will be very interested to go up and coach with Morgan, and how he's going to run things. He'll run it just as tight as Kyle, but he's going to run it his own way too, right? You don't wait this long to not deploy your own strategy and things like that. So I think he has the funding. I'm just more interested, Ben, in who's he going to hire? Who's he going to retain? Who are going to be his leaders? Because the leaders are the difference. If I go back in the 08 years, we had a young coaching staff, but like Kyle just plucked and had basically head coach material at position coaches. And so how can Morgan do that? And heck, if you call me in 3 years or 4 years after my kids are a little older, I wouldn't be surprised if I'm up trying to throw my hat in the ring to go coach and be up at the U and contribute. And I think Morgan will get way more of that. I think there's guys like Eric Weddle, whose son is phenomenal at football, to see if, maybe he can attract guys like that, ex-players, ex-friends that are knee-deep in the coaching space, but have to want to go put in the time, because coaching, just like business, there is no easy way to land recruits. It's a grind. It's on the road. It's relationships. But Morgan is perfect for that. It's just hard to fill the shoes of a great like Kyle Whittingham, and that'll be his challenge.
What do you think about Utah partnering with private equity and this new LLC?
Yeah, I don't have enough information. I know President Randall is a phenomenal business person. Obviously, with the business school at Utah, he's had massive fingerprints in helping that. I think it's just a signal, right? If you look at signal versus noise, I think the signal is it is very clear that amateurism is over. And I think that was over like 4 or 5 years ago. I think 10 or 20, it was just under the table. But as you look at where it's going, is if you don't have the funding, you can't attract the talent to maintain the teams. And I think Utah's done a really good job historically of, developing the starred talent. And I was one of those people. Stevenson Sylvester was one of those people. One star who ends up in the NFL. But now to win, you got to spend 20 to 25 million, and that's today. And I assume in 3 or 4 years, you're going to spend 35 and 40 million, right? And it's the reality of college athletics is there's billions and billions of dollars of surplus and money that goes into these TV contracts. And to play in the big leagues, which I'm a firm believer that there probably will be a consolidation, AFC, NFC over the next 5 years. If you're not positioning yourself with the right funding and the right coaching staff to make sure you can attract the right talent, it's modern day business. It's not what it was. And it's the new world. And I don't know what the debt turnaround is on their private equity deal. I don't know what it looks like. But private equity can be great. It also can be very scary if you're not winning and having success as a business, because that's where the teeth are in the deal and they gut organizations. So I have no idea what the terms are of that deal and what the structure is. But overall, I think you needed the money, because I don't think you have private donors that are willing to shell out 50, 60, 100 million of their own cash into the pot. And so I think a structured deal makes sense for a state university.
Before Morgan Scally, Kalani Sitake was the Utes defensive coordinator. Gary Anderson was the defensive coordinator as well. They both went on to be good head coaches. Do you think that's a coincidence, or do you think there is something that can be learned from Witt in that role to become a good head coach themselves?
I think it's a great question. As you look at so Gary Anderson offered me my first scholarship before Urban Meyer took him back to Utah in 2004. My first coach was Morgan, and then Kalani heavily recruited me and helped me along with Aaron Roderick. And so those three were very close. When I was at Utah, right, Morgan went from GA in 2007 to leading the safeties, and then Kalani ran the linebacking core. And then as you look at our team, why we were so successful, Gary had a presence, and Gary was in his prime. He was a head coach, and that's why we were so successful. He had obviously Andy Ludwig and Gary was the tip of the spear. But Morgan, Kalani, and Gary were all very close, and you could feel it as a young athlete that these were strong leaders, wonderful men, head coach like people. Morgan just had to bide his time. Morgan could have left the company basically, or left the university and gone somewhere else easily. Could take gone to SC, and sometimes that's what it takes. But he's a loyalist. He's waited his time, and he's going to take it forward. I think the things to learn are, it's back to my original point on coaching staff. Gary took Kalani to Oregon State. He needed a very solid D coordinator. I love Elisa Tuiaki, and Coach Tuiaki was phenomenal. He was a teammate of mine. He was a GA at Utah. But when their defense was struggling at BYU, Kalani was doing D coordinator jobs, right? And the head coach can't be the DC. The head coach can't be the OC. You need your OCs and DCs to be strong to where you're weighing in and they're bringing you the plans. And so I think on offense, you're square. I think this offense has been phenomenal. I think Sharif could step into that role, but you've got Lewis Powell, who's really strong. And so I think Morgan knows this. You got to make the right leader hire, and that can't just be your friend, if that makes sense. You've got to hire someone that you trust, that will do the job extremely well and will give you lift. And I think Morgan will do that. And if you look at where Gary had success, he did that, and where he struggled, he didn't have a staff, and that's actually why Nick Saban ended up being done. He's like, I don't have any more. I've graduated out all of my great coaches. I rehabilitated, and I now need to move on. It's a tough world to work in. So can Morgan do that? And I think he can. He's so charismatic. He's so strong-willed. I'm really just fascinated. Who will he hire? His first couple hires will be so important. They hit a home run this past year, but who's going to be the new DC?
What do you think's next for Coach Witt?
Yeah, that confusing, right? I don't know. He's so mythical, right? He's I was joking with him. I said, "Don't ride off in the sunset," and he laughed, and then he did. And it's like looks like his contract. What does he pay? $3.5 million or $2.5 million for the next 2 years, to kind of stay close to the organization, to help recruiting, to help liaison and assist. And so listen, if you were going to pay me a couple million, I think I'd still stay heavily involved. And I think the neatest thing that he did was he retired Friday night or Friday afternoon, and he showed up to the gymnastics event Friday night with his granddaughter. And so he's so ingrained. Like, he is Utah. He is Utah football, the toughness. Morgan's going to take that flag and take it further up the mountain the best he can, and he's going to do a great job with it. I just don't see him Homer Simpsoning fully out, but I think he's going to be pretty relieved, and I think he's going to still stay very close for the next at least 2 or 3 years. And I think that would serve Morgan well and everyone well. I think the more you get the Urban Meyers and Nick Sabans and old coaches be around, like, kids want to win, kids want to get paid too. But the more you can just have winning coaches, winning players around the organization, it signals well. And that's what Ron McBride did. Even when I was, at Utah in 07, 08, Coach McBride was around all the time. All their old players were around all the time. All the Fiesta Bowl guys were around all the time. And that's just what you want. You want to just keep the winning culture coming back around, because I remember Jamal Anderson, of all people, he came to a practice and came to a team meeting, and I was like, that's Jamal Anderson. That's the Atlanta Falcon great. And you want to just keep that tradition and history going. And it's a brotherhood. And these players going into this next section of 2026, 2027, it's just a different world, and we're all rooting for them, and we all want them to be successful, because our state has been this close on everything, and I think we all are desperate for the attention to be on the top of the mountain. We're just super close, whether it's the Jazz or the Utes and BYU, you could put them in there too. We're desperate to be on the top as a state, and I think that type of fervor and passion will continue to carry forward with the team. And I think Kyle will still, he's key to where we got it. He's going to be key to where it's going, but it's definitely clear the baton has been handed off, and it's it's Morgan's team to take forward, and they believe deeply in him, and I do too.
Christian, you are the best. Thank you for coming on with us. We
Thanks,
really
Christian.
appreciate it.
Of course, this was fun. Let's do it again.
Super fun. Thank you, Christian. We will.
Okay, see you guys.
We'll be bugging you soon, I am sure. Yeah, I thought that was interesting, Christian, talking about Whit, doing the same thing every day and the discipline and the example of that. I thought that was a good story for him to share.
Yeah, Whit was super consistent. That's what he brought. And I have no doubt that that's probably one of the reasons why he may not be ready to say he's retired, because that's a major break in that consistency. I also suspect Whit, having known, him in some regard for the last 10 plus years now, will have no problem developing a new routine. And then we'll stick to that. He's a man of routine. You can very clearly see that, as Christian said, but I think he'll develop a new routine and he'll be just fine.
At one time, he did switch from tennis to golf.
Yeah.
With his favorite, not football, pastime.
And he switched from dad to grandpa. And he switched from the mountain bike to probably driving a car to work. You figure some things out. You do change, and I think he will figure that out as well.
The mountain bike thing was funny.
I wanted to steal his bike. It didn't happen.
Well, it was an old Schwinn. It wasn't even like a nice mountain bike.
It was a Diamondback. But yeah, that was his thing.
Is that what it was?
He always locked it up right at the gate. It was right there. Yeah, you knew that's what Whit rode to work. It was a very funny thing to do. Very yeoman. But I think the one thing that maybe gets lost in Whit, because of that consistency and because he's not gruff. He's not that gruff. He's really, really smart.
Well,
I think Whit's really intelligent.
I never saw him lock it up. He locked it up.
Yeah, I think he put a lock on it.
He did?
Yeah.
I would think it was. Have you ever Gangs in New York? Where Bill the Butcher doesn't he put like money in the middle of the square and he goes like, "Don't worry, nobody's going to touch it." Because it's his or his hat or something like that. Who's going to steal Coach Whit's bike? Isn't that going to get you beat up?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't think you needed to throw a lock on there.
I think he locked it up right against that gate on the south side.
I never saw him lock it up. I saw him ride it out a bunch of
Definitely
times, but I never saw him lock it up. That's funny.
But he's a smart guy. He'll be fine.
That like the time when we used to have a producer here that used to bring his bike to the studio when we were over at Delta Center, and he would lock it. I can't remember if he locked it up in the studio. The joke was that he was worried Lloyd was going to steal it.
Right. I was going to say that's a different situation because Lloyd works here.
Right. So he was very concerned that it would get stolen, even though we were in an empty, security-filled arena. Very strange.
Well, you gotta be careful.
But who's stealing Coach Whit's bike? Nobody. That sounds like a good way to get in trouble in a variety of different ways.
Absolutely.
People are going to track you down on campus.
But yeah, that's a
lot of Coach Whit. Yeah.
Come on, man.
All right, stay tuned.
Whit beat me up in the middle of 4th South for stealing his bike.
More next.
Because he chased me down like the Terminator.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham.
It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way.
Incredible.
Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whit prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on The Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Well, the holidays are really here. Things are speeding up. I know exactly what we all need to do, and that's head into the Western Nut Company. I'm here with Sarah, and you can take care of it all.
We love the holidays, and we try to make it seamless for our customers to enjoy our gift baskets and our fudge and our brittle and all the things that make it the holidays.
Western Nut is perfect for corporate giving and also for your family and your friends and your neighbors.
For corporate gifting, we have a team that's ready to take your list and ship it right from our store.
You know what I love is Dee and I go into Western Nut and the Mothership, which is right there on 4th and 3rd West, and we just let you guys take care of it all. We select the gift and you guys ship them off, especially to Dee's family in Missouri.
Western Nut's been doing this since 1966, and we've got it down. All the things that you need to cover everybody on your list.
A good place to start is by going online at westernnut.com. That's westernut.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers joins us. John, the countdown to Christmas is on.
'Tis the season, DJ, and as you know, at J. Brooks Jewelers, every year we work very hard to have the perfect gift for the special people in your life. From the most brilliant diamonds to make it a perfect holiday season for her that she will just never forget, or perhaps an amazing new diamond bracelet or necklace to add to her collection for a memory to last all year. And don't forget our wonderful selection of amazing stacking diamond wedding bands that she has always wanted, an all-time favorite for all of our customers. So no matter what the budget, our all-female buying team understands what the ladies are looking for, and we have things in every budget to make it a perfect holiday season. So stop in person, J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or shop online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Remember, J. Brooks Jewelers, where women know what women want.
Celebrate the season of giving by giving yourself the best meal you've ever had. Experience Ruth's Chris award-winning service, sizzling steaks, signature apps, salad, sides, and dessert. Book your holiday parties today. Ruth's Chris in Salt Lake or Park City.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, I've got a take on the Coach Witt situation that has not been discussed. I really think he wanted to stay, and I think he went to the school and said he would, but due to his pride, he told them he would not stay for less than Kalani just got from BYU. They tried to negotiate it, and in the end could not come up with the money, and so Kyle stepped down. It hasn't been discussed, but it seems very logical.
All right, there you go. That's Chad sending in a call-in, which you can do on the KSL Sports app. Download it, record audio, and you hit send, and it goes right to Christian in the control room. Sure. I mean, that could be a scenario. I don't know. Witt wanted a raise. Didn't, it's negotiation. I don't know if it had anything to do with Kalani. That might be a stretch. I don't know. But it could have been about money, sure.
He could have looked around and said, this is what good coaches make around college football. It's $10 million. I make $6.5 million. Guy down the street's now making, my former protege is now making $3 million a year more than I am. I think I should get paid what I'm worth. And Utah, if this is the case, this hypothetical could say, we're not ready to do that.
Yeah, Utah's not swimming in dough. To say that a budget matter would have come into the decision-making process, I would say almost assuredly. I'll be really curious to see what Morgan's making.
Yeah,
it's not 10.
No, certainly it's not 10. No, he's not going to make more than Witt was.
I wouldn't guess. No.
And Witt was, 6.5 plus whatever bonuses he gets, which are
always there.
And he gets...
You get a bonus for getting out of bed in the morning.
But you make a bowl game, you get a top 25 ranking, you get a certain on the grade point average that your players get. There's all sorts of stuff. So, Witt's compensated.
You get bonus for doing the radio show. You used to get bonus for doing a TV show.
Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. You get bonus for winning a bowl game, I'm sure.
But I'll be curious to see what he's making. Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably saving money. So maybe that came into it. That would not surprise me.
Talking to Christian Cox in the last segment, I am, like everybody, curious what the rest of the staff looks like, most notably the D coordinator. As you mentioned, Mark Ottaway is coming back, and that's a good sign. He thought he had a good year as the running backs coach for Utah, and he already announced that he was going to be back. So I can't imagine they're going to change anything with Jason Beck. Other than, they might make some changes on Beck's staff if he felt like year one didn't produce something that he wanted to.
Well, this was the reason supposedly Morgan was in on the hiring of Jason Beck in the first place.
Right, because it was a guy he liked and thought he could work with. So we'll see where he goes, D coordinator, though. Yeah, Sharif Shah would make some sense.
I think you'll just promote. I mean,
you would think.
That would be my guess.
Then again, I've talked about this before. One of my favorite episodes of The Office, not because of the episode itself, but kind of how it wraps up is, Michael goes off and does whatever the Survivor Man thing. And Jim takes over the office, and Jim decides, well, now the old man's gone, I'm going to make all the changes that I've been waiting to make for a long time. And he does all these things, and they all fail. And then when Michael comes back and takes over the job again, Jim tells him what he tried to do, and Michael said, oh, yeah, I tried all that. None of that worked. Like, the things that Morgan may feel a desire to change because he thought Witt did wrong may have been things that Witt thought about or tried and failed.
Yeah.
So there's a reason he's doing them the way he is. And I think inevitably you have to make some of those mistakes. That's just part of the job. You have to learn by trial and error. And I think you're going to see some mistakes from Morgan just because nobody's ever done this job perfectly. Witt doesn't still do the job or still doesn't do the job perfectly. So I'll be curious what those are and how, cataclysmic or catastrophic they are. And ideally they won't be bad. I do think it's a good sign that Witt's defensive coordinators have historically gone on to lead very successful roles as head coaches. For Gary at Utah State and then early at Wisconsin and then everything Kalani has touched.
I would guess that Morgan will not upset the major things that have made Utah successful. Gary Anderson took the same philosophy and made it successful at Utah State. I think Kalani's philosophy can't be the same at BYU, so his has changed a little bit. But I would not expect Morgan Scalley to come in and upset the apple cart. Although I wonder one area where he might be different because, okay, we talked about Witt not being the perfect coach. One of his shortcomings, in my opinion, is he is not a very good networker. People look at why have coaches stayed at Utah forever because he's not looking around to replace him because that's not really his thing. He's not in coaching circles. And if you talk to people in coaching circles, they will tell you that's just not his bag. He's not flying to the National College Conference or whatever at the national championship game and handing out his card and trying to network to find the next coaches. He's comfortable with his own people. Mm-hmm. When he needed a cornerbacks coach, he hired Sharif Shah from a law firm. Morgan himself was brought in as a grad assistant and then safeties and brought all the way up. In the never-ending cavalcade of offensive coordinators, he's made hires there for a lot of hilarious reasons. I mean, Andy Ludwig was his buddy from Idaho State.
Yeah.
Brian Johnson is that. Oh, my favorite, what's his name? Troy Taylor, that he got referred by Freddie, his brother, who said, hey, I just recruited a quarterback this guy was coaching.
Doing some interesting stuff in high school.
And then he went to Eastern Washington or whatever. And then Utah hired him. So I wonder if Morgan will be a better networker. And I bring that up just because will he automatically go internal for the defensive coordinator or is he better known? I will tell you this, Morgan has a better personality for networking than Witt does. No offense to Witt.
No, absolutely.
It's just not his thing. He's not a cocktail party guy. And not that Morgan would be a cocktail guy, but I bet he's somebody who can work a room pretty well. I've been correcting my daughter's grammar lately, so I got to set a good example.
I'm very curious about that as well, because yes, that is, I don't even want to say it's a weakness of Kyle's, but it's a quirk for certain. And if you wanted to say it was a weakness, I mean, look at the failures he had at offensive coordinator until his last two hires, which were very good. And Ludwig was a retread, and then Jason Beck had a great first year. Yeah. I think that's a very fair argument. He was not all that creative in some of those senses, and creativity can be a benefit to you. You can also get too cute.
You know, the only reason Jim Harding is there is because Dave Christensen brought him with him from Wyoming,
who was a unmitigated disaster. Dave Christensen was terrible, but you did get something very good out of it.
But it's not like he found Coach Harding.
Correct.
And Dave Christensen was his buddy from, God, when did they coach together? They had coached together previously, and then Dave got fired from Wyoming, and Witt jumped on it, and he brought Harding along.
Yeah.
You know, it was not his strength. I wonder if Morgan will work the coaching circles a little bit better, and I wonder if he does that right away with the defensive coordinator. My guess would be no. My guess would be he'll elevate Sharif likely, but I mean, you could see other guys who he would elevate internally.
Agreed. And that can be a positive. Again, it could be a negative. We will see. You're not going to know until you get there. And we don't know if Morgan's going to succeed or fail or be able to eclipse Witt. I mean, the truth is it would have been unreasonable to expect Witt to eclipse what Urban Meyer did. And Urban was only there for a couple of years, but was so successful at Utah, it's hard to imagine the next guy would reach even higher highs. And so I don't want to rule it out. We have seen, I didn't think anyone would step in and replace what Jake Retzlaff did at quarterback for BYU, and Bear darn near did it if he didn't do it outright. So these things do happen occasionally. So I think Morgan has a chance. But yeah, I am curious. And Christian Cox brought up, he's got good relationships with guys like Jamal Anderson, whose son just hit the transfer portal, I think, and got relationships with guys, specifically he brought up Eric Weddle, whose son is a huge recruit. Those types of things can matter. Do we see those players step in and have more roles?
I'm trying to fight my better instincts. DJ has accused me of just bringing up the most negative story about anybody every time they're mentioned. And Jamal Anderson has one of my favorites, but I'm not going to bring it up.
Okay.
The Dirty Bird, legend.
Mm-hmm.
Stay tuned. We'll wrap up the show.
To Jamal.
Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. There's another conversation to be had about the 12-team playoff, how BYU was treated by that committee this time around, which is very, very discouraging and disappointing because BYU did not get the respect that they deserved. They were underranked the entire process, which put them behind the eight ball unfairly. When you take their resume and you match it up with Miami and Notre Dame and even Alabama, you can make a case for BYU needing to be ahead of those teams. They said BYU wasn't in before going into this week. Well, why not? You should have punished them after the Big 12 championship game. And why did BYU get punished for playing the Big 12 championship game and Alabama didn't? Alabama's sitting right now with 3 losses. One of those losses was double-digit loss to a 5-7 team, and they replayed the team that they beat that everyone's hanging their hat on with that game and that win over Georgia, and they got absolutely boat raced on the same Saturday that BYU did. Why are they getting excused? They didn't even move.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Do you feel behind in your retirement planning? Call Teton Wealth Group now, 435-255-6331, and our team will create for you your own complimentary Ascent plan that will show you how you can have a retirement full of purpose, prosperity, and joy. Just call Teton Wealth Group, 435-255-6331. If you're anxious about your finances in retirement, call Teton Wealth Group at 435-255-6331 for your own Ascent plan. That's 435-255-6331.
In a sport where we're measured down to the 100th of a second, every last advantage that we can get is a welcome advantage.
Tonight on KSL, they are lighter, more aerodynamic, but most importantly, they're faster than ever before.
This isn't quite hypersonic, but
Close, right?
Advanced technology that could make its way to the 2034 games, and it's happening right here in Utah. We take you inside the lab that's revolutionizing winter sports tech to create sleds with an edge. Tonight at 10 on KSL.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
I had one of those nights on a situation where I'm not allowed to have one of those nights. I feel like if I play better, we win that game. I don't want to put that on anything else. Put this one on me. We competed, we fought, but I played poorly on both ends of the floor, and that's what happens.
To be fair, though, this is a team game. Yeah. That's a lot to put on yourself.
I understand, but if I just am half of myself tonight, we win. So that's on me, and I know my teammates won't say that, but I will, and yeah.
Oh, I've heard that quote so many times in so many different ways. Donovan Mitchell, after the Cavs go scoreless in overtime and lose to the lowly Hornets, 119-111.
That was not a call-in. That was actually a clip from
Donovan Mitchell.
Didn't call in and offer that. It is almost like this weird reverse martyrdom that he likes to do, right? Like, he makes himself look like the martyr by taking the blame himself. And he was awful last night. They lost to Charlotte. They didn't score in overtime. Charlotte, that was their 8th win of the season. Cleveland is 3 games above 500. Remember, this is a team that won in the mid-60s last year. Like, they have seen a dramatic step backwards. And Donovan had 17 points on 6 of 24 shooting, including 1 of 11 from 3. Like, he was terrible last night.
It's such a condescending, arrogant take wrapped up as accountability.
Yes.
It's
you're right.
like, have you seen the rest of the clowns on this freaking team? I gotta show up, or it's such a funny thing. But you know what? How many times do you get to say that in the post game until everybody goes, you know what? You're not good enough.
Yeah, right. Correct.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't know who this woman is who was like, well, Don, don't be hard on yourself. It's just a very weird response.
I mean, honestly, how many times do you have to lose games for your team until you realize maybe you're not the team's best
is a
player?
problem.
Maybe we used to hear it so many times with the Jazz, and I believe it was always a veiled shot at Rudy because he would not let anybody even consider that he was not the team's best player. And by the way, it's that attitude which got the Jazz beat and gets Cleveland beat because he's not good enough to play to have that opinion. He's not good enough to have that opinion.
Yes.
So you can't just speak it into existence and have it be a fact.
Right. Here's the problem. If you say it over and over, and you're not good enough to consistently get to the point where you are winning these games over and over, especially, look, who cares game 24 in the regular season, but it is. Why not game 5 at home against the Clippers? Why not some of these games where you have a chance to move on to the next series or whatever it is to keep your team alive? That's where he really doesn't do it. But if you're there over and over and over, why do you pretend to hold yourself to a standard that you have never shown
that
you can
can't
reach?
meet? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Watching Donovan for years crash into triple teams every fourth quarter and come up short, and then have him come into the postgame and go, well, that was on me as the team's best player. I've got to play better. It's like, it's that attitude that's killing you. You think you have to crash into the triple team to win it for your team. Well, guess what? Somebody else plays.
Yeah.
Bogdanovich is open in the corner.
Yeah. Darius Garland was great last night. 26 points, 8 of 19 shooting, 9 assists. Yeah, that guy probably needs to play a bigger role, whatever it is.
But I mean, I didn't watch overtime, but I got to imagine a lot of overtime was Donovan going, hey, guys, it's Don time. Let's go get this done.
Well, failing to score in overtime is not something I've ever seen before. It's only happened a couple of times.
Donovan took 24 shots. You know, if you really are the problem, why don't you let somebody else take 10 of those?
Yeah, know when you are the problem. Absolutely right. No, and, Donovan's a hell of a player. He's a really, really
he's not
great
that good.
player, but he's not quite to that level.
He's not that good.
And then he puts himself on that level by saying, I should get to that level.
Yes.
And he hasn't been able to consistently hit it in games like this.
It's Ben Simmons talking himself into Defensive Player of the Year, or even Rookie of the Year for that matter. Yeah. Speaking of Donovan, who should have won that award.
Yeah. If someone's going to say, I need to be more accountable, and then they're not accountable, it's okay.
No,
well, then you're either not going to do it or people are going to stop counting on you.
Quinn Snyder never hated it when somebody called him a genius. Because
Yeah.
that was out there, and people are like, oh, well, this guy's a genius. It's great. Donovan coming in and saying, I'm the team's best player. This is my chance to succeed or fail. He's talking that into existence.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he's the best player on the Cavs, maybe, but he certainly ain't the only one.
Yeah.
DeAndre Hunter's pretty good.
They were without Evan Mobley. He's hurt right now. But no, Darius Garland's an all-star. Yeah, they've got other good players. And you should beat
DeAndre
Charlotte
Hunter
anyways.
only took 7 shots.
Yeah, you should beat Charlotte anyways. And he was 1 of 7. He was bad. But yeah, no,
No, but my point is, there are other players on the team.
Absolutely. No question about it.
And they were carrying Donovan Mitchell to get to overtime in the first place.
Yeah.
All right. Join Hanson Scotty G coming up tomorrow from noon to 3 at My Hearing Center. It's 8941 South, 700 East. Speaking of Hanson Scotty G, they're coming up next. Curious to see if Hans has a tanned hue.
Yeah. Been in Hawaii for the week.
But a tan is very important to Hans.
Yeah? Likes to look good.
Something about it. Yeah.
Okay.
He used to hit the tanning bed or the spray on thing before going on vacation.
Turn in on the YouTube. Tune in.
Are you spraying, guy?
Big time. But only shirt and down. You don't see it unless I have my clothes off.
So you're orange from the neck down?
And pasty from the shoulders up.
Stay tuned. Hans and Scotty G are
Thanks,
coming up
Christian.
next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year, The Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSLSportsZone.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather.
When the cold weather hits, you shouldn't let it hit you.
Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Right now is the perfect time to upgrade to high-efficiency, beautifully built windows to keep your home cozy all winter long. And for a limited time, when you replace 10 windows or more, you're going to get a massive $2,500 off. Plus, yes, it does get better. Advanced Windows is offering great financing options to make your upgrade easier than ever. Low payments, flexible plans, no stress, and every window comes backed by our lifetime warranty, so you can enjoy comfort, savings, and peace of mind for years to come. Don't wait for the cold to creep in. Replace it right now and save big.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready?
Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, looky here. The gang's all back together again. Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, Lloyd Cole. Hope you're all having a tremendous day. Let's do this. How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you.
Hey, how are you, Scotty?
Your nice little shade of tan there. Attaboy.
Red. There's no tan. It's just solid, like, purplish red.
You got to get that base tan or that base burn.
Man, so like no news, nothing happens. I leave and nothing goes down.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Wow.
You know, if you want something crazy to happen in this sports world, you need Hans and I to take a day off.
Yeah.
Or a couple days off. Then all hell breaks loose.
Yeah. Hey, we could take a month off and have an NHL team come to town too.
Yeah. I'm down for that.
Sometimes you miss things. Yeah, sometimes you miss things, you know.
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah.
Hey, Scotty, I brought you Hawaiian gifts.
Oh, nice.
First thing, I brought you Hawaiian fruit punch.
Oh, no, you didn't.
There's some Hawaiian fruit punch.
Oh. All right, folks. Yeah.
Yes. And then I brought you Hawaiian silver ice.
No, you take that one.
Nope, that's yours. And then I brought you a Hawaiian Quest cookie.
Yeah. This day just keeps getting better and better.
And then one of the Hawaiian traditional favorites, a Hawaiian chocolate cake tart.
Pop-tart. Yeah.
With Hawaiian sprinkles.
Oh, this is the best day ever.
It's so funny. Scotty started this tradition. Is when one of us leaves and comes back, it's like, oh, here's some gifts to remind you that you like me.
Well, it's like, but here's the thing. You were still like, we tried, you tried to pull away, but we kept pulling you back in.
Well,
and then Monday and Tuesday and then Friday, we had to get you back on the air.
The tough one was whenever Kyle retired. Literally, I'm having dinner with these two 79-year-old people that I call them aunt and uncle out on the island.
Okay.
And they're great. And we're right in the middle. Just ordered all this Chinese food.
Sounds like it was incredible, too.
Incredible food. We did broccoli beef and all, all the traditional stuff, crab rangoon. And they had just put all the food on the table, and I'm getting texts. I'm like, oh no! So I'm like, I'm so sorry. So I stepped outside of the little Chinese area and went back to the back, and they had all these cats in cages back there. But I was like, okay. Anyways, I'm like, how's everything going? All right, got to do this.
All of a sudden, there were like two tabbies that were there when you started the interview, and then they were gone.
Two bobtails.
But that General Tso chicken was coming out.
You know how Hawaii do.
Yeah. Hey, no.
Bro, Hawaii is doing okay. We had 6 of the most beautiful, 84 degrees, bright, hot sun. And I heard that it was like 84 degrees here.
It was really warm. It was nice, but it still is cold. Like to me, it's still when you get below 40, it's cold. And when I was seeing your pictures of you and Amanda in various levels of undress out on the beach, and I was just like,
can you not say it now? I didn't post anything inappropriate.
No, you didn't. But I was
totally inappropriate.
But I was like, oh man, I'm gonna. And I said this to Lloyd before you even sent out the tweet about I may never come back. I'm like, we're gonna lose our guy.
Yeah, bro.
We're gonna lose him. We're gonna lose him. Like
It's
seriously,
tough.
whether it's Hawaii or Florida, it's the clock's ticking. I'm afraid.
Well, I broke my wife yesterday because we showed up at Pearl Harbor at about 9 a.m. And we were ushered out by security as the doors were being shut behind us. And Amanda's like, why do we have to stay every time it's that close? Because I love history.
You don't have to go home, but you got to get the heck out of here.
Dude, it is, Pearl Harbor is the absolute pinnacle of all things history in our country.
I've been to Hawaii a few times for games and things like that, and I've not been able to get to Pearl Harbor, and it bums me out.
Bro, we went on the USS Missouri. I stayed on the USS Missouri for almost 5 hours.
Wow.
I was there, and then we went to the kind of revamped aviation museum, which they have put millions of dollars into. And, that hangar, I think it's hangar 38, all the bolt holes are still left in the glass. So the whole hangar is left. The doors are, and so you've got bolt holes that went through the tin and through the glass. Yeah, I could just sit there and look at that and be like, geez, the thought of it. And then the tour guide was a bit of a downer because he's like, all right, so you see all those bigger holes? Well, those are friendly fire. Those are all American 50 cals. We got a little bit crazy as we were throwing turrets around.
There were a lot of chaos. There's a lot of chaos going on that day.
And when they were throwing those turrets around, they were just mowing whatever was in front of. They were just trying to hit planes, and they hit a lot of our own things.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's too bad.
I didn't either, and I was like, geez, those Zeros really had some. They packed some punch, but it was crazy because the Zeros didn't have a 50 cal on them.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, those aren't Zeros. Those were American guns.
So he didn't lead with that information. You had to kind of squeeze that part out. Yeah.
What was funny is I taught our tour guide a couple of things.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I taught our tour guide a couple of things because I never got to go to the USS Missouri, and that's where the Japanese surrender took place.
Mm-hmm.
So they brought their dignitaries on board, and we had our dignitaries, and we had a massive line of military. And I said to the tour guide, because there's a massive picture of it up on the wall of the Missouri, and I said, isn't that pretty incredible that nobody under 6 foot could be on deck in that moment? He's like, what? I was like, yeah, that was one of the requests of the military leaders, because they wanted every military person standing inside of that surrender to be taller than every Japanese dignitary on board, so that they could all look down at him.
Ooh, that's quite the flex.
There were so many flexes. I'm just telling you, because they were worried, because remember, we took our fleet, we went to Japan for the surrender.
Yeah.
And there was a worry, because we had quite a chunk of our fleet over there. There was a worry that there was going to be another attack, that they were just tricking us with this surrender. And so we went full force, and we had every able body that was there, and we had airplanes come and dive bomb and do a flyover while they were doing this. And we had just a show of power with all of our ships, and we're like, hey, Japan, be cool.
Yeah.
Sign that.
Yeah.
And we'll let you live.
Yeah. We'll all move on from this.
Try any tricks, and we're burning it all down.
Yeah.
It's just awesome. And we had some military leaders at that point that they weren't about they weren't about.
No, you may have gotten us. You may have gotten us once. It ain't happening again. And
they weren't about political correctness and hey, let's take the high road. We're going to put you under our thumb, and we're going to hold you down, because what you did is nasty.
Well, and the other element, too, is you look at how our prisoners of war were treated in Germany and opposed to how they were treated in Japan. It was night and day. Like, they were treated horrifically.
Yeah.
And that's where I know there's a lot of, older generation that's probably the majority has died out. But those World War II veterans, if anybody ever brought up anything about Japan, boy, they would lose it because those raw emotions, because of what they saw via Japan, was just raw and difficult. And the fact is, like, Japan knew the war was over. Like, they knew they had no chance of winning, but they were not going to go away quietly.
No.
And that's, they
were vested.
Yeah.
But when Halsey was signing his part, they had 2 survivors from the Japanese camps that were 2 military leaders for the United States that were rail thin. Like, they were both 100 pounds, and they were standing right behind Halsey as Halsey was signing his thing. As the Japanese people were looking, I'm like, we didn't treat you so good, did we? Like, and there were a couple leaders standing there with the Japanese dignitaries that were totally against the surrender. They wanted to just go down and die.
Yeah.
They wanted everybody to die.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not going to sign the surrender. We're going to die.
Yeah.
And calmer, more patient and brilliant minds prevailed. And you get that thing signed. But it was pretty cool because, December 7th was it the 83rd? I think it was the 83rd anniversary. And so Amanda and I walked into the Aviation Museum, and there's this older gentleman who's sitting in a chair with all of these pictures all around him, and he was a World War II vet, 103.
Wow.
103 years old. He signed up when he was 18. He signed up 1 month after the harbor attack. He was 18, and he signed up because it ticked him off. He was so mad that the Japanese would attack us like that.
You talked to him a little bit?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. He's still decently there, but he told us the story of why he signed. And it was awesome because it was just an empty day. And Amanda and I just sat there and talked to him, but I got pictures with him. I'll have to show you.
Oh, that's awesome.
But I'll tell you, I think, and I've been to a lot of different museums. I've been a lot of places. And I've been to Pearl Harbor once. I did the Arizona tour and whatnot of the monument there. I think that the USS Missouri is probably the coolest thing I've ever been in or a part of.
There were 2 places, and I told you when I was back in Charleston, and that Fort Sumter that I went to, and then when I went to the Arlington National Cemetery.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 places where
you can feel the ghost.
You can feel it.
Yeah,
you can feel the ghost. Did you feel that there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got to imagine, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And they do a good job with it. They pump in a lot of noises that they do a really good job. Like, there's noises in the mess hall, and the Missouri wasn't a part of the Pearl Harbor attack. Missouri was commissioned, and it was put to sell like in 43. The attack was 41. It was like 43. But the Missouri was the ship that they took to Japan to force the surrender. I don't know how much you know about the West Virginia. The West Virginia was sunk, and the Japanese knew they sunk the West Virginia. The Americans patched it. They brought it up. They sold it to Japan, and all the military leaders were like, because they knew the boats by image.
Yeah.
Every one of them knew them by image. They would do flashcards so that they knew what boats they're attacking, exactly what they look like. And there's the West Virginia, and they're like, we sunk that.
Yeah.
They're like, no, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
No, we saw that go down. No, you didn't.
Yeah, no.
It's right there.
Your mind must be playing tricks on you.
Again, just the power moves.
Yeah.
Man, I love our country.
Yeah. All right, let's get to it. Hans and Scotty, we're all back. We're all ready to go. Let's get it, folks. Starting lineup right now.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go.
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, Hans, the news broke near the end of the show on Friday, about 2 o'clock. In fact, Frank Dolce was on with us right when it went out that, indeed, Kyle Whittingham was going to shut it down and step away for the head coach of the University of Utah. Now, there's a little bit of a verbiage thing here that a lot of people naturally said Kyle Whittingham is retiring. But if you look at the press release, you look everywhere, there's no mention of the word retire. It is stepping down. And, read into that what you will, but it's a weird world we're going to live in now, Hans, where Kyle Whittingham is no longer the coach of the University of Utah.
Yeah, the stepping down definitely makes you all stop and think, doesn't it?
It does.
Stepping down. After 21 years, stepping down.
Yeah.
A man that built a program, a man that ushered in 2 different conferences, a man that built multiple NFL players and built coaches, and a man that is Utah doesn't step down. So I don't like the wording. I wish it would have been Kyle Whittingham retires as a Utah Ute, and a parade has been commissioned through this route.
Yeah.
And there will be X amount of former players present as the field is named after Kyle Whittingham, and
a statue chiseled out front.
Yeah, I mean, something that attaches Kyle to the stadium. I'm really confused and really conflicted on this, because I'm very insistent that something very grand be done for Kyle Whittingham. But I'm looking at it, I'm like, wait a second, there's so much rumor out there that if Michigan offered the job, he'd take it. There's a lot of rumor out there that he would potentially be interested in the Michigan job. And then it's like, wait a second. So then that puts everything Utah on hold, because Utah's not going to celebrate retirement and coaching achievement until it's all done and moved on. Obviously, Coach Ron McBride, who is Coach Ronnie Mack, is he joining us today? So Coach Ronnie Mack will join us at 1:05. We're going to talk a little bit about Kyle Whittingham. But, Coach Mack was effectively let go, went to Weber State, finished out a career, and I don't think he ever got the accolades that he deserved from the University of Utah.
Nope.
And, there's a part of me that's always felt like Coach Mack is looking across the point of the mountain at LaVell Edwards Stadium and is like, LaVell was great. I mean, LaVell is the top dog.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's legendary. I did a lot here.
Yeah, Utah is not Utah without Ron McBride.
It's not, and I guess I haven't toured campus enough. I toured campus a little bit when they were recruiting Rock, and I've gotten up there a little bit. I don't see Ronnie Mack up there enough.
No.
Like, it needs to be on a building. Maybe it is on a building that I don't know about. Coach Lloyd, do you know of any buildings?
So.
Or
no, I don't think so.
I see.
Like even a coach's meeting room or the head coaching office, the Ron McBride office. I don't know, something. You can find something out there.
So I don't know.
But I don't think there is anything. And if you're Kyle Whittingham, this isn't a Friday news dump. This was a Friday news dump on Kyle Whittingham. And then a Saturday news dump that Morgan Scally was the head coach.
Yeah.
So if this was a true, I'm walking away, I'm shutting it down, I'm going to go see grandkids and play golf and maybe raise a little bit of money for you on the side, you have this massive press conference. And at that press conference, you also introduce Morgan Scally as the new head coach of the University of Utah. You do it at a Monday, 10 a.m., so everybody can be there. And all the media can there to snap pictures. And Morgan holding up a jersey and Kyle Whittingham right next to him and Mark Harlan right next to him. And everybody's got big smiles and everybody's fired up about the future of Utah football. This was done on a Friday afternoon going into a weekend where the next day you send out an Instagram post saying, oh, and Morgan Scally's next head coach. That does a disservice to Morgan, and it does a disservice to Kyle. Like, frankly, I don't like any of it.
Yeah, it should have been a collective presser. And, I feel like they should have been passing the torch and kind of embracing each other like, hey, it's your time. And to have those two separate. And I know there's going to be a lot of people that are like, oh, you're reading way too much into this. Scotty and I have been around doing these things a long time.
Yeah.
And this isn't how it goes.
No.
I'm hoping that there's not bad feelings. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
I'm hoping Kyle Whittingham doesn't have bad feelings, or Morgan doesn't have bad feelings, or Mark Harlan doesn't have bad feelings. I'm hoping everybody's shaking hands and saying, hey, from Coach Whittingham's perspective, hey, Mark, I'm ready to give this thing to Morgan. I'm not ready to stop coaching. I'm going to just go see what else is out there for me. So with that in mind, as I'm walking away, maybe it's better we do a separate and I go do my thing, and then I can come back and we'll celebrate the whole 21 years when I'm done. And maybe I don't get the call, and maybe this is it for me. And then we'll celebrate that down the line here. But I'm just not ready. And Morgan saying, hey, instead of me taking any of the thunder away from Kyle, I'm just hoping it was.
Yeah. No, and everything you're saying is plausible for sure.
I'm hoping that that's what it is.
Yes.
It's just, this isn't how I saw it going. And I know they don't have to follow the Hans Olsen rule of celebration and retirement or stepping down. I know, I'm not the standard of it.
Yeah.
But it feels lacking.
Well, and the thing also is that it does nothing to extinguish the rumor mill out there that Kyle Whittingham was essentially told, hey, we're not going to fire you, but if you wanted to step down, we wouldn't be opposed to it. Like, I'm not saying Kyle Whittingham was pushed out. I'm not even insinuating that. But it doesn't, nothing that happened on Friday or Saturday does anything to diminish some of the smoke out there that this didn't go as cleanly as people would have hoped.
Yeah, and, you had the merger with the private equity group.
Yes.
That also throws a mist, a bit of a cloud around it. Makes it a bit more of a mystery because that was all lumped together in 1 week. You had the private equity, you had the Kyle Whittingham stepping down, you had the Morgan Scally announcement, and it's just like those three announcements should be months apart.
Yes.
And should have their own completeness. And we didn't even have an opportunity to really comment that much on private equity and give our opinions, which I know we'll do that throughout the week and probably get into it a little bit today. But I want to put my opinion out there because I've seen a lot of opinions that have been placed on this private equity partnership with the University of Utah. And as I've looked at it, researched it a little bit, and gotten some behind-the-scenes understanding of it, I want to give some of my opinion on it. But those are three announcements that should have been a month apart.
Yeah. And frankly, you held a press conference for the private equity. You didn't hold a press conference for Kyle Whittingham? You didn't hold a press conference for Morgan Scally? And as far as I know, Lloyd, they haven't scheduled anything. Nope. Okay, so don't do one for – Kyle doesn't want one. Okay, do one for Morgan.
Not even any bowl availability as far as, where you chat with the coach about practice, bowl games, nothing.
I mean, you're not doing anything to help yourself out in terms of squashing rumors out there.
Yeah.
And that's what you need to be using your PR, your sports information people. That's their job, is to try to squash this stuff. And right now, Utah's doing none of that.
Well, I'll tell you the problem with this, Scotty. If Kyle Whittingham was done wrong, that will never sit right with me.
No.
And I will figure out how he was done wrong, who did him wrong, and I will air it out because that would make me very unhappy. Covering him for 20 of the 21 years that he coached in this market, and him being so good to you and I.
Yeah.
So good. He would spend as much time as I needed with 60 and 60 for the last 15 years as I sat down. I'm like, hey, we're changing the rules on our 60 and 60, Kyle. Okay, good. Are my guys still going to be number 1 through 5? Or, No, it's not a ranking anymore. Like the times that I've had an opportunity to sit and talk with him. And, I think now that he's stepped down, we golfed a lot. Kyle and I golfed a lot. He took a lot of money from me. A lot of Skittles. He got good at golf real fast.
Yeah.
And he and I spent a lot of time just out there swinging sticks and laughing and talking about future and talking about where we're at and what we're doing. And I just, if this is what it is, like, I will find out. And I'm hoping that as this thing all settles, it's like, oh, no, he didn't want the fanfare. He wasn't ready to retire. He knew it was Morgan's time, and he wanted to go out and see what else there was. Okay, great. Awesome. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Fantastic. We'll talk about him, and then when he's done at Michigan or wherever he's going to be, then we bring him back. We put the parade up. We put his name on the field. 21 years. Ron McBride coached there 13 years.
Yeah.
And he's legend. Kyle Whittingham went 21 years and went through 2 P4 conferences and found different levels of fundraising and money and success and had an undefeated season. Like, he has to be commemorated. His name has to be on the wall, has to be on the field, has to. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to, but from my point of view,
it has to.
It has to.
It has to. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. If you're behind the 8 ball because you lost a few dollars playing golf, well, guess what? Teton Wealth and our guy Ethan's here to help you out, get you through those hard times.
How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
We're doing good.
You guys, it is not as cold in here as I thought it would be. I was watching you guys on the stream. You're both wearing sweatshirts. You've got a hat on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, gosh, it must be freezing in there because I've been in here when it was freezing.
Lloyd likes to keep it in the mid-60s.
It's actually not bad in here.
Lloyd says a cold Scotty is an awake Scotty. That's what Lloyd says. He says if we can keep him cold, keep him away. How are you doing, man? How's the holidays treating you and Teton?
So far, so good. We're just coming up on the end of the year, and you know what that means. It's a season of reflection.
Yep.
And and then pretty soon that reflection is going to give way to what are we doing next year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a fun time, and honestly, it's an awkward time for everybody financially because the holidays are a capital investment, right? Inflation increased the amount of money we had to spend on Thanksgiving. It's increasing the amount of money we're having to spend in Christmas. And so it's really common for people to not want to talk about finances. You just close your eyes and pay.
Yeah.
But honestly, this is the best time to sit down and say, okay, am I going to do something different in 2026? Right? Because that's how you solve problems in life. You just sit down with clear eyes and you say, hey, you know what? What can I do different moving forward? And then you just start over. And sometimes to have real clear eyes, you need a partner. You need someone to help you look through that and kind of get past some of the self-deception that we all have. And that's the role that Teton Wealth Group can play for you. So listen, if you haven't had a chance to do an Ascent plan yet with Teton Wealth Group, by the way, there's no cost and no obligation to Zone listeners today. Call right now, 435-255-6331. That's 435-255-6331, because you've got to find a way to afford Thanksgiving and Christmas this year and next year and the year after and still be able to retire on time and have the life that you want. So let's do that. Let's sit down and work through that. So 435-255-6331. I'd like to do 10 of these, give away 10 of these as our kind of our Christmas gift to the Zone listeners. Let's sit down. We'll spend the next couple of weeks working through those 10 so that when you start 2026, you know things are going to be different and they're going to be better. It's going to be amazing.
Is there a better way to start a new year?
Nope.
I know people are like, well, I've got to get in shape. I've got to start eating better. Wait a second. How about finances?
Yeah.
Let's get your finances going. This is free.
Well, and not only that, but when you go to the gym, so if you want to turn your life around and eat better, go to the gym, you have to do those things.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the finances, we do those things.
Yeah.
Those tasks fall to us.
Yeah.
We just have to get together, get on the same page, and then you don't have to be the one going to the gym at 5 o'clock every morning financially. That's us.
You guys are taking care of
I
that.
love that.
That's us. And so 435-255-6331. We can't wait to do this for you.
435-255-6331 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham.
It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way.
Incredible!
Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on The Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
In a sport where we're measured down to the 100th of a second, every last advantage that we can get is a welcome advantage.
Tonight on KSL, they are lighter, more aerodynamic, but most importantly, they're faster than ever before.
This isn't quite hypersonic, but close, right?
Advanced technology that could make its way to the 2034 games, and it's happening right here in Utah. We take you inside the lab that's revolutionizing winter sports tech to create sleds with an edge. Tonight at 10 on KSL.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right, yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous Monday. We are just, about 10 days away from Christmas, too. Hope you got all that shopping done.
Hey, your Broncos treated you to a real show.
Me and the youngest went to the Broncos game last night.
How was the road trip?
We had a great time. Look, me and that kid, we butt heads a lot because we're pretty much the same person. And but you get us out on the open road with some snacks and some music,
then everything's just fine.
We're having a good time. Going watching the Broncos play. He was picking fights with Packer fans. There was a lot of green there. Those Packer fans travel.
Were Packers fans as gracious as the Raiders fans?
They were pretty good. We had a guy in front of us that was a Packer fan. And of course, my 14-year-old can't keep his mouth shut. And so he was egging this guy on, and this guy was getting back at him a little bit. And then And then when
I'm assuming that was when it was 23-14.
oh yeah, that guy was running his mouth, and Brody was like, "Oh crap!" And I'm like, "If Denver loses," I was cheering so much for Denver, not because I'm a Broncos fan, but because I did not want my 14-year-old to melt down and do something really
tough
dumb.
ride home.
Yeah, be a tough ride home. So when it was
so Green Bay's in enemy territory, and they're on Bronco turf, and they're yelling at Brody.
yeah, oh yeah.
Come on, man.
And
know your place.
And so all of a sudden, this guy's yelling, "Go Pack, go!" And then Brody starts screaming at them, "Go back home! Go back home!" And I'm like, "Brody, can we not get into a fight here?" He's like, "You could take him." I'm like, "No, I couldn't."
2 years ago, son.
Maybe
we could have rumbled.
No, nobody's bulldogging this guy into a wall anymore. Like those days are done. And so, but yeah, it went well. We had a great time, and what a great stadium, great atmosphere. And this Denver's playing some football, man.
Did you get to say hi to Jordan Love?
I did not. I did. I reached out to him a little bit earlier in the week, and we exchanged some text messages and just said, "Hey, I'm going to be there. Good luck."
Probably best that you didn't go say hi to him in your Broncos gear.
Yeah.
Did you call all his games?
Yep, every single one of his college games. Yep.
That was so. Probably his first year would have been maybe your first year.
It was my first year. He started. So he was a redshirt freshman on that team, and halfway through the year, Matt Wells made the change and gave him the full-time starting job. Remember, it was against UNLV in Las Vegas, and he ends up throwing for a couple touchdowns in that game, and it was off to the races after that.
Who would have thought Bo Nix would outperform Jordan Love?
But Jordan was dealing in the first half.
Jordan was,
oh my goodness,
lights out, but then started dealing to the wrong team.
And then you know what? And then Lloyd sends out tweeting about how Josh Jacobs is the Bronco buster, and then after that, the game just switched.
The Bronco crusher.
Guy had one good run, and then Lloyd's like, it's over.
He did. He had a nice run. But Bo Nix. Who thought that the guy would be throwing 300 yards and 4 touchdowns against a very good Green Bay team? That was a big game.
That was a huge game. Green Bay needed it to keep pace in their division with the Bears. Who would have thought the Bears would now be cruising along, playing as well as they are, and Denver needed it to keep pace because New England lost to Buffalo, so Denver wanted sole possession of first place to get that first round bye. So that stadium was absolutely electric, and it was really fun to be a part of. And if I'm usually not like, I want to be home. I want to be able to watch the game and hit replay on certain plays and go back and forth. So I'm not usually a guy that likes to go to a lot of games, but there's some times where it's a blast. It's so much fun. We had a great time.
Well, you and I are true fans. You got out and saw your Broncos. I got out and saw my Bengals.
Yeah. And Lloyd, how many Raiders games do you? Oh, wait.
I told Xavier that you were at that game. He's like, "Oh man, I want to go to a game." I was like, "Dude, we can't go to a Raiders game this year. Do you want to go watch them lose?" No, we're not doing that.
Papa's not spending money.
No, I'm not spending money to go watch them lose.
To watch that trade.
No.
To watch Max Crosby chew out his teammates. Oh man, Max is done.
Yeah,
Did you see him lighting his
He's been lighting him up for a minute.
You might have to trade him.
Yeah, he's getting too ornery. Look, Max, we know we're losing. We suck. Yeah. We just don't need you to remind us.
Yes. The last thing we need you to do is run your mouth about how much we suck. How about, by the way, Joe Burrow making some rather interesting tweets last week, or posts, or whatever he did, Instagram, about how, he needs to find the love of the game. And then yesterday, just absolutely, his body language was horrible in that game. And I'm like, I think he's trying to get traded out of Cincinnati.
Did he get blanked?
Yeah, they got blanked. And he couldn't have played worse.
I saw the Kyle Van Noy pick and dump.
Kyle's like, bro, I'm in my late 30s. I'm not running all the way down here. You take it.
Bro, that was brilliant.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like a dangerous pitch. He ran to the guy and held it and pushed it into the mesh point. It was like, what is going on here?
It was an RPO.
Yeah. It was he's like,
it's a read option.
It was a full read option, but it was put in the mesh.
Oh man, I was dying though, because I guarantee you, if we got Kyle on tomorrow, he'd be like, I don't want to run all that way down the field. Like I've had touchdowns in my past. I don't need another one. I don't want to run all that way, so I'm going to hand it off to my guy and let him do the damage.
And I'm going to act like I'm picking up a block.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he peeled off the handoff and kind of bowed back like, I got you. Slow it down.
Pretty sure the camera panned back to Van Noy, and he was like this. He was like checking his
He's over on the sideline with the oxygen tank.
Heartbeat. Oh.
Did you or did you not see a Jonah Ellis sack?
Yeah. Oh, Jonah played out of his mind yesterday.
Yeah, I thought Ellis had a sack.
And he's been banged up a little bit. He's been in and out of the lineup with injury, but boy, he had a twist and a bull rush off of a twist. It was just like, oh, geez. He was a bad mamma jamba yesterday.
So is Denver for real?
I think they might be. After that game yesterday.
So they could make a postseason push.
I think they could.
Could Bo Nix be the next Joe Burrow? Because remember, Joe made the run to the Super Bowl. Was it his second year, maybe?
I want to say second year, yeah.
Second year, I think.
I think it is certainly with the defense that he has and the weapons that he has and that offensive line, Garrett Bowles and that offensive line doing a tremendous job. I don't see why they couldn't. Now, I'm not expecting them to, but you look at the AFC, you're going to have one really established quarterback playing in the playoffs this year for the AFC, and that's going to be a kid from Buffalo, Josh Allen. Other than that, I mean, look, Mahomes isn't going to be there. I guess, the guy from Baltimore, they might sneak in, but he doesn't look anywhere near like his old self. Mm-hmm. And so you got Drake May, you got Herbert, you got a bunch of guys that have kind of been floating around but really haven't cemented themselves on the scene. So that AFC playoffs may be there for the taking.
Hey, how are you liking R.G. Harvey?
Good. He had a bad fumble on the first drive, but and
how's he been through the season?
Pretty good. Fans aren't real thrilled with him in Denver. I was really surprised when he put that ball on the turf. People were like, get him out.
Really?
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, R.J. Harvey, former UCF, former Big 12 running back.
Yeah.
Got to call a couple of his games.
I like him though. I've got no beef with him. I think he's solid. He had a touchdown late in the game.
Has he been their primary?
Yeah. It's when J.K. Dobbins went out with the injury. He's been their main guy. But there's a lot of Utah representation on that Broncos team, and it was really good seeing Ellis get that sack. And he's going to be in the league for a long time. That dude's going to make a Pro Bowl or two.
I know that they moved a Utah wide receiver out. I thought they brought a Utah wide receiver in. Was it a Utah tight end, a Utah wide receiver?
It was Tim Patrick that got moved out.
Yeah, Tim Patrick got moved out for, Devon Vele. And then Devon, they traded Devon in the preseason.
Moved him. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Devon's not there anymore.
Yeah, no. And I wish he was because I'm a big Devon Vele fan. But
how'd Bowles play? Did you watch him?
Yeah, he got his first holding call of the season, I think. Actually, no. I want to say, it's not his first, but he dragged Micah Parsons down on a play and got hit with a hold. But how about yesterday, though? You got arguably the best defensive player in the league in Micah Parsons, and offensively you got Patrick Mahomes, both with torn ACLs.
Yeah.
And I thought Mahomes, when we were in the crowd and we heard that Mahomes got hurt, everybody's like, that's just his way of shutting it down. He's not that hurt. And then all of a sudden, nope, it's an ACL. He's done. And I don't know if
bad deal.
Especially when it happens in December, is he going to be back in time for September 1?
No. And I think we've got that. I'd say the other than the bad, or I put it in the ugly, but I don't think he'll be back for the first 5 weeks, maybe 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Now, they could push him back if they feel like they've got a team, but Patrick Mahomes healthy didn't make the postseason.
No. They were not going to make the postseason this year. They were going to lose that game yesterday, regardless of whether Mahomes was healthy.
So they may need to just be really patient.
Rebuild that thing.
And try to rebuild it.
Kelsey
Mahomes got a lot in the tank. I mean, he's got a lot of years left.
But Kelsey's done. You got to get him off the books because he's using up a big cap number. Mahomes but he deserves it. So he's going to be a big cap hit. But you got to rebuild that offensive line. That offensive line is not good. You got to get better weapons around him. And defense is okay, but not great. Like they need to, I don't want to say they need to strip it down, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done for Kansas City to get back up and going.
What did I see, 14 straight years?
Since 2014. So they've been in the playoffs every year since 2014.
Okay.
That's
11 years.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you could put this 10-year run, as much as I hate saying it because our Chiefs dork down the hallway lose his mind about it. But, sorry. But honestly, that 10-year run that Kansas City had is as good as any 10-year run we've seen from the old school 49ers, the old school Cowboys, New England. Like, that was a dominant 10-year run.
That's a really good run, man.
5 Super Bowls? They won 3 out of the 5.
Yeah.
I mean, Mahomes was in an AFC championship game every single year.
What running backs did he do it with? I know he had not Mustard. He had.
He's had a bunch of them.
He had.
Why am I spacing on running backs for Kansas City?
Because I don't. I mean, they're not. They
were pretty interchangeable. Like they always have a guy that put up big
Kareem
numbers.
Hunt was
there we go.
That was one. And
who was Pacheco?
Oh, Pacheco. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Pacheco was one. That's really it though, right?
In terms of people that you remember, yeah.
There was a former Utah State guy.
Yeah, not Devin Tompkins. Yeah, and he played there a little bit, and he was part of those Super Bowl teams. He didn't have a huge role on the team, but
I think he won a ring.
He did. Oh yeah, he did.
Thompson?
Absolutely. I'm thinking, was it Thompson? He was on that oh man, I feel bad. He was on that 2018 team that did really well. Anyway, but yeah.
Was it Hunt?
Only played one. No, it wasn't Hunt. He played 1 year at Utah State. Hold on, I'll pull up his name.
And I felt bad too.
He was a JC guy, came to Utah State, played 1 year, and absolutely blew up. It was.
Oh, he was only at Utah State for 1 year.
1 year, yeah.
And that was the year they were stacked with like 3 running backs that were
rushing. Darwin Thompson.
That's it.
Yeah, he had 1,000 yards, 14 touchdowns that year.
Honestly, I don't think Kansas City really comes down to maybe 4 offensive names.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill back in the day before he left.
Yeah.
Kelsey, Mahomes. And then, I mean, that's kind of your big 3. And then some of the guys they've got now, Rashee Rice.
I wonder how much this is going to derail. Because remember, there for a minute, Patrick Mahomes was on a run that was pushing Tom Brady.
Yes.
I think the stat is that there hasn't been a Brady or a Mahomes in the playoffs since 2001. They've had one or the other. I want to say it was 2001.
That's nuts.
Either Brady or Mahomes.
Christian added that, or a Manning since 98. So between the 3 of them.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Jeez. So, but between the 2 of them, it hasn't been. There's been one or the other since 2001. I'm pretty sure.
Crazy. All right, Hans and Scotty, what you may have missed coming up next. And then Ron McBride will join us coming up at 1:05. We'll chat with Coach Mack about the legacy of Kyle Whittingham right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The University of Utah Athletics is entering into what could be a $500 million plus equity partnership with Otro Capital. I don't think this is a good decision for Utah, especially they're having an overly emotional reaction to BYU all of a sudden having the upper hand. This just seems like a really desperate move to be something that you're not.
It may have been a Hail Mary. I mean, if Utah was not going to be able to compete at all, and if there is going to be a line that is drawn of the teams that have money and the teams that don't, and you're going to get left behind.
But compete with who? Texas Tech has one guy and you're trying to keep up with that? BYU has an entire tech industry that's feeding into it. You're trying to keep up with that? Figure out a way to be
what you are.
What you are. Yes, what you are. By the way, ironically enough, which is what Utah has been good at since the early 90s.
Yeah.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sure love what America First Credit Union does for the Hans and Scotty show. They've been such great partners. I've loved getting to know Dave Nellis. We love when Dave comes in the studio, hangs out with us. But America First Credit Union is here for all your financial needs, whether you need to get your money going one direction with an auto loan, or you need a credit card that can help you with your bills for a bit of time. Right now, they've got a credit card, a Visa card that you can open. You spend $3,000 on Christmas, and they're going to give you $300 cash right back on top of that, so 10% back up to $3,000. They've got great membership deals. For instance, you come in, you're not a current member of America First Credit Union. Come in, open an account. They're going to put $100 into that account that you can use. Bring your kid in, open up an account for your child, and they'll put $50 in there for your kids. So they're doing so many fun things just to keep you active and interested. And don't forget, always giving back to the community. America First Credit Union. You can find them at americafirst.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Do you feel behind in your retirement planning? Call Teton Wealth Group now, 435-255-6331, and our team will create for you your own complimentary Ascent plan that will show you how you can have a retirement full of purpose, prosperity, and joy. Just call Teton Wealth Group, 435-255-6331. If you're anxious about your finances in retirement, call Teton Wealth Group at 435-255-6331 for your own Ascent plan. That's 435-255-6331.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
Great gifting starts at the Garden Restaurant. Dine-in or online orders, festive flavors, fresh baked treats, and hot cocoa daily. Open late during the holidays. Visit thegardenslc.com.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, Fernando Mendoza, your winner of the 2025 Heisman Trophy. So I'm not allowed to release my my votes before, but afterwards I can.
Oh, yeah. Where'd you go?
I went Mendoza 1.
I was hoping you went Jacob.
He was number 3.
You gave him number 3?
I gave Pavea
2.
2.
Well, he told you to go beep yourself.
I know, right? He wasn't thrilled. And our good friend Shehan Jayaraja went on Twitter and gave out his votes, and he got just absolutely blasted by Pavea fans because he went Mendoza 1, Pavea 2. And he was screenshotting some of the stuff he was getting sent, and it wasn't pretty. So I was about to type it up. I'm like, yeah, no, maybe I'll just share that for on air.
Jacob
Rodriguez,
just
disappears.
He should have been there.
He definitely should have been in New York. Would you have given him your number if you were voting?
I'd give him number 1.
You would have been number 1, huh?
Yep.
Unabashedly.
I would have made it public. The second it was announced, I'd been like, I put Jacob Rodriguez number 1. He was the biggest game changer, and you don't get an opportunity to vote for a defender.
Yeah.
Like it comes once every 8 years maybe to vote for a defender as the number 1 in your Heisman vote, and have a legitimate cause and case for it. Nobody's forced that many fumbles, that many turnovers, and that much confusion in a game than Jacob.
So I went. My rationale was, what is the team without them? Number 1, what did they accomplish, and number 2, what would they have accomplished without him? And so I put Indiana, Mendoza. You take him off that team. I don't think Indiana is remotely close to where they were. Definitely Diego Pavea. They're a train wreck without him. Mm-hmm. And then Rodriguez, I was like, I think they're still a really good football team without Rodriguez.
Might be but
that's the thing. It's all up to.
We'll get to see with all 3 of these teams, but it's about who do they go out and buy.
Yeah.
But Fernando's back, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Pavea's done, or unless he's going to sue somebody.
Unless he can sue and get another 10th year. Yeah.
And Rodriguez is obviously done, so we'll get to see a couple of those teams without him. But I just wanted to take a second and.
Is he not? Is he done? Oh, yeah. I see him popping up on a lot of draft boards. Yeah.
I just wanted to take a second and give a massive shout out and congratulatory cheer for Spencer Fano.
Yes.
Our state doesn't have a ton of Outland Trophy winners.
Nope.
My uncle is one of them. Mo Eloanibi is one of them.
Yep.
Jason Buck is one of them.
Yep.
And I believe Spencer Fano.
How do you win the Outland Trophy and not be all conference, though?
Yeah.
First team all conference. That doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, that shows you how.
Oh, he got Offensive Lineman of the Year.
Right, but he didn't make all conference, I don't think. First team all conference.
Was he? I thought he was first team.
Yeah, I think
was he?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I saw him left off.
No, I think the bookend tackles, were both first teamers. I'm pretty sure Lomo and Fano were both first team. I'm hoping, Lloyd, if that's the case, I will stomp my feet and shout bad words. But
I'll write a terse email.
It's about as crazy as it get. But I have had the opportunity to watch Spencer Fano grow up. And I know Bingham, his father, really well. And I know Logan extremely well. And the Fano family is as high level and as good as it gets. So when you can mix a great person with a great football player, you get a really special moment. And Spencer Fano is special. And last year when Rock was going through a bunch of the camps, Spencer came and sat down by me, and I'm pointing him out, and he's like, man, I really like what he's doing there. I don't like what he's doing there. I like what he's doing there. And then I brought Rock up, and I'm like, hey, just say a couple things. Just tell him what you think. Spencer gave him an earful. Rock listened, because I've built Spencer Fano up as, the image of what you want to be as a lineman. and he's been so fun to watch grow. And I watched him in high school a lot because Lehigh matched up against, he was Timpview, right?
I believe so.
I think he's Timpview. Lehigh matched up with Spencer Fano's team. I don't even need to call it Timpview.
Yeah, Spencer Fanos.
Lehigh matched up with the Spencer Fanos.
Yes, the Fighting Fanos.
The Fighting. Lehigh matched up with the Fighting Fanos, and I got to watch him in the state championship absolutely dominate on both sides. He played both the offensive tackle and then he'd come over and play defensive tackle. And then when he signed it, going through the recruiting process, and he and Logan both go to Utah, and watching him just grow there. And he's an Outland Trophy winner, man. That's what an honor. First Outland Trophy in Utah football history. That is a really tough award to grab as an offensive lineman.
Yeah. It's incredible.
I mean, it's tough anyway, but as a trench player, it's the number one award for a trench player.
Yeah.
Not just offensive line. It's the trench. To me, it's the creme de la creme. It's the top of all.
It's the Heisman Trophy for the guys who get overshined.
Yeah, outshined.
Outshined. There we
Overshadowed.
go. Overshadowed. I knew I was mixing something there. Yeah. Win in Rome.
They both work.
Win in Rome.
But honestly, Scotty, that is a massive deal. That's a massive deal. Jim Harding now has a Heisman Trophy attached to his coaching resume, along with 8, or is it 9? I think 9 draft picks.
Yeah, and he's going to have 2 in the first round this year.
Yeah, I'll go back. I think Harding's got 9 guys. This will be 10 and 11.
Yeah. But to be able to say, I put tackles I put offensive linemen in the NFL, but I'm going to have 2, my bookends go in the first round this year.
And Jim, if you're listening, I apologize. I'll go back and get the exact number.
By the way, who's the first person, if you're Morgan Scally, you talk to?
Jason Beck.
Yeah. Marky Atawaya just said that he's coming back. He put out something on Twitter. So
good.
he said Morgan didn't waste any time. So he goes, everything's good in the Atawaya house. But I would be Jason Beck, and then I would be Jim Harding. Like
any way you could get them all on a conference call at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably that order. But what I would do is go to Jason and say, how'd you feel about your offensive staff? He could say, I like them all. Okay, bring him back. Or, well, I butted heads with him and him. Okay, well, go figure out who you want in those places and make your adjustments.
Yeah.
But it's your offense.
It's your offense. I'll stay out of it.
And I'll work on the defensive side of things. But, my hope is Jim Harding and Freddie Whittingham are retained and back with Jason Beck.
Yes.
Regardless of how anything was worded or what happened with Kyle Whittingham, people need to understand that the Whittinghams they are very tightly wound as a family, and they're very close, but they're also very business oriented, and they understand business. They know what business is, and they know what the coaching world is. And when you get the leverage, you use the leverage. When you don't have the leverage, then you fight.
Yeah.
You fight like a dog. And anybody that's like, oh, well, certainly if he's stepping down, Freddie in solidarity will step. No, bullcrap. No. Freddie is a Utah man. He loves coaching those tight ends, and he is exceptional.
Really good at it.
And he's got a young one that I think could be legendary in J.J. Buchanan. So don't go nowhere. Just and I say butting heads. I happen to know through the rumor mill that staff all came together really well, meshed extremely well. So hopefully they're all back.
Hans and Scotty, Ethan's hanging out with us from Teton Wealth, and it's that end of year, and we always like to look at our lives in every aspect. I'm doing this right. I need to get better at this. This is what I want to do better in 2026. Well, how do you feel about your financial situation? How do you feel about retirement? Well, there's a well-worn path, Ethan. You guys can get them on it.
Yeah, that's right. And I know how everyone's answering this. When you say, well, how do you feel financially? everyone feels terrible financially.
Yeah.
Even people who are doing great financially often feel terrible about their finances. I think it's just a defense mechanism that we all have. But let's set that aside. Let's shed that, because what happens is in our financial life, we get a lot of emotions that kind of creep in. Not that we're emotional about it, but it's just we let a lot of doubt creep in and take the place of what we really need, which is information and planning. And so it doesn't have to be like that. So if you don't have an ascent plan yet from Teton Wealth Group, this is a Christmas gift for you. Give yourself the gift of looking forward to a great retirement. That's what we do with the Ascent plan. So call right now, 435-255-6331. That's 435-255-6331. We're going to give away 10 Ascent plans here at the end of the year. So give yourself this Christmas gift and say, you know what? I'm doing this for me so that I can get out, put my best foot forward, because I want to retire. I want to start following my team on the road. I want to get out and do those things that I've been putting off. And if that's you, if I'm speaking your language right now and you're feeling like you're a little bit behind, this Ascent plan is for you. 435-255-6331. You're going to love it.
I think I can give a resounding endorsement. I've spent a lot of time with you over the last month.
Yeah.
And it was fun. I came into Teton and sat down with Ethan. I had a couple of different business things going on, and I wanted to really get a solid foundation of where I'm at moving forward. And I sat down with Ethan. Was it Sean?
And Sean, yeah.
Sean came in. Ethan was like, well, we got to bring in a little bit of website help.
Reinforcements, yeah.
And what I loved is the development and the introduction to the Teton website.
Yeah.
Where it's aggregate and it houses everything.
Yeah.
It houses my different mortgages and investment properties, and it houses credit card debt and every account, every bank account, and everything, and 401ks. Everything is logged onto one website. It shows you a whole number.
Yeah.
A net number.
Yep. It's powerful.
It's awesome.
Yeah. It's powerful. And you know what this work is? This work is like turning on the light in a dark room. So if you walk into a dark room and you're feeling that anxiety, oh my gosh, what's in this room? Just turn on the light, and then you know. And guess what? That anxiety goes away once you turn on the light. That's what happens here. You don't have to get $1 million in your account to start managing your anxiety around finances. We just need the information up in front of you. It's turn on the light in the dark room, and then we can get to work. It's so cool. Powerful. So 435-255-6331. Again, that's 435-255-6331. It's a powerful experience. We'll do 10 of them. There's no cost and no obligation. So grab one for you for a great Christmas gift.
There you go. Teton Wealth, 435-255-6331, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year, The Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSLSportsZone.com.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz host the Dallas Mavericks. The game tips off at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow, the Utah Mammoth will be in Boston to play the Bruins. You'll hear that game at 5 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And also tomorrow night, the BYU Cougars host the UOP Tigers. 7 o'clock tip on 102.7 FM. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number one.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Monday. The head, Ron McBride, the coach, will join us coming up here in just a moment. We'll chat with him about the legacy of Kyle Whittingham and what he saw out of this youngster from Idaho State and why he thought, he'd be a good fit on my staff here in Salt Lake City.
Man, what a journey for Kyle.
I know, right? It's crazy.
From
Pocatello.
Was his first gig with Mac?
No, he was at Idaho State.
No, his first gig at Utah.
Oh, yeah. Yep. As the, I think, D-line coach.
That's incredible. Coach Mac gave Kyle a shot, or first shot at with the big boys.
Yeah.
And Jason Beck.
Yeah. Jason Beck brought him in at Weber State. Mm-hmm. Said, we can work with you. Let's go.
Coach Mack sees talent, but here's what makes it different for Coach Mack. It's like when you come into the NFL, it's important who you come into the NFL under and around, because you learn from them how to act, how to behave, how to manage money, how to manage your time. That's the same. Kyle Whittingham comes in and sees how Coach Mack does it. Jason Beck comes in, sees how Coach Mack does it. And does it like Coach Mack.
Yeah. Well, joining us now, Coach Mack indeed. Ron McBride joining us. Coach, how are you?
Hey, Coach.
Hey, what's up? What you guys got going on?
Well,
we miss you.
I know. The Fridays just aren't the same without you, Coach.
No, you guys dumped me off on the last one. That was it.
Hey, I just came back from Oahu, and your golf tournament's the big thing over there right now, Coach.
That's exactly right. Yeah. February 9th, it's February 19th and 20th. Yeah, it's going to be excellent, and we have quite a few foursomes going from Utah, but we obviously, if somebody wanted to get in, we can still get them in.
Oh, so somebody could buy a foursome and come out and play in that tournament with you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we've got commitments from BYU, from Utah. from the University of Hawaii. So they're going to bring foursomes, and I think we'll probably add a couple more colleges that recruit over there. So right now we have from commitments from them, and then working on a couple of more things.
Well, Coach Lloyd and Nate, our bosses, are in the other room, and they've just committed to send Hans and I to Hawaii to play in the tournament. So there's another commitment for you.
Okay, good. Well, hey, you know what? I'll make sure you're on the private jet then.
There we go.
I like that. Coach, I drove over to that golf course to go check it out, and they shooed me off. They said that they didn't want riffraff and trash around their course.
Oh, I could have got you in there for free, bro.
Oh, I should have called you, Coach.
Yeah, you could. They'd haul you around and take good care of you.
Well, we are excited for that golf tournament. Again, that's in February. If somebody wanted to sign up for that, Coach Mack, where do they go?
Just go to my website and they can sign up.
So, Coach, I want to take you back in time a little bit. You knew the old man, Kyle Whittingham's dad, but you see Kyle, and he's working at Idaho State. What did you see out of him as a coach? Where you're like, you know what? I think I'm going to bring him down to Salt Lake City and give him a shot down here.
Well, it's kind of interesting because, in my conversations early with Fred, he talked about Kyle. And so, I wasn't necessarily excited about another family member, being on the same staff. But when I talked to Wayne Howard, he was coach at Long Beach City College at the time, and he recommended Kyle to me. He said, "Yeah, there's a BYU youngster who's coaching at Idaho State. He recruits here, and the guy's excellent, and he had nothing but raves about Kyle, and then obviously Tim Davis had worked with him up there, and Tim recommended him, and Gary had worked with him and recommended him. So he had a lot of people that I knew that recommended him very highly.
Coach, as he now steps down from the University of Utah, kind of give us your thoughts on him stepping down and what you think of his future and if you know anywhere or his thoughts and where he might be thinking or what he might be thinking. Just take us through what's been happening since the step down.
Well, I was a little bit surprised that he stepped down. Because I know that he was very happy with this particular team. But, for Morgan's sake, I'm happy, for him. And as long as Kyle is making this decision on his own, then I'm happy for Kyle. Just as long as
I agree with that.
Everything, yeah, because he deserves, what he's done there. He's deserved to go out on his own, on his own deal. And so behind the scenes, not sure what went on, but obviously they came to some kind of an agreement, and Kyle, but Kyle has some kind of a job, I guess, at the university that's maybe a go between the AD and the football coach. I'm not sure what that entails. But, the thing that's nice about it is, and I worry more about the assistant coaches, because it's bad timing if, let's say, Morgan decides there's a couple of 3 guys in that building that he doesn't want to keep. It would not be great for them, but I think they all, in that building, I think they all have respect for one another, and I don't see him making drastic changes.
How hard is it when you are an assistant for a long time and a coordinator for a long time, and then all of a sudden be the guy to make that transition from being, a good lieutenant for a long time, but then all of a sudden you're the general now? Is that a tough transition to make for a coach?
Yeah, sure it is, because it's a different dynamics. I mean, when I had the opportunity to go from Arizona to Utah as the head coach, but I did have, because I'd worked there before, I had a really good idea what the weaknesses were and what needed to be done. And I knew we'd done it at 5 different schools before, and so I knew what the process is. I knew the weaknesses of Utah's football program, and I knew what to work on. So I had a really good idea going in, okay, what were the problems and how to solve the problems.
But then you get there, Coach, and it's probably a lot to take in. I was telling Scotty, it's got to be a lot about like having a kid where you can plan all you want, but then the kid comes and you're like, oh boy, this is big. It's got to be a pretty heavy duty load when you finally get in the office. Well, yeah, and then the thing about football is a we game, not a me game. So, it's all about the players. It's all about the assistant coaches. And I think a big thing is you better make sure you got a good assistants that you can trust, that are going to be loyal to what you're doing. And so you got to be really careful about who you hire and why you hire them. And then you got to have administrators that are going to have your back, and everybody has to kind of want the same thing. But in Utah particularly, you gotta earn the respect of people, so they don't, no matter what kind of ideas you have when you go in, they're not going to support you until you prove that your product is going to be something that they're all going to be proud of. And once they figure that out, then they'll start investing in your products.
So let's just say, for example, some school in Ann Arbor, Michigan, calls Kyle Whittingham up and says, "Hey, we know you stepped down at Utah, but we're in a bit of a pickle here, and we need a coach to come in and help us out." Do you think Kyle would take a look at that?
I really don't know, but I don't think he would. But at this point, with Michigan, I know what they need, and they need a clean guy who's smart and is a proven winner, and Kyle fits all of those categories. So, but I think he would do that? I really don't, but you never know.
So, Coach, you taking a look at this, Morgan Scally now taking the reins, and Scotty and I were talking about the first calls you make to your staff, and I said that it should be Jason Beck, keeping that offensive staff intact. What have you heard? Just how happy has Jason Beck been at the University of Utah? Scotty mentioned Mark Yatawaya tweeted out and said that he's going to be sticking around. What have you heard from the offensive staff, and how happy they've been up on the Hill?
Well, you cannot be unhappy with what Jason Beck has done because he brought a different dimension to Utah offense. He brought a new scheme, and it's based on one play every 12 seconds or whatever it is, and it's a fast running thing. But the thing they do, which is exciting, is they run the ball well. I know other teams that do the same concept, but they throw the ball too much. But you got 2 running quarterbacks. You got 3 good tailbacks. The big thing is this offensive line is going to be hard to replace those guys because you're talking about a center with 3 years of starting, right guard with 3 years or 4 years of starting, left guard, same thing, right tackle, left tackle. I mean, these guys are all draftable guys. And so you're losing a lot in the offensive line. But I know that one thing that they'll definitely keep Jim Harding because he's one of their best recruiters, and also the players that play for him love him. And so, and the same thing with Chucky. Chucky's added a good dimension to that room because he's excited about what he's doing every day. He's a personality guy. And Freddie's very stable. And I don't know the wide receiver guy, but I think he's the one that got the commitment, that got Moa's son to change his commitment from Tennessee to Utah.
Wow, Micah Simon.
Yeah, Michael Simon. Yeah, I don't know him, but obviously, he's a very credible guy.
You're not without opportunities to get a talented guy as defensive coordinator. Lewis Powell would be great. Colton Swan would be great. Sharif Shah, I think, would be great. Any one of those guys, I think, could hold that fort down, don't you?
Yeah, so I think that what they would do, and because I haven't been in their meetings, but they got to have a guy that understands the back end and the front end and the linebacker. So it kind of, if you're talking about the people in the building, you probably lean towards Colton because he knows the back end, he knows the front end, and he knows the linebackers. So you would kind of probably lean that way, but because he knows the front end and the back end. Sharif is a great leader, so he would be, as far as getting guys to play every week, he'd be super, and I don't know if Lewis and Luther, know all the aspects. I don't know, but Lewis would be a very stable guy, and they got some good people on that side of the ball, and I don't think necessarily that Morgan would bring an outsider in unless it's somebody he's known for a long time that understands the defense, understands everything that we're doing.
Well, Coach, a lot of good things coming down for Utah. You get the announcement of Morgan Scally. You see that the offensive staff is sticking around. You see Bird Ficklin is going to be back, which would signal that a lot of that offensive talent's going to be back. You get what is perceived to be a $500 million infusion in a partnership with private equity, and that seems to be encouraging. Just seems like Utah is on the way up right now. Coach Mack, are you feeling the same?
Oh, absolutely. I think the recruiting class was good. I think the attitude in the building is really good. They got a good group of players there, and it looks like they added some good help, and they're out obviously looking for a few additions from outside.
Well, Coach, we appreciate your time as always. Looking forward to catching up with you more. And you know what? Tell Lloyd to open up the purse strings and let you come in more often, okay?
Hey, Lloyd. Is he there?
He's there.
He's there.
Okay, so I need to get my check before Christmas, bro.
He got to get his Christmas
it's already
shopping
in the mail,
done.
Coach.
What did he say?
He said it's already in the mail. It's on its way.
Oh, man.
He said,
Come on, Lloyd.
hey, Coach, he said Vicky already picked it up, so she's got it.
Well, if Vicky's got it, I'll never see it.
Coach, I thought you told me to smell it to Vicky.
Oh, no, don't mail it to her because she just takes it, puts it in her pocket, said, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Oh, boy. I tell you what, though, you got to make sure that that you don't want Vicky to get involved in the collection of that check, though. I've been on that receiving end. You don't want that.
Oh, no, she's not happy then.
Yeah.
And then, depends what she wakes up in the morning and she thinks about. So she...
Hey, Coach, Coach, once these bowl games get over, we're going to have you come in and do a full season recap with us. Will you do it?
Absolutely,
okay.
Yeah. I tell you what, I love a lot of these matches. It's the first round, I think, is, you pretty much, kind of predict what you think will happen. And then after that, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then how they came up with the final 3 or 4 teams is interesting, too. It's kind of, I thought BYU might still have a shot. But I think if that game would have been a little closer, maybe BYU would have been in there, and they're very deserving, in Utah season basically was based on 4 plays.
Oh, yeah.
But would have, should have, and could have, and it's too bad because Utah had a great season, BYU had a special season, and it's funny how it all works out. And I'll tell you what, that Texas Tech team is no joke.
Yeah.
They're for real. They're built a lot like Indiana, except their quarterback is not as good as the Indiana quarterback.
Well, we appreciate it, Coach. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
Hey, you guys have a great day.
Will do.
All right, Coach.
There he is, Ron McBride.
This golf tournament that he's put on is a huge fundraiser for the island, for the hospitals, for so many different necessary avenues of financial help, and they're putting together a great show.
That's awesome.
Out on Oahu. That course is beautiful. And
of course, Coach tells you about getting you on there after you get home. Yeah.
I called him 3 times while I'm out there. Yeah. Coach, any help here? No, I don't know anybody.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
No, he didn't say that. He did.
He just sent you to voicemail.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not answering. No, he would. He would.
Ethan's hanging out with us right now here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Teton Welt, and, you and I, we've talked about this a lot because there's a lot of people out there that feel like they've got to get their house in order before they call you. Yeah. It's like you clean the house before you call the house cleaner to come in.
Right,
or you want to drop 20 pounds before you go see the doctor about your health.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? If you feel like you want to clean things up before you call Teton Welt, that means right now is the time to call Teton Welt.
All those scenarios you walked through, those are irrational, right?
Yeah.
Those are your partners in getting your house in order. And the same thing with us. Don't try and get your finances sorted before you try and get an ascent plan done with Teton Wealth Group. The ascent plan is what gets you sorted out. And so let's sit down and do it. Give yourself a gift this Christmas. Give yourself the gift of a 2026 in which you do not carry the same amount of financial anxiety, a 2026 where you have some clear goals that you're working towards, and a 2026 where you've got another team in the background doing that heavy lifting for you. So you can just go to work, spend time with your family, and that people out of sight, out of mind are getting that work done, helping make sure that you are on track to hit a great and prosperous retirement full of purpose and joy and love. And so call right now, 435-255-6331. That's 435-255-6331. There's no cost and no obligation for an ascent plan today with Teton Wealth Group. We're giving away 10 during the show. 435-255-6331. And I'm telling you, you are going to love this experience, because we sit down and we just start in. What are you trying to do? What does that retirement look like? What's your purpose going to be? Not more golf. Like, why are you going to be getting up in the morning? Why don't you just keep working? What is it that you're looking forward to really doing as a purpose for your life in those years? And then we work backwards. We say, okay, this is what we need to do. That these are the things we need to do that will give you the highest possible chance of getting where you want to go. 435-255-6331. You guys are going to love this experience.
Well, I loved it, and it's been a lot of fun on this journey. And I want to mention a couple things to our listeners. Number one, it's not just Ethan. It's a great team at Teton, and you've got a lot of great minds that are working on that money. And I don't want to overstep my bounds, but because I've had kind of a personal interaction with Teton, I think one thing that I always worried about with a financial planner or, getting involved with some type of money support was the financial cost of it. I'm like, okay, I'm trying to save money and I'm trying to make money, but here I am spending money.
Yeah.
And that's always a heavy weight on your mind. And what was really nice is it's not this upfront payment to get going. It's like you guys get going, and then when you're making money, then you get some money.
That's exactly right. So here's basically how it is. There's no cost and no obligation for an Ascent plan. That Ascent plan is going to show you the well-worn path that you need to be on. It's extremely valuable. And then from there on, if you want Teton's help with other things, if you want our team to be involved in other things moving forward, we can set that up. We're looking for great new families to work for. So if you haven't had an Ascent plan yet, 435-255-6331. Give yourself that gift this Christmas.
435-255-6331. What better gift to give yourself than a little peace of mind?
That's right.
Being able to hit that pillow at night thinking, you know what? I got Teton Wealth in my corner.
And I know where I'm at financially.
Yeah.
And I know where I'm headed. Like, just having a plan and moving forward with the plan gives you so much optimism.
Yep.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made-in-America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is the good, it is the bad, and it is the ugly. All brought to you by our good friends at RGS Exteriors. They've got all kinds of great savings and deals going on for you right now, whether it's a rain gutter fix or a complete overhaul to the outside of your home. We were out there last week, and remember, look, it's just materials. It's nothing RGS wants to do, but there will be price increases come January 1. What you can do right now, Tim and his crew mentioned this last week, you go in, you lock down those savings right now, and then you can do the job anytime you want in 2026. But if you can lock down those savings, get in on the 2025 pricing, going to save you a good chunk of money. Give them a call, 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110.
So good, bad, and ugly. We've kind of hit on all three of them today, but I want to go a little bit further. For the good, it's got to be Spencer Fano and the Outland Trophy. I can't think of a personal award that's been handed out in this state that big in a long time. Now, that's my understanding of the Outland Trophy. There might be a lot of people out there, and there's so many stupid trophies. There's punters' trophies. There's receivers' trophies. There's all these dopey trophies. Nobody cares about that. There's the Heisman Trophy for all the pretty boys, and there's the Outland Trophy for all the ugly boys.
Yes.
That's just how it is.
That is. You're spot on.
Heisman for pretty. It's Outland for ugly. And I've always held the Outland to a much higher standard. Not just because my uncle got it, but I got to know and be good friends with Mo Elwanibi. He had graduated and left BYU, but he'd come back, and he actually gave me a TV. And I don't know if he gave me a CD case with CDs in it, or
you just took it.
If that was part of the TV, or I don't know.
Somehow there was a CD case that was exchanged with the TV.
That had CDs in it.
Yes.
But I always looked at Mo as like the pinnacle. He was incredible. So I hold it in a really high regard. And Spencer Fano getting that award is one of the cooler things this state will ever know in personal awards.
BYU's got a couple, but now Utah can put their name on there as having one as well. And you're right. I think when you look at awards, I think of Heisman 1, Outland 2, and maybe, I don't know, Doak Walker 3. But it's really those two.
Yeah. I would go Doak probably 3. And
Ray Guy, number 4. I'm just joking.
Oh, man. What is that? Is that the kicker or is that the punter?
I think that's a punter. Ray Guy was a punter, right?
I think Luke Rose is the kicker.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean,
Utah's won quite a few.
Utah was the home of the Ray Guy Award there for a while. Hackett, back-to-back years, right? All right. There's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Well, Hans, it's that time of year where the NFL guys end up essentially dropping like flies. Patrick Mahomes, torn ACL. We talked about that. He's done for the year. You also had, on my space in the name, Parsons from Green Bay goes down with the injury as well. So you've got one of the best offensive and defensive players going out with a torn ACL. And it's just a long list of guys that, unfortunately, not only are done for this year, but could miss a good chunk of next year as well.
Well, what sucks for Mahomes, a lot of this sucks for Mahomes, but there's 2 minutes left in a game that you're losing to the Chargers, and this game is sealing your destiny. You are going home. There are no playoffs. There's nothing more to play for, and there's 2 minutes left in this stupid game.
Yeah.
And it's a non-contact. Well, there was contact, but then he stepped off the contact and stepped on the leg, and then you see him go down. And they took him in for some MRI imaging, and they found that ACL is torn. And that is going to put him on an 8 to 10 month recovery.
Yeah.
It used to be a year, but 8 to 10 month. So, you start working him back maybe into fall camp a little bit, and you hope that you can get him healthy for week 3.
Yeah.
I guess that'd be optimistic, but then you take a look at, he's 30 years old, and you're thinking, okay, how many more years do we get out of our Super Bowl champion quarterback, and how much do we push him in this season? And I don't know. There's a lot to think about and a lot to do for Kansas City, but it seems like Kansas City might be on their way out of dynasty time.
Well, and I kept hearing people make references to, because Tom Brady tore his ACL about the same point in his career that Mahomes tore his. But here's the thing, Tom Brady did it week 1. It was the first game of the year. So he had those 3 or 4 months and then another full offseason to be ready for the next year. Here, you get Patrick Mahomes doing it in mid-December.
Yeah.
I mean, that really sets him back in terms of a timetable.
Yeah. Mid-December, and you've got 3 games left in the season, right? Because they got the Raiders game that was on flex.
Yeah.
So you got 3 games left in the season, and he goes out.
Like, we've seen guys try to come back really quickly from knee injuries that were suffered in December, January here locally. Now, granted, it's the Chiefs. They're going to have all the medical opportunities available to them. But we saw Cam Rising tear the guts out of his knee. We saw Logan Bonner at Utah State tear up his knee. And both those guys tried to come back the next year. Cam Rising was never able to come back and play that entire season, even though we kept hearing, maybe. No, never happened. And then Logan Bonner tried and was never even remotely close to the same quarterback he was the year before. So, again, it's just really hard. I guess maybe technically you could, but what kind of mindset are you in? How healthy? How much can you trust it? I'd say wait a little bit. Make sure that you actually have him as close to 100% mentally and physically as you possibly can before you throw him back to the Wolves.
Wow, this is crazy. It's just, do you feel like it's the end of the
I do.
Dynasty?
Now, I don't think it's the end of this dynasty, yes. Now, can Kansas City, much like New England, reboot a new dynasty? Sure.
And in 5 years find something when Patrick's 34, 35, and you've rebuilt through a couple draft picks and a couple big trades and moves. But
this one, the current iteration of this, done.
It's gone.
Done.
This 6-game stretch for Kansas City was wild. Now, it kicked off two brutal road games, one at Buffalo, one at Denver, and they lose those 2. It takes an overtime push against Indianapolis to get the win against the Colts, and then they go on the 3-game losing streak at Dallas. You had Houston at home, and then this Chargers game where you blow your ACL. But you go 1-5 in that stretch, and you fall out of the playoffs, and you lose your quarterback to an ACL injury. Kansas City is feeling what a lot of organizations have felt multiple times over the 10, 11-year stretch that they've been making deep pushes into the playoff.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, it's time. You knew eventually it'd come around to Kansas City.
Yeah.
It seemed like it never came around to Tom Brady, and it seemed like it was never coming around to Mahomes. Mahomes, outside of that 2019 bump, the 2 game, was it a kneecap dislocation?
Yeah, something like that. And you're right, it was only a couple games.
I think it was 2 games, and I want to say, I put it in my notes from this morning. Yeah, 2019. He dislocated his right kneecap and missed 2 games.
2 games.
Outside of that, this dude has been rock solid steady.
Yep.
And I do feel sick about it. I just hate injury. I hate injury for anybody. Even though it's Kansas City and they made this long run at Mahomes, it just feels like he's living on a dream for 11 years. I just hate it.
Yeah.
That Micah Parsons one's pretty brutal.
The Micah Parsons one. Yeah. I don't know if I should tell this story.
Did you I was going to say, legend has it the Gerards were cheering during this.
Okay. Don't put Gerards plural.
I knew it.
But there may have been one 14-year-old Gerard in a midst of Packer fans being like, "Oh, the ACL's gone." I'm like, Brody, no,
because that's their pride and joy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Jeez, I was kidding when I brought that up.
Did he really say that?
Yeah.
Oh,
that ACL is toast. And I'm like, oh no,
the ACL is toast.
Oh, bro. Yeah.
It's like, we got a lot of liquored up Packer fans around us right now. Do not do this.
You know what?
I'm just glad they were too drunk to hear.
I respect the hell out of Brody. Absolutely. Amen, Brody.
How much you want to bet that it was Scotty yelling that?
No.
I know.
Dad,
hey, Brody, say this.
We had a couple a row of Packer fans in front of us, and I was actually going way above and beyond. I'm like, oh, I hate injuries happening to anybody. Isn't this just the worst? Oh man, I hope he gets back. And when he starts walking up, I'm standing up and I'm applauding because I'm like trying to compensate for my evil overlord kid sitting next to me who's cheering some poor dude shredding his knee. Oh, that was rough. All right, Hans and Scotty, Whole World News next right here on The Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Legend at Utah, the one and only Christian Cox.
What are your expectations for Morgan?
Complicated, right? I've never met anyone as passionate and as committed to how the Utah way of working, the Utah way of running a program. He's observed it. He's made a giant impact. I think he has the funding. Who's he going to hire? Who's he going to retain? Who are going to be his leaders? Because the leaders are the difference. If I go back in the 08 years, we had a young coaching staff, but like Kyle just plucked and had basically head coach material at position coaches. And so how can Morgan do that? And call me in 3 years or 4 years after my kids are a little older. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm up trying to throw my hat in the ring to go coach and be up at the U and contribute. And I think Morgan will get way more of that.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans, I know you're in Hawaii and you had great weather. You saw some incredible things, but there was one thing you did miss that I missed you, and I know you were missed being there. We were at Bar W on Friday down in Nephi, and they gave us a little glimpse of the menu that's going to be available when the steakhouse opens up in January, late January, early February. It's filet mignon, this salad with a prosciutto-wrapped asparagus. Oh, my goodness, dude. It was absolutely incredible.
The pictures were intimidating. I felt harassed because you and Bart were firing these pictures and videos of you cutting into a filet with
a plastic fork.
It was the
or a plastic knife, and it went right through it like butter.
It was like the backside of a plastic knife, and all of the different sauces. It just looks great. So Bar Dub Grill off exit 222. In Nephi. So whether you're headed down to Nephi or you're headed back from St. George and headed into Salt Lake City, right there, 222 in Nephi, get off that exit, go try the Bar Dub Grill, and pretty soon we're going to be chewing on those Bar W steaks.
Oh, no doubt. And here's the other thing, too. What better gift to give somebody for Christmas than a package of Bar W beef? And right now, I was talking to Bart and Jeremy. They said if you can get your order in before December 21st, they will make sure it gets to your house before Christmas. So you can give the gift of some great dry-aged beef for Christmas. So all you have to do is go to barwbeef.com. Remember, any order over $150 or more is going to get shipped anywhere in the state of Utah for free. It's Bar W Beef and barwbeef.com.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story, and sometimes it's a hilarious one.
Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Do you feel behind in your retirement planning? Call Teton Wealth Group now, 435-255-6331, and our team will create for you your own complimentary Ascent plan that will show you how you can have a retirement full of purpose, prosperity, and joy. Just call Teton Wealth Group, 435-255-6331. If you're anxious about your finances in retirement, call Teton Wealth Group at 435-255-6331 for your own Ascent plan. That's 435-255-6331.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We got the whole world in our hands. You got you and me, brother, in our hands. You got you and me, sister, in our hands. You got you and me, brother, in our hands.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for, for another edition of Whole World News.
What, did you just see headlines?
Yeah, I just saw the headline there of Whole World News.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I guess. Sure.
You'll like it.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll like it. Did you write that headline, Lloyd, or did
No, I
Is
didn't.
that something
No.
I might have.
Yeah, I don't think I wrote that.
Well, can you say? You can say it.
Sure, you can.
It says bleep you, Scotty G.
All right. That people will understand this headline.
Yeah.
But Whole World News today, they unearthed 16,600 dinosaur footprints in Bolivia. 16,600 footprints that shows the patterns and the life of dinosaurs. Completely new tracks. Well, not new tracks,
but
unearthed
yeah.
new tracks. And it's teaching them so much more about the world of dinosaurs. The tracks did include Tyrannosaurus Rex tracks. So they're going to learn a lot more about the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But, you know, they're starting to get into territory now, Scotty, where some of these tracks are being matched up with human footprints. So we're now getting into this point where it's like, okay, when did
dinosaurs and humans come in contact?
Yeah. Did prehistoric nature end before human, or did they intersect? How deep did they intersect? And they're hoping to learn a lot more from these footprints.
I'm still waiting to know why the headline exists.
I'm waiting for it as well.
Oh, that's for that's Sports Roulette.
Oh, okay. Because it's in Whole World News.
Oh, sorry.
I was like, you'll get it. I was like, okay, I'm waiting.
Sorry.
Okay, so we'll get to that later.
That's in Sports Roulette.
I just thought, like, did the dinosaurs eat the humans when they died in their home, or like what happened? Like,
sorry, that headline was in Sports Roulette. Okay. But I'm excited.
You just wanted the headline to be read twice. I got you.
I'm sorry. I was wondering why I thought that you just read the headline, but it was placed in the wrong area. I apologize.
I did. By the way, last week I did share a story about how they have. So they've managed, or they've scanned the brain sizes of feral dogs and wolves, and scanned those against those that are domesticated. And the feral wolves' brains were always larger.
Yeah.
Well, now the domesticated dogs are now larger than the feral wolves and stuff like that. So our domesticated dogs are getting smarter. And so they're feeling as if the domestication of dogs is actually making them smarter, to the point where when you feel like you can have that like personal communication, whether it's verbal or not, that's actually a real thing now.
Well, I sit there and talk to my dog for hours.
Yeah.
She just looks at me like, I got you, man.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, you've always had like you say, or even just a motion to a dog, and they know exactly what you're
big
getting
time.
At.
Yeah, big time. I've always felt like dogs are way more emotionally supportive to me than humans. Way more.
You don't have to look at me. I got you.
Lloyd, would you agree?
Oh, I concur.
It seems like dogs just kind of understand, oh, you hurting? Well, let me lean into you.
Yeah.
Like, you want to go for a walk? Go get some fresh air. That's about as much as my dog can do for me, but that's great.
But that's enough.
That's enough.
All right. Hans and Scotty, Ethan's with us from Teton Wealth right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So, Hans and I, we always talk off the air about, our kids are costing too much money, or this is costing way too much money.
Yeah.
But I will say, I will give a endorsement to Hans, his own mental health since meeting with you guys, because it feels like you've had a cloud lifted from you.
Big time.
Big honestly,
it's been very helpful.
If I could tell you the number one near-term effect of doing an ascent plan with Teton Wealth Group, it's the alleviation of a significant amount of anxiety and frustration around finances. Because it is, anxiety is afraid of the fear of things that might happen, right? That might go wrong. Problems that you can't see that are out there that are going to sabotage you. Once we turn the light on, once we get a little bit of forward planning done, once we do a little bit of math, then that illuminates the path forward, and that's what reduces anxiety. Is you don't carry that same fear of the future, and you're going to feel so much better. If you don't have an ascent plan yet from Teton Wealth Group, call right now, 435-255-6331. We're giving away 10 today.
That's incredible.
As a Christmas gift for
That's a great
for Zone
gift.
listeners. It is, and it's one that you can give yourself, because we all have these goals for ourselves for retirement. We also all feel like we're behind.
Yeah.
And if you want to change that, if you want to replace that anxiety with excitement and purpose, call 435-255-6331. We'll sit down, we'll talk through, hey, where do you want to go? What are you trying to get to? And then we walk into that and we say, okay, here's what we think will give you the highest possible chance of where you need to go. And then from then on, it's yours. The ascent plan comes to you. It's a little stack of papers with your name on the front and your information on the inside. There's no cost or obligation for Zone listeners today. And then from there, if you want Teton's help in implementing that, we can do that. If you just needed that so that you can have something to do yourself, that's awesome too. 435-255-6331. You're going to love this experience.
So, Scotty, let me tell you where it really helped me and took so much pressure off of me. And by the way, free too. I mean, this is free time with, financial officers, some of the most intelligent individuals in finance, and it's free time with them. That's what this, I know you get the plan, but this is time with individuals that can help you. But I had things out there that were always on my mind. I had an old NFL 401k that I wasn't sure what was happening with it. We had funded a Roth IRA years ago for Amanda, and we weren't sure what was happening with it. And when we went to Ethan, he's like, nothing's happening. It's just sitting there. It's not being managed. It's not being worked. It's not doing anything. So we move it over to Ethan and Teton. He starts working with that. I move a couple of other things over to Ethan and Teton. He's working with that. Now I know that it's being invested in the proper arms. I know that the money is working for me.
That's right.
And I've got a spreadsheet that I can look at every single day. And I could say, oh, there's that old NFL 401k, and look at those numbers.
Yeah.
There's that old Roth, and look at those numbers. I can see it every day.
It's powerful. That information is so powerful, and you have everything up in front of you, and you know what your goals are, and you know you're working with a team that's aligned with your goals. Boy, I'm telling you, the sky's the limit. So 435-255-6331. We'll do an ascent plan for you, and I know you're going to love it.
Let's do it. 435-255-6331. That ascent plan costs you nothing. 435-255-6331 right here on The Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, it's Youngblood's Idols, the World Tour to the UCCU Center in Orem on May 13, 2026. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investorday.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi's Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right.
Yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Seems I've got to have a chance to see him. Every night I have the strangest dream. In present.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right. A lot of headlines coming across when you were gone last week, Hans. One of them being that the University of Utah has essentially gotten essentially, I don't want to say sold part of its inventory, but essentially part of the athletic department is now controlled in a minority standpoint by private equity in hopes of procuring a $500 million added bonus to the spending ability for the University of Utah. Now, I actually had a couple of congressmen actually reach out to me, one in particular who texted me that night and said, hey, we want to take a look at this. Because can you actually sell part of a public institution and the athletic department of a public institution? So, and we had some people come on the air and they said, well, okay, there's a lot of schools that are going to sit back and watch because there could be some legal ramifications of this. First off, from the government saying, I don't know about this. And I think a lot of schools are going to sit back and say, okay, how does this go for the University of Utah? And if Utes can get through this, and again, reap the rewards of the cash, then you're going to see a lot more schools do it. But it'll be interesting to see the dominoes that fall from this. But I know this is a hot topic. There's a lot of people out there that are in favor of it, some that are a little concerned, but everybody seems to have opinion on this private equity agreement.
Man, I've got a big one. Give me just kind of your 30,000-foot view opinion. And because I'm definitely... I've got my feet buried deep in the ground on this. I just want to get a feel for where you're at.
All right. So there's sometimes you have to do what's ever necessary to win. And you have to do whatever you can to stay competitive. And I go back to, you've referenced it, I've referenced it a couple times, where the the athletic director of the University of Colorado, when he hired Deion Sanders, and the word came out on how much he was paying him. And somebody asked the athletic director, how are you going to pay for this? And he goes, we'll figure it out. In theory, I'm not a huge fan of doing anything with private equity and losing control and allowing somebody else to come in and try to streamline my process and look at how you're spending your money and what a cost can be cut and all of that other stuff. I'm not a huge fan of that. But right now, in this day and age of college athletics, when the dust clears here in 4, 5, 6 years, and there's only 60 major schools that are allowed to be part of this mega conference that it seems like we're heading towards, you have to do whatever you can to be a part of it. So, yes, are you perhaps selling out some future issues for a short-term game? Yes. Does it need to happen? Yes. And so, by that rationale, I'm on board. If I'm a University of Utah fan, I don't like it. I'm not happy about it. But is it necessary? I think it is, actually, right now for Utah.
Okay, one of my favorite sayings in business and sports and anything is fortune favors the bold.
Yes, yep. An old Sun Tzu line.
Fortune favors the bold.
Art of war.
If you're not first, you're last.
Yep.
And in an ever-changing landscape and an evolving world of college sports, you better get creative and you better get on the move and you better get going fast. Because if this happened, let's just say Vanderbilt did it or Northwestern did it, and or a lower school in the Big Ten or a lower school in the SEC or a higher school in the SEC, which I think would be more delayed because they're getting money from these CFPs and they're already getting heavy exchange from SEC revenue, generated revenue. When you're a Big 12 school, and I think Utah is the perfect school to do it, this is the time, and it's time. Go. Pull the trigger. Go. Now, as far as congressmen are concerned and the government's concerned, and as far as all that's concerned, this is where I stand on that. If President Randall and the other advisors around him
and the board of trustees
did not dot I's and cross T's and make sure that this does fit in the world of legalities, and they get caught with their hand in a cookie jar, then this would be as big a scandal, it would be as big a bust, it would be as big a firing as you're going to find. If it comes back and was like, no, this was a shady deal and it was done behind closed doors and they were thinking they were going to ask for forgiveness rather than ask for permission, then to me, it's fired and it's fired and embarrassed and humiliated and this deal implodes and everything is terrible. Well, guess what I think? I think that President Randall and the board of trustees are intelligent individuals that have access to many attorneys.
You would certainly think.
Well, you would hope, right?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so that's my standpoint. Until I am proved otherwise, I have to believe that men and women that are put in very high positions darn well better have their legal interests in front of mind.
Yes.
Because, you can't mess with the government.
Yeah.
They'll always win, and you better have those I's dotted and those T's crossed. Now, I look at President Randall and everybody that surrounds him, and I say, these are intelligent people. They had to have had that. Before they announced their equity partnership, they had to have known this is going to work and it's going to fit, and this is how. You don't just announce that and say, well, we hope it works. Right?
I would certainly hope that's the case. I do know, though, that there are those on Capitol Hill, well, not Capitol Hill, but here locally in the state legislature that had no idea this was going on. And they're like, hey, wait a minute, this is a publicly funded university. And you are essentially selling a publicly a part of a public institution to private equity. Mm-hmm. And if I'm Taylor Randall and I'm Mark Harlan and saying, okay, yeah, but we don't take any public funds for our athletic department. That is sustained internally by our business operations. That is our business. Now, if we were taking a lot of public funds from the state to run our athletic department, then they would have reason to be involved in that. But assuming the response would be like, well, we don't take any of your public money. No tax dollars are going into our university. No tax dollars are going in to support our athletic department. It's all from private funding and TV money and media rights and all that other stuff. So we fund our own athletic department, meaning we can then bring in private equity to give us some money.
To manipulate.
Exactly. So I think that's kind of the gist. And this, and by the way, when I'm talking to people, and I wasn't reaching out, frankly, I'm like, I'm with you. I'm like, go for it. I'm all about it.
Man,
but I had people,
I'm all for it.
I had people reach out to me and they're like, well, we just want to be informed. We just want to know what's going on. It's still a public institution. We felt like we should have been more involved and at least given a heads up that you were going down this direction instead of finding out like everybody else in the news. And I guess I understand that a little bit, but at the end of the day, if they're not taking public money, then I don't understand why it's any government's business whatsoever.
Now, the other angle of this, and you mentioned it, the minority and the majority.
Yes.
Don't forget who's wagging. Who's wagging the tail? It's still Utah that's wagging the investment group tail. Utah still has the majority interest and the majority say. Now, they can conflict and they can combat and they can have all kinds of issues and maybe one wins out over the other with some major decisions, but Utah would have been very smart to make sure that they've got the controlling interest of their property and that this investment, this equity investment into it is just that. It's got to be a return for all of us. I understand. You're in this for the business of it. We're in this for the business of it. We are business. That's all this is now. We have to pay our athletes. We got to pay our coaches. We got to hit ends meet. And it's getting tough to do. And, you know, to be honest, we're a bit in the red. We're not sitting in the black currently. Bit in the red. We got to catch up. Not only do we need to catch up, we got to get ahead. How do we do that? What's the best way to do that? And I like the aggressive thinking. If you can't do it through private boosting, which it just feels like eventually all that's going to dry up because there's a $1.2 million nut for a quarterback that has to be hit every year for the next 100 years.
Yep.
And is only going to increase. And it's like, okay, well, wait, we can't just keep asking people for money. We got to make this a business. And there's got to be a return on the money. And we got to find a way that this works for you and it works for me and it works for the kids that are playing this game, or we got to get out of it.
Yeah.
We either got to get in it and make it work for all of us, or we got to get out of it. And you pointed this out, man, and it's so important to me in the state of Utah that we keep our 3 D1 programs healthy and thriving. We've got to keep the 3 D1 football programs in this state healthy and thriving. Now that Utah State is moving into this new restructured Pac-12, and it looks like it's going to be a great basketball organization, and it's going to have some good football played as well. Like, okay, Utah State, get aggressive. How do we build? How aggressive can we get? How much can you pay the kids? And you might have Bronco standing guard at the castle saying, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. We are a work-based and we are an effort-based and we are a merit-based pay and this is how we operate. And it's like, man, but is everybody going to come along with that? And if they don't, are we getting the right talent? And if we don't get the right talent, is the Pac-12 going to be long for us? And if the Pac-12 dissolves and we got to find a new landing spot, are we healthy and ready to find a good landing spot? Everybody's got to be thinking forward. And what I see with this is it's very forward thinking. Now, if this was a president and a group of Utah representation that I didn't trust or I thought were imbeciles or had been caught in some type of scandal previous, I'd be like, this feels dirty. It sounds dirty. I'm wondering if it's done the right way. But I've got to imagine with Dr. Taylor Randall's name attached to it and everybody else's name that's attached to it.
It had to be signed off on by the Board of Trustees.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're all attached to this.
Yes.
Your name, your reputation. I have to believe that it was all done with open doors and transparency. And it's like, well, do we need to write you an invitation to understand what we're doing? just all you got to do is ask your friends, come up and ask us, or, however we are able to purvey the information, we'll get that to you. But, Scotty, I just can't imagine a deal of this magnitude. This is huge. Private equity of a university's athletic department? Are you kidding me? That's huge. We had talked about it. We thought, man, maybe somebody's going to get bold enough to do it. We'll see who it's going to be. Who would have thought it'd be here in the state of Utah?
Did not think it'd be Utah.
State university.
Did not think it'd be Utah. The ones you talked about, like a Vanderbilt or somebody that's really trying to keep up with the big boys of the SEC or a conference they're in. That seemed to me like a school that would do something like that. I didn't expect it from the University of Utah, but I'm with you. Fortune favors the bold. I'm a big believer of that as well. And my point is, look, I joke about there's a lot of local mom and pop restaurants that I've really liked, and then they got super popular, and then they sold off to private equity, and then got a bunch of locations, and they suck now. And it bothers me because what private equity does, they come in, they say, okay, guess what? You're using a prime cut of meat there. Guess what? You're now using a choice. Yeah. And we're going to cut prices here, or cut costs here, and here, because we feel like the public's still going to consume it, but we can do it for less and make more money, bring up our profit margins. They have one responsibility, private equity, to their shareholders. That's it. That they don't care about winning. They don't care about success. They care about on the field. They care about, can we deliver as much money and make this as profitable as we possibly can? Right. That makes me nervous about getting in bed with somebody that has that sole responsibility in their mind. Our goal here is to make money. Now, we can make money by being really successful on the field, and that can fuel our profits. But at the end of the day, it's about making money. So I just don't want somebody coming into an athletic department and say, okay, well, you got 5 people in the marketing department. We think you can do that with 2. Those 3, gone. Yeah. But to your point, University of Utah has 51%, or at least 51%. They still have a controlling interest. So hopefully that means you can keep the barbarians at the gate. Take their money and take their advice, but not necessarily bow down to everything that they want.
I've got to imagine that they've got a nice controlling interest. They have to. They have to. You can't relinquish that control, because then they're changing logos.
Yes.
And they're changing mascots.
Or changing coaches.
And they're changing coaches, and they're changing colors, and things can get really out of hand. But I've got to imagine that there's so many things that are kind of etched in stone. Here's the other. This is the other difference, just from the food industry, because you're right. I mean, there's 3 different ones that I can think of that I do not go to anymore. Yeah. That I used to, that I don't, because they sold out and their food got worse, and I'll just go and eat the stuff I know. Yeah. The evidence of success for private equity is money on one side. It's winning on the other side. And if the product is winning, then the customer is happy. So in order for that private equity group to get their money, the team's got to win.
Yes. Yep.
In order for the fans to be happy, that team has got to win. You know who I think that the heat really falls on? It's the coaches and the players. That's where the heat falls. It's like, okay, our product is winning. That's the product we're selling to our fans. They don't want losing. They don't want just competing. They want winning. And if we can make an Ohio State-like run, or we can find a national championship one in every 8 years, and we're constantly relevant, that's how we get our money. You can't manufacture a product that doesn't win and make money. You can't smoke and mirror it. You can't add, a better halftime show. Let's get Red Panda and her magical unicycle while she does her incredible dish routine.
It is awesome.
It is awesome, but that ain't it. If you don't win, your product sucks. If you're a barbecue joint and you sold out to a corporate, and now I got to go to that barbecue joint, and now instead of Prime, it's USDA, and I'm like, geez, this is a little bit chewy. And what happened to that extra sauce that you would give me? Oh, that was then.
You get this little cup, and that's it.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, I'll just never go back there.
Yeah.
But the problem is if their product was based on winning, they got to win.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Utah has to win. So for me, I think that this is a win for the fans. Because if it's losing, the equity group is losing, and everybody's losing. They have to win in order to get what they're all looking for. So what do you do to win? You infuse it with money. You buy the right players. You buy the right coaches. You keep the right players around. Like I'm watching, we just saw Cincinnati's quarterback jumped in the transfer portal.
Yeah.
If I'm private equity, that kid's not touching the transfer portal. That kid's my future. He's got another year of eligibility. I mean, why would you ever touch the portal? What do you need to stay? $1.2 million. They're offering me $1.2 million to go replace Pavea at Vanderbilt. Okay, $1.2 million. I mean, but don't leave. Let's contract that. But hey, with the $1.2 million, you better win, or else we'll cut you. We'll cut you mid-season. I don't care.
Yeah.
We will cut you, and we will find something else to replace you, because that, and you know, Scotty, when you were talking about it, this is the other problem with it, and it makes me sad because, you know, you look at a kid on the field and you're like, oh, that's Steven Atkinson. Okay, well, Steven Atkinson, he's not picking up his block on the outside. His mom died last week. I don't give a crap.
Yeah.
He's not picking up his block on the outside. His uncle found out he's got 4 months to live, and his mom died last week, and he's struggling. I don't care.
I don't care. He missed a block.
Okay, but understand, he's actually got a 4.0. Like, he's an academic All-American. I don't give two craps. I don't care. What are you talking about, academic All-American? He's given up 2 pressures off the outside, and he's now done that in 3 consecutive games. Get his butt out of there. What are we doing with this idiot? How much are we paying this idiot? We're paying him $350,000. Well, what's the going rate of a right offensive tackle that can pick up that block? It's about $650,000. Well, here's the money. Go get it. Get this guy out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's coming from a poor family. He's actually sending a bulk of his check to support his family. He's pulling a 4.0. He's a great kid. He's actually the head of this foundation that's giving back into poverty. And I don't give 2 craps. He can't hold the right edge. Chuck him. Yeah. Give me a guy that can block. What the hell are we doing? Just understand, man, that's where college football and professionalism goes the opposite direction.
Oh, yeah.
When I got to the NFL, it wasn't like, oh, your mom makes fudge. Oh, what a cute story. Oh, that's awesome. You balance tables on your chin? Holy cow. Oh, you've got a perfect attendance at class? Oh, that's great. It was, how fast are you in 40? How many times can you do 225? Can you take on a double team? Can you anchor? Can you sink? Can you pass rush? What's your arm over? Do you have a good club rip? Yeah, we'll try you. Yeah, but I've got a great story. In fact, my wife's pregnant. I'm going to have a kid. I don't care.
Yeah.
Who cares? Shut up. Well, my uncle's Merlin Olsen. I've got a great family. I don't care.
I mean, are you Merlin? No. Okay.
No. Oh, you're not?
Okay.
Well, obviously you're not. So you see where I'm going, Scotty?
I mean, that's the thing. You got to be careful what you want. Now, look.
It gets really hard, man. The world of business gets hard.
There are 2 stories that lined up and very similar, and I think they were probably somewhat related, is that Bert Ficklin announces that he's got a new contract and he is staying at the University of Utah, which means you're going to have most likely Bert Ficklin and Devin Dampier back together. Guess what? That couldn't have been cheap. Because Bert Ficklin, I'm sure everybody saw it, and they're like, hey, guess what? You come here, we're going to get you paid, and you're going to be the guy. You don't have to play second fiddle to anybody. So that means Utah probably had to overpay to keep him.
My guess, he's somewhere between a $500,000 to $750,000 player. That's my guess.
And that's for a backup quarterback. Now, granted, you're going to use him a lot, and he's going to be a part of your scheme, but technically that's a backup quarterback you're going to be given maybe $750,000 to.
I'll actually give you 2 numbers because I hadn't heard whole numbers, but I bumped into he's a guy that played in the NFL. I know him really well, and he works in the college world now. And he told me Texas is paying $44 million for their roster, and Texas Tech was paying $28 million for their roster. So just to give you kind of whole number ideas of, and because that's the first time I kind of heard whole numbers, and maybe they're out there somewhere, but he told me $44 million for Texas, $28 million for Texas Tech, thereabouts. So now that puts in perspective where Bird Ficklin is and what you're talking about.
Yeah,
money's football players are expensive now.
Yes.
And these private equity groups are going to help fund it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of nice, isn't it, Utah fans, to see a release from Bird Ficklin, and you're like, oh, yay, Bird, that doesn't cost me anything more. Well, it will.
Yeah.
It will.
It will.
It'll hit you in that jersey next time you go out to buy it.
Just wait till your ticket prices renew and stuff like that.
Yeah, and if it's not that, they'll find a way.
They're gonna find it.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's this really cool, one-of-a-kind pin that you have to have as a Utah fan.
Yeah.
This pin gives you access, and you're just they have all kinds of tricks and ways to get their money.
They're going to get their bucks out of you. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. If you want to protect your dollars, well, I guess, and grow them instead of just seeing them fly out the window, guess what? Ethan's here with Teton Wealth, and you can get yourself squared away real quickly.
You know, maybe you wouldn't be surprised to know how many families we work for that have sports in their long-term, retirement plans. They're going to go follow their team. They're going to get out. They're going to do these things. They want season tickets. They want to incorporate that. They want to make time for things that they haven't been able to make time for, raising a family and managing a career. And so, it's important to watch those costs, but you've got to be ready for it. Those costs are only going to go up, so you got to be ready for it. You got to have a plan. And that's where we came up with the Ascent Plan at Teton Wealth Group. So if you don't have an Ascent Plan yet, we're giving away 10 today. No cost, no obligation. Just call 435-255-6331. We'll do an Ascent Plan for you. No cost, no obligation. And you're going to love how you feel.
Oh, you're going to love it. And you're sitting down with the top professionals in the field. Okay, I want people to listen really closely to this, because you're wondering, maybe you're 52, maybe you're 56, maybe you're 62, and you're wondering, well, what's my direction? What does Social Security look like? Well, what is that old account that I had, that retirement, is that going to kick in? This is what Teton does.
Yep.
You sit down, and Teton says, all right, we're looking at your age, your work years. We expect Social Security to be around here.
Yep.
We're looking at your 401k, because you bring all these numbers to the table, and it all works into this Ascent Plan.
Oh, yeah.
And we say, all right, your 401k fits in here, your retirement fits in here. We're looking at tax distribution. We're looking at your health plans. Yeah, this is where we see you. And that is such a sense of relief. And that is free.
Yeah.
It's free. And all you got to do is call 435-255-6331 and take advantage of the free.
And you know why you feel so good after you go through this process? It's because you know. Then you know. You know what you're up against. There's no more guessing, because that's where the anxiety comes in. Anxiety comes from things you don't know. Once you know, boy, you're going to feel so great. 435-255-6331. And, Hans, you're absolutely right. It's absolutely free. There's no cost to this and no obligation. And, some people, they kind of roll their eyes at that. So this is how it works. So over the next couple of weeks between now and the end of the year, we're going to do these 10 Ascent Plans. Probably 2 or 3 of those families are going to want to work with us long term. That's what we're looking for. Everyone else is going to get the full Ascent Plan, all their questions answered, and then they call us if they ever need us again. So it's really easy. 435-255-6331. Don't miss this chance.
435-255-6331. Call right now. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham.
It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way.
Incredible!
Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on The Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story, and sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you. Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers join us today to share how you can make this season unforgettable with meaningful gifts for everyone on your list.
You know, when you unwrap a J. Brooks gift box, you instantly know there's something special inside. And we're proud to help clients shop local and find pieces that feel personal and just for them. This year, we brought in never-before-seen pieces, perfect timing just for the holidays. From engagement rings in the JBJ collection and anniversary bands to fashion jewelry for men and women, we have something for every style.
That sounds great. Nothing beats supporting your family jeweler and giving a gift that truly shines.
Absolutely, and you can personalize every piece, whether we have a handwritten engraving or a birthstone detail to create that gift that really feels unique.
Have yourself a J. Brooks Christmas with jewelry that'll take the breath away. Visit their Murray and Lehigh showrooms or shop online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Remember, J. Brooks Jewelers, where women know what women want.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Monday, and remember, coming up tomorrow, we will be live at My Hearing Center. Get a chat with Matt and the crew, 8941 South, 700 East, My Hearing Center. Let's get that hearing checked up. We'll give you a free hearing assessment, see where you're at, get you squared away. All right, let's get to it. Lloyd, fire up that wheel.
Bleep you, Scotty G.
All right. This does have a reasoning because Diego Pavea is a real bum. And when he didn't win the Heisman, he said, F you, all you voters, which includes our guy, Scotty G.
Yes.
So how did you feel about being told to
go bleep myself?
F all the voters.
Well, I will say that, Diego, I have nothing but respect for what you were able to accomplish this year. However, I felt like Mendoza meant a little bit more to his team and the overall success that he had this year, especially capped off. And the voting cycle didn't do you much favors, Mr. Pavea, because they had the window opened up right after the website went live to vote, right after the Indiana-Ohio State game. So that game was fresh on everybody's mind. And watching Mendoza dice up that Ohio State defense in the Big Ten championship game was on everybody's mind when they logged on to their website that they send you to. And so that didn't go well for you.
Recency.
But I had you second. Does that count for anything?
No.
Not for him, probably
I think
not.
that
you can take the kid out of Albuquerque, but you can't take Albuquerque out of the game.
I know.
Remember, this is a guy that
his partying was just.
He missed part of that bowl game because he took a leak on the New Mexico logo.
Yeah, he did.
In a locker room.
He did.
Well, those guys in Albuquerque are not fans of his.
Yeah, no, they're not a fan. Speaking of just, great talents, Dylan Raiola was really good at Nebraska.
Yes.
And there's a lot of comparisons to him and Patrick Mahomes. If you watch his style, he
even looks like him, too.
Yeah, he does. He looks a lot like him, and he's crafty. He's a little bit bigger than him, if I remember right. I think Raiola's a little bit bigger than Mahomes. And he is now in the transfer portal.
So you will not see him on the field when Utah takes on Nebraska.
He is.
Well, I think he had a torn ACL. I think he had.
Oh, was he not going to go anyway?
Yeah, I think he had an injury this year as well.
True sophomore.
That shows you how much I keep up on Nebraska football.
It is Nebraska.
Yeah.
This kid is going to get paid. Because when he was on the field, he did look really good.
Yeah.
He did look really good. So he would have been eligible for the Vegas Bowl?
No, I believe he's dealing with an injury.
Well, now he's dealing with millions and
millions of dollars. Yeah. I
it's hard.
I'm torn. I'm really torn because I can get on a soapbox and say loyalty, teammates, blah, blah, blah. But if that's my kid and he has a chance to go from making $400,000 or $500,000 to $6, $7, $8 million, guess what? I'm like, guess what? You can pay off mom and dad's house.
Yeah.
And you can set yourself up nicely for a future.
This obviously this is the premier sports station in the state. Oh, it always has been.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice to work for the premier sports station in the state. If I wasn't working for the premier sports station in the state and the premier did offer me, then, off you go.
Yeah.
You're going where you're paid better. You're well taken care of. You're well respected. You're going where the money is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what these kids are doing. They're just making good career decisions based off of where I can get some money. And I'm watching college kids now that are buying homes with cash or being given a home instead of cash. Like, here is a $650,000 property. Here's the keys. Here's the deed. We'll take care of all taxes. We'll figure out the tax purposing because I know that'll be really expensive. We'll get that all squared away, but here's your new house. Oh, go check the garage.
Yeah.
Because what's in the garage is your too. That is a brand new Harley, and that is a convertible Corvette that we think you'll like. It's just, what's the kid gonna do?
Oh, yeah. What do you expect him to do?
Man,
I mean, honestly, you shared the story about somebody that was offered big money, and they decided to go back to the school. They had an incredible amount of loyalty. Guess what? He's going to turn 30 or 40 in just a blink of an eye and be like, oh, man, did I make the right choice there?
Yeah, he's going to have 4 kids that need braces. And, And he'll be thinking, geez, I gave up $650,000 to show loyalty. Oh, man, if I'd had that invested.
Yeah.
I always think back to those prime years of money making where, you're just hanging on for everything you can in the NFL. Just if I can just make a little bit and invest it. And I did. I made a little bit and I invested it, and it's paid huge. I missed the stupid retirement by 3 games, but just the extra little boost I was able to get, it changes everything. When you can invest when you're 24, it changes everything.
Yeah.
These kids are now investing when they're 19. Some.
Hopefully.
Some probably have bad management, bad parents. Some might have parents that just take the money.
Oh, yeah.
But everybody's making a business decision.
Yeah. Hans and Scotty coming up next. We'll wrap this bad boy up. Get you ready for JJ and Alex right here on The Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, it's winter. It's cold. The wind's whipping through your house. And if you've got bad windows, that means your furnace is running nonstop and costing you a ton of money. So let's get the right windows in place. In fact, let's get some windows that can be replaced in about 8 weeks or less with advanced windows.
Let's get them replaced with the top windows in the state, built here in the state. What I love is they cut out the middleman. They actually build these windows from welding the frames, and we say welding, but it's a really strong vinyl that has a different welding process. Scotty and I watched it.
Yeah.
We saw how they build these windows and the way they stuff them full of insulation to get them a higher rating so that you can actually get rebates from your power companies. These are the top-end windows, and they're built right here in Utah.
Advanced Windows. Get there now. They'll take off $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. It's Advanced Windows, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you.
Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby. Don't ever look back. Got the world around us.
All right, wrapping up another edition of the show. By the way, yes, it is December 15th. We're 10 days away from Christmas. Probably time to start looking for some gifts for people.
Well, I'm going to be in Orlando, Florida for Christmas. I'm taking the whole family.
Attaboy.
Taking the 3 girls, taking Mama, and we're all going to go enjoy the Pop-Tarts Bowl. They are going to be living on Pop-Tarts for 4 days. Papa ain't paying.
Yeah.
Roll that old Pop-Tart over that is edible. Yeah, I guess it's a big edible.
That big giant, yeah. They do have, and then they will roll out that big edible one.
Yeah, and I'm gonna roll that on into the Airbnb for
man,
the family.
You know how proud your dad would be if you bring home like two square yards of Pop-Tart home.
Airbnb. Why don't you just move the people that are in your places out for a week?
Just displace them?
Yes, displace them for the holidays.
I've set a tent up in the backyard.
You're going to stay there.
You're welcome to use that.
If you'd like.
We don't need the backyard necessarily. So feel free.
Do you mind if I use your toothbrush?
No, I can't. I can't do that, Lloyd.
All right. Ethan's hanging out with us. All right. So, Ethan, a lot of people are coming to you and saying, you know what, I want to play golf. Okay, well, that's great, but you can only play so much golf.
That's right.
We joke about that with Kyle Whittingham. Like, Kyle can only play so much golf.
Right.
You can only go to so many baseball stadiums. Like, you need to really find out what your pure passion is because hopefully you've got 20, 30 years of retirement that you can enjoy.
You're absolutely right. You've got to have a purpose. You got to know why you're even getting up in the morning. Why are you not working? Why not just go back to work? What is it? And certain activities are fun, but they're not going to – you can play too much golf. You can get tired of that, right? You'll reach a point where you can't play golf anymore, really. So there's got to be something else. And that's a tricky thing for a lot of guys. A lot of guys are not ready for that. If they don't have a job and they don't have kids at home, they kind of don't know what they're going to do. And so it's important to think about, and that's one of the primary things that we tackle when we do an ascent plan with families and individuals, is we say, okay, and it doesn't have to be figured out now, but we want you to orient your thoughts in that direction. Really, what is it? What's going to sustain you over those years? What's going to be your purpose? What's going to be the thing that deepens your relationships with your family, with your community? What's going to be the thing that spends your time and gives you fulfillment? And then we orient everything around that. And it's possible because, this work is just a big math problem combined with your lifestyle. So if you haven't had a chance to get an ascent plan done yet, from Teton Wealth Group, where we sit down and we really walk you through every step of this and we show you, hey, this is what you need to do to land where you want to be. If you haven't done that yet, you should call right now, 435-255-6331. Again, that's 435-255-6331 because we're going to give away 10 ascent plans today. We have a few more left. 435-255-6331. So make sure that one of those goes home with you and is your Christmas present to yourself this year. So you can start 2026 with significantly less anxiety around finances and a plan and a purpose instead of panic. You'll love it.
You are going to love this thing. I loved sitting down with Teton, and what you're going to love about it is they know the questions to ask.
Yeah.
So you might be thinking, I don't even know what I'm going to bring to the meeting. I don't even know what I'm going to do. Teton is going to ask you, okay, do we have this? Do we have that? It's going to jog your memory. Oh, yeah, no, I did invest this in a Roth. Or, yeah, I did have a 401k with an old business. Or yeah, no, I did put money in cryptocurrency. I've got some.
Yeah.
It's just great to kind of go through the process with Teton.
And then you've got everything up in front of you. And then you know what you have to do, because at that point, it kind of turns into a big math problem. And we can tell you, hey, you need to do this and this and this if you want to get on that well-worn path that will give you the highest possible chance of success. So 435-255-6331. Isn't that what we all want, the highest possible chance of success?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So that's what the Ascent Plan does for you. 435-255-6331. I can't wait to do one of these for you.
435-255-6331 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah's holiday magic starts here. Now through January 3rd, discover South Jordan's newest holiday tradition at the ballpark at America First Square. Holiday Lights transforms the ballpark into a breathtaking winter wonderland, complete with music, interactive fun, and festive displays the whole family will love. Holiday Lights is proudly presented by Minky Couture. For tickets and details, visit the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable. Celebrate Utah's newest holiday tradition, Holiday Lights at the ballpark.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Holiday traditions begin at the roof, the peak of Utah cuisine. This Christmas season, let the city lights be your backdrop. Gather 10 floors up in the historic Joseph Smith Memorial Building as the roof invites you to celebrate in style and take in the breathtaking holiday and city lights in an elegant and festive atmosphere. The roof showcases a stunning new design and an a la carte menu that turn Utah favorites into festive masterpieces. Start with our Linehouse rolls. Savor reimagined funeral potato bites, indulge in perfectly cooked steak, or our flavorful maple glazed salmon and lemon chicken pasta. Then, linger over desserts kissed with local honey, berry cobbler, and chocolate pudding that taste like holiday magic. Gather, toast, and make memories that sparkle. Preview the menu and reserve your holiday table at theroofslc.com. That's theroofslc.com. The Roof, where the holidays rise above.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Kyle Whittingham
steps down. And Morgan Scally has been elevated as the next head coach of the University of Utah.
I was a little confused by the steps down and not retired aspect of it, and I don't want to imply that Whit was pushed out, but certainly there was some interesting verbiage immediately after the Athletic was reporting that he would look at other jobs, potentially if they became available to him. So if he wanted to keep coaching, why not just keep coaching at Utah?
Which is really strange.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the whole story.
I think it's as simple as he would listen. I think it's that simple. Honestly, do I expect Whit to take another head coaching job? I really don't.
No, he'll obviously listen, but why? Why isn't he listening to other jobs while employed at the University of Utah?
That was what was strange for me. Why now? Who made this decision? Was it Whit? Was it somebody else? I do think that is the huge question.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome to another week. Welcome to another Monday right here on JJ and Alex, the KSL Sports Zone, all of it. Oh, we're watching a replay of the Dallas Cowboys blowing a lead.
How about J.J. McCarthy last night?
What's funny is...
Had a good game.
I don't know. Like, who's more schizophrenic as a team? You know what I mean? Like, you just, like, one week there's something and then another there's something else, you know?
Some of the Vikings
the Cowboys. No, the Cowboys. Sorry.
Oh, the Cowboys for sure.
But
that's been their identity for
a good 13 years, 15 years.
More than that.
Jeez.
Remember all the Tony Romo years where you're like, it's finally their year, and never got over the hump.
But he was good too.
Oh, of course, no. Jason Witten. The Cowboys have had great teams over the years. Hall of Fame players on that team over the last 3 decades.
But you wouldn't know it. Poor Doug Martin had to live through. He finally retired and just went, I can't do this anymore. Take all my all pros and I'll retire with somewhat of a version of my health, you know? Like that is it's a weird thing to watch a team that is quote unquote America's team that their best it's like some version of, you know, BYU fans talking about the 84 championship, you know? Notre Dame talking about their 1988 championship, like we are the best team, and you're like, well, you were 40 years ago.
Right.
And in Notre Dame's case, like they still carry that Notre Dame's a good comp because Notre Dame continues to be like our brand. They think that their brand actually makes it to where they're good. And it doesn't. It hasn't gotten them anything in terms of national championships. Look, they went to the Natty last year. They went there with Manti Te'o. They went there with Manti Te'o in 13 or 12 or whatever.
Flashes.
Yeah.
But they've never been able to maintain the level of excellence that they want to be treated for. Does that make sense?
I thought you were going to say
they want to be considered elite, but they haven't maintained a consistency of that elite level of play over a long period of time in 40 years.
I thought you were going to say
even in the 80s it was short-lived.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say they haven't gotten to the point that the Kansas City Chiefs have gotten to.
Well,
which may they rest.
Yes. Ding dong, the witch is dead.
Oh, you guys in the AFC West are
oh my gosh,
all
you don't
sorts
understand.
of excited.
9 years in a row? Look, all the respect to the Chiefs. That's a heck of a run. 9 years in a row winning a division. How many years in a row have they been either to? Isn't it 6 years in a row they've been to a championship game of some kind?
6 or 7, and then 5 Super Bowls out of the last. 5 Super Bowls out of the last 7 they've gone to, and they won 3 of those. Obviously,
that streak of 9 goes back to the Alex Smith days.
That's crazy. I thought you were going to say Joe Montana. Remember that weird time frame when there's Joe Montana and Marcus Allen? You're like, what are we doing?
We're going way back now.
Oh, I know.
Speaking of 1988 Notre Dame.
I know.
That's what the Raiders love to talk about, the 80s.
I feel like now with the rules of college football, you're going to see a team that revamps itself with a bunch of guys who maybe even used to play in the NFL. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to get to. Feels like college basketball's kind of gotten that way, but, you know, it is what it is. Hey, happy Monday to you. We got a lot of weekend to get with you
weekend.
on.
That NFL Sunday was fantastic.
It was really good. Lots of good games, and all of the things that came with that, really awesome.
Thank you, Army, Navy, for reminding us why we love college football. That was great.
What's funny is I couldn't convince my kids that it was a good game.
Why?
Because they're like 17, 16, running the football. I'm like, look at the pageantry. Look at the cadets, dude. Look at the shipmen, look at the midshipmen, and look at the cadets up in the crowd. Like, don't you get jacked up for this? The president tossed the coin, man.
It was a comeback win,
and they came back to win.
They went for it on 4th down. The drama was great.
I know. Navy,
it's everything you want. That's why you tune in.
And look, Navy, congrats to them because since Ken Niumatalolo left, like they couldn't string it together. So to go 10 wins on the year is
and they're doing the same thing offensively, but with wrinkles, with tweaks.
One of their receivers ended his career as the leading receiver of all time at Navy, which I think was 97 yards total. It's just, but they always get you with that one pass during the game that you go,
they do.
Boy, they lulled everybody to sleep on that.
Long-time college football fans in this state understand Air Force and how they would do the same thing.
Yeah.
Just an occasional strike just to keep you honest.
Yeah. Well, let's kick off the show officially here. Let's get going with our weekends. In true fashion, like we do with our show, we have one Heisman voter on our staff of 3 here on the program. It's Jeremiah Jensen. And I told him before he came in, because now what's weird is I beg him to give me hey, tell me what your ballot's going to be before the weekend. Nope, not going to do it.
Can't do it.
And I go, okay, I like your integrity. And then he comes in on Monday, and instead of asking for it, I go, let's do it on the air. Let's do it. So I haven't heard JJ's ballot, but I'm going to guess it. And then Annapolis, you can give your guess, too. It has to be different than mine. All right? So we're going to have those guesses a little bit later. But first, it's all been buttoned up. When we last left you, it was Friday afternoon. The Friday News Dump brought us Kyle Whittingham stepping down from the program as the head coach at Utah football. And then, of course, everything else moved into place over the weekend officially. Let's kick off the show here. Top of the program, it's The Cut. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is What Made the Cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program, TRAJANwealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. That's TrajanWealth.com. Hey, next Sunday night's game is pretty darn good, right?
Yeah, they flexed into Patriots-Ravens.
That's a good game.
Ravens fighting for their playoff lives. If the Steelers win tonight over the Dolphins, the Ravens are in trouble. Can you imagine? No Chiefs and no Ravens in the AFC playoffs this year? Very real.
I'll tell you what, Josh Allen will be thanking his lucky stars because those are 2 teams that have had that have been a problem for him in the past. At the very least, the Chiefs have always had his number. The Ravens have been tough year like kind of an every other year thing for them. But, man, yeah, the AFC, it's not fun to not have really, really good teams in there. But, you know, the play's on the field. And I was telling Alex Annapolis and I were talking about this, and I actually had a conversation with somebody about, like, it's not – the NFL got worse when guys like Patrick Mahomes are out. Like, when you talk about it, you talk about the scale, and there's not really anybody like him, right? There are other versions of really good quarterbacks across. I think Justin Herbert is becoming a semi-superstar in front of our eyes here. I mean, he's been doing that for a little bit, but I think the Chargers' defense is going to be a problem for you guys. Are you guys playing this week? Chargers, Broncos? Is that this week?
I was so excited about this week. I haven't even looked at
I think it's Chiefs, Broncos. Or I think it's Chiefs, Chargers this week, maybe. No. That was this week. It's going to be, I think it's your Broncos and the Chargers this weekend. If it's not, it's coming up. And so I'm looking forward to it. That's going to be a good game. because the Chargers are going to be fighting for a playoff spot.
Yeah, you're right. It's Chargers this week.
Are they at SoFi?
Oh, no, sorry. It's Jaguars.
Oh.
Chargers are the
Ooh.
last game of the season.
By the way, the Jaguars are kind of good.
The Broncos host the Jags. By the way, the Jaguars.
That's a 48-point. They got the defensive coordinator
They're
for the Jets
rolling.
fired. Yeah, man. I
Justin
love it.
Lawrence had 6 touchdowns yesterday. If you started him in your fantasy football playoffs, you have a big grin on your face today. Yeah, Broncos Jaguars is turning out to be a huge game. And then they've got the Chiefs on Christmas Day, and then they finish with the Chargers.
Ooh, the Chiefs on Christmas Day with Gardner Minshew. That doesn't sound as good, does it? Can they flex out of that?
It's too late.
Sorry.
Prime is locked in.
Right, and it's a triple header, right? Sunday or the Christmas Day's a
It's
triple
all
header
locked
now.
in, yeah.
Yeah, so
You can't move off of that.
either way, you're gonna have that masthead of who do you put on that thing? Who do you put on the screen?
For the Chiefs?
Yeah. You can't put Minshew up there. Pacheco?
You got to put Kelsey.
Oh, yeah. No, just put Taylor Swift.
Just do that.
And have it be the two where they're looking at each other.
Yes,
They're the two that you
please.
just show. Yeah. Okay. All right, we got to figure it out. Kyle Whittingham, of course, steps down officially. We're going to chat with one of his former players coming up in about 15 minutes here. But now that you've had a weekend to think about the stepping down, did it feel more like a retirement than it did on Friday when we were just loving the conjecture of whether or not he was going to go take a gig at in Ann Arbor at Michigan or wherever the wind takes him? I had this thought after it was all done, especially when Morgan Scalley was officially named the head coach of Utah football. I thought, okay, you know what? Maybe this feels more. It felt more like he was going to be done with the full-on head coaching at least. I don't know if that means. And I don't want to see him do some. People are going, oh, he can go be an analyst. I'm like, no, he can't. He can be the consultant. He can have an office up at the University of Utah, which is going to be the case. And I think he'll help with a lot of things, especially as Morgan Scalley's trying to get his feet under him as a head coach. I just wonder what the next version of Kyle Whittingham looks like. I wonder what the next version of Utah football looks like, because I think that people think that it's going to be a 1-to-1 comparison between Morgan Scalley and Kyle Whittingham. Why is it not 1-to-1, though, you think, JJ? What is different about those two guys, you think?
Well, I think the demeanor, right? I think there's they're not the same person. They're not the same personality. They're very different people.
Scalley's more fun. Is that what you'd say? A little bit more.
Oh, I think for sure.
The funner conversations I've ever had in my life between those two coaches is definitely Morgan Scalley, but he had a lot less on his plate.
Yeah, I mean, in Morgan. So I've known Morgan a long time. Went to college with him, and also he interned here at KSL a long time ago.
That's funny.
And he was a great intern, and we had a great time doing it. He worked as hard as an intern here as he worked in everything else. I mean, let me tell you about Morgan Scalley. The dude worked hard in the classroom. He worked hard in the field. He worked hard in everything he did. The dude just goes hard with everything he does. And I recognized that when I was around him at that time. And nothing surprises me about where he is today. I think that he's going to be doing that. He's going to want to succeed as much as he possibly can. And he's going to attack this job in a way that others don't, because of the passion he has for the school and for the program. Because it truly, a lot of people go at this as a profession. They go at things because it's their job and it's what they do. And you see a lot of coaches can easily bounce around because that's their approach. Like Urban Meyer was just a CEO, and he just bounced around from company to company, basically. And he had a way of doing things, and he took that way of doing things everywhere. Morgan is totally 100% invested in Utah succeeding and Utah being great. And his focus is on nothing else, because he's loved this program since he was born, since he can remember.
Right.
His dad played there. And he grew up in a time when Utah wasn't very good.
Yeah.
Right?
And
I mean,
in
for
a
those
neighborhood.
for those of you who grew up followed the Utah through the 70s and 80s know what I'm talking
That was
about.
bad.
There were some dark days, and Coach Ron McBride deserves a lot of credit for bringing that back. And he grew up during that time, and when you were young at that age, back in the 80s and 90s, like, you were a BYU fan or you were weird. I'm serious. Like, everybody in Utah and in the Eagle Mountain West was a BYU
That's
fan because
funny.
they were great.
That's really funny.
And it's like, why do you not like BYU, or why are you a fan of that team? So he loves Utah is my point. I think you get what I'm talking about. He's a Utah man. And there's also a personality with him that's just slightly different. It's not, I don't know how to put my finger on it or explain to it here on the radio what it is, but the players who have played for him know the differences. There's an intensity about both, but the intensity is different. It feels different from both.
Yeah,
but both intensities are respected evenly. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think that Morgan Scalley, I think the temptation would be, I've got to carve my own path here. I've got to look, like, what can I do to kind of be my own guy? And the reality is that winning is the only thing that will be the thing that you're judged on going forward. All of the culture stuff that people talked about with Kyle Whittingham and the toughness and the no nonsense, like those were all beloved things, but they were only like beneficial to the winning part of it, right? That was the stuff that was like, he's doing that with this attitude, right? If he wasn't winning, then it wouldn't have lasted. And then him being the tough guy attitude, people go, yeah, that didn't pay off, right? And he's just a grumpy guy who didn't win a lot. Right.
Brian Kelly's a great example.
Yes.
But your players will see through phony pretty quick. There's nothing phony about Morgan Scalley, and there's a humility about Morgan Scalley. And so many of these coaches are driven by ego. And I think that there is a humility about him where he's willing to admit, and he did. I mean, what happened, like, it's recently, like the Kansas State game, he took full responsibility for that. Here, do you want to know the truth? It wasn't his fault.
His guys knew what his guys knew what to do.
His players were blowing it.
Yeah.
And they were not communicating very well and were out of sorts and couldn't get it figured out. But he took responsibility for it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Some coaches might blast their players publicly. Some coaches may handle it differently. He didn't. I also think it's interesting. You look at the way that college football is today, and I think Kyle Whittingham gets it. He understood adapt or die, and he did as much as he could, as much as he probably didn't want to, embrace the new era of NIL and all these other things that we're dealing with right now. And now you, on top of all that, you now have private equity getting involved at the University of Utah. I think a transition it's a perfect time for a transition because there's something new happening at Utah. And I think it's a good time for Morgan to jump in with his ideas and his approach and his fresh energy to take on the new challenge that's taking place right now, because whether you like it or not, there's something new happening at University of Utah in that football program with that private equity deal.
Mm-hmm.
And what is going to be required to move this program forward with the challenges that it has. They don't have the billionaire that Texas Tech has. They don't have the billionaires that BYU has. And they're trying to keep up with them and compete with them and at the same time maintain their culture. Whoa. Think about that for a second. Utah has to move their program forward in this new era. But the one thing that makes them stand out and makes the program great is the culture that has been established there. The family, the things that they talk about, the things that they do, those things that has set that program apart and made it great in a time when you didn't have NIL and these other things. You want to carry a lot of that forward, but you also have to acknowledge that times are different, and you got to play the game. So I think that the transition is a perfect time because I think that Morgan, not that Kyle couldn't or didn't want to or wouldn't, but I think Morgan will have the energy and the insight on how to deal with this moving forward with the amount of recruiting and the boots on the ground recruiting he's been involved with and the things he's been dealing with on the coaching side of things as an assistant coach, as a coordinator, to be able to move this program forward in this new era that is Utah football in private equity.
Are you surprised that everything has just been through statements? You know what I mean? Like
that there's no press conference? No, I didn't expect Kyle to go out any differently.
I mean, he said
I'm not surprised at all that this came down on a Friday. I'm not surprised at all that there wasn't some kind of teary news conference. That's not Kyle's way. That's not his style.
But Kyle could, and I get it because Kyle's
he was
the
at
kind
the
of guy
gymnastics meet on Friday judging. After the announcement, he was just out there chilling. Think about that.
And one of Sly's sweaters too, by the way. Did you see it?
Oh yeah, he loves the Utah Man gear. Shout out to Sly and his Utah Man gear. There you go.
Oh, he went to a Mammoth game. Look at him taking in all the sports.
I think that's Kyle Whittingham. Like we know Kyle. He's no frill. He doesn't want the attention. He just made a decision and he's moving on. He doesn't need to do the tearful press conference. He could have made this announcement before the season, right? A lot of coaches will make that decision before the announcement.
Yeah.
Look, in apples and oranges, not comparing. Lavelle Edwards made that decision before the season started in 2000, and I'm glad he did because it made that season special. Even though it wasn't the incredible season that everybody hoped it would be, like everybody was able to love and appreciate Lavelle Edwards and what he did for that program. Kyle didn't want that. So he did it on his terms and he did it his way, as far as I know.
Yeah, and
it all checks the boxes for me because having covered his career for 20 years and had a chance to be around him a bit, that doesn't surprise me at all. That seems like his style. No nonsense. I don't want a parade. I don't want a press conference. I made a decision. I'm going to tell our team. I'm going to introduce Morgan Scalley as a new head coach, and then I'm going to go enjoy whatever's next.
So it's interesting because we talked about the Urban Meyer transition out, and that was a different time.
Yes.
And the only way, and I think one of the only people who would transition, I think even one of the only programs that would allow a transition like this is the Kyle Whittingham situation. The guy's stepping away from the program. He's, for all intents and purposes, done. And I think the retirement thing is real. I think that the not head coaching football at the collegiate level anymore is probably done. But they're doing the same. I mean, so is he going to be on the sideline then for the bowl game?
He's coaching the bowl game. Morgan takes over after the bowl game.
Okay, so
but Kyle Whittingham is coaching the Las Vegas.
Right, and Urban went out. He was already taking a job, and he was on the sideline.
The Florida job, but he was also coaching.
He was on the sideline for the Fiesta Bowl. So it's interesting to watch.
They did everything they had done all season long for that game because they wanted to finish together. And you're right. That was rare. Obviously, we've seen the way the Ole Miss LSU situation played out. Apples and oranges again because Lane Kiffin had not been at Ole Miss for 21 years. But that ended ugly.
Yep.
This didn't end ugly, which is good because it's always hard. Transitions are hard. Change is hard. Even when you plan it, even when you know it's the right thing to do, even when it's time, change is hard. And Utah's got to go through this transition right now. But I will give Utah credit and everybody involved credit for creating a situation that's allowing for as smooth of a transition as possible. That's going to give this program a chance to continue doing what it has been doing. Because if you did it differently, it could be a disaster for Utah football. Because there's a fragility there right now with the way things are in the current landscape of college football. That if you do something wrong or you do it sloppy or you do it messy, it can go terribly sideways for you. And we live in an era right now where what happens if you do something wrong? I mean, what are the consequences?
Yeah.
I don't think we know yet because of the new world that we live in here. But do you want to be the next Nebraska? What's Nebraska right now? Do you respect Nebraska football? That's a blue blood. That's one of the great programs of all time, the winningest programs of all time. Won multiple national championships, Heisman Trophy winners, etc.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, shout out to a new Outland Trophy winner, Spencer Fano, the first Outland Trophy winner.
Awesome.
For Utah football.
And he was a first-team All-American. John Henry Daly was second-team All-American, AP All-American.
Right.
I mean, I was so glad to see that his year that ended the way it did, he was able to still get that honor. I thought it was super cool. I was actually shocked that he was second team. I thought, okay, Spencer Fano, slam dunk,
Of course.
But I thought maybe Caleb Lomu might be a second or third team AP guy. John Henry Daly, second team defense. You talk about, okay, by the way, they take out of the first and second teams, you have 4 edge rushers in college football that got honored with first team 2 of them, second team 2 of them.
He led the nation in sacks for most of the season. And while the injury was terrible and it's rough and we don't know when he's going to be back, he only missed a game and a half.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was an awesome to cap off that whole thing, to get the Outland Trophy going to Utah. Like, think about all the amazing defensive linemen who have been at that place and offensive linemen who've been at that place.
Was not an Outland finalist.
Right?
Was he an Outland finalist? I don't know.
Might have been a finalist, but I mean,
never won it.
Right. So you think about all that. You think about all that strong lineman play at the University of Utah for years, and to have Spencer Fano honored with that is pretty awesome. All right, we're going to take a break and we're going to come back. When we return, Andy Phillips is going to join us on the program. And he's going to give us some thoughts as Kyle Whittingham steps down. He, of course, played for Kyle Whittingham for all 4 years that he was up there, and he's had conversations with him. This is one of the guys that knows Kyle Whittingham very, very well from a coaching perspective. So we'll have Andy join us next. We have much more to go. Stay with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. First, before we get out, wanted to dive in here with one of our guests because every so often we get to chat with the people at University of Utah Health, and today is one of those days. And I think that this is basically a service to the community, JJ.
Oh, yeah.
What we're doing
We all are in need of this.
This is like a telehealth visit, basically, for you and I. We just get the doctors on and then ask about our kids in particular.
Basically.
But, Dr. Joseph Featherall joins us. He's an orthopedic specialist in sports medicine, particularly in the pediatric side of things. Welcome to the show, Dr. Featherall.
Thank you, guys. It's exciting to be here.
So let's get into it. Man, you kind of cover all of the things, but I would imagine I want to kind of off the cuff here ask you about all of these Achilles injuries that are happening. You must see this and then have thoughts on it. When you see all these professional athletes going down with the Achilles, what's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, the Achilles injury is really something that occurs in that age group of athletes who are, probably a little bit more senior in their careers. It doesn't happen super early on, but it's repetitive overload in those athletes. And then finally, one sort of high load incident where it ruptures. But it's come a long way. And actually, with all the injuries now, people have been kind of pushing the boundaries a little bit in terms of the rehabilitation and some of the newer technologies, the repair techniques and the physical therapy to get those athletes coming back sooner. So it's an area really where sports medicine, I think, in 2025 is really pushing the boundaries.
And, there's a lot of people that have their kids playing sports right now, or even adults playing sports right now, and they always want to know, when I have an injury or my kid has an injury, where do I go? University of Utah Health is exactly where they need to go. What are all the types of sports medicine specialists that you guys have at University of Utah Health that can help people with their specific needs?
In particular, there's two big buckets, I would say. There are folks who specialize in physical medicine, rehabilitation, and sort of non-operative sports medicine. And these are the folks who really treat a lot of stuff that are sprains, strains, a lot of overuse injuries, those types of things. And then there are our operative providers. So if you have an ACL injury or a cartilage injury within your knee or something, or a shoulder injury or hip injury, that's like a major structural problem where you can go to have that reconstructed or treated. And then out from there, we kind of diversify out into some folks who specialize in shoulder, some people who specialize in knee, and some people who specialize in foot and ankle.
If you want to get some more information, listen, we've all got kids that, at least JJ and I, you're dealing with something all the time. If you're in a season, even when you're out of a season, you're trying to get them right for the next season that's coming up. And so if you have anything, whether it's your kids or you, or whether it's one of your loved ones, lean on University of Utah Health. All you have to do is go to their website, check it out for yourself, find a specialist right there, uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. Thank you, Dr. Featherall. We'll chat with you again, man.
Awesome.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The pace of southbound I-15 is dropping below the speed limit between Murray and Midville to kick off the Monday drive. Early slowing as well on the 201 highway, both eastbound and westbound in Magna at 72nd West. New northbound crash on I-15 in Murray now just past 53rd South and blocking 2 right lanes. Advanced Window Products, factory direct, affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham. It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way. Incredible! Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on the Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
Utah's holiday magic starts here. Now through January 3rd, discover South Jordan's newest holiday tradition at the ballpark at America First Square. Holiday Lights transforms the ballpark into a breathtaking winter wonderland, complete with music, interactive fun, and festive displays the whole family will love. Holiday Lights is proudly presented by Minky Couture. For tickets and details, visit the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable. Celebrate Utah's newest holiday tradition, Holiday Lights at the ballpark.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz host the Dallas Mavericks. The game tips off at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow, the Utah Mammoth will be in Boston to play the Bruins. You'll hear that game at 5 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And also tomorrow night, the BYU Cougars host the UOP Tigers. 7 o'clock tip on 102.7 FM. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest name.
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Appreciate you being with us on the program. You can always dial it up, kslsports.com. You could also, of course, listen to us the traditional ways on your radio at 97.5, 1280 AM, and then on 102.7 HD2 as well. And then anywhere you get your fine podcasts. Joining us on the program right now, we were talking about Kyle Whittingham and the transition, and over the weekend, the official statement made, and I think I was out playing golf with my son when I go, oh, they made it official today. I thought maybe they'd wait till today. We might hear something. In true Morgan Scally and and Kyle Whittingham form. We get a statement on Friday. He rides off into the sunset. He goes to a hockey game, goes to a gymnastics meet. He's already on the I got to go hang out with my wife deal on the weekends, just like the rest of us. So there you go. Joining us on the program, he played for Kyle Whittingham for 4 years. Andy Phillips, one of our favorites, former kicker for the University of Utah. What's up, Andy? How are you, man?
Hey, you guys, I'm so stoked to be on the show with you and excited to talk about Coach Witt, Coach Scally. Also, two of my favorite people besides just you two. So I appreciate you having me on.
Right. Listen, you got to do some of that buttering up with Coach. But at the end, if you're not making kicks, he would have pushed you out of the program, right?
Oh, 100%. Well, I wouldn't say he would have pushed me out of the program, but he has a way of weeding out those that that don't really adapt to the culture that he needs at Utah.
Well, Andy, I'll say this. Most specialists at other schools rarely hear from the coach unless they do something really stupid. That was not the case at Utah. Kyle Whittingham was very involved with the specialists, spent a lot of time with you guys, kickers, punters, long snappers. What was that like to have a head coach that was so invested in special teams and such a special teams expert?
It was awesome. I mean, Tom and I both came into the program green as can be, not knowing a lot about the sport of football. And having a coach that personally took over the specialists and would watch film with us every day and would meet with us every day was huge and a huge part of our success. And he was so involved in every aspect. I mean, a lot of times special teams is overlooked, or it's just, hey, yeah, you guys have your own coaches and you kind of just show up, do your own thing, and then during the summer or the off season go work with that guy. But coach wanted to know every little bit about the kicking technique and what was successful, what wasn't. I mean, not that he hadn't seen it before. You look at Louis Sakota before our generation, and he had coached a lot of great successful specialists. But that's what's unique about Coach Witt is he likes to be competent in everything that he does and everything that he coaches. And so he took the time to make sure that, A, we knew what we were doing, but also that he knew how to help us adjust if for some reason we were off. And even broader than that, he had the wherewithal to say, look, you guys know when you mishit a ball, you know when you've messed up. And so I'm going to be a buffer between you and your own head and the rest of the team so that you can regain some direction internally and fix things up.
That's kind of interesting because I think people would think it'd be the opposite, that you miss a kick and he'd come right over and be the first guy to get in your head about it in the wrong direction. But to have that kind of influence, aside from all that, how accessible was Coach, not just because you got to watch film and things like that, but when you dipped in with him about other things or when you chatted with him about stuff, what kind of a personal relationship did you have with Coach? Because I feel like, everybody's different. All the players are different, but he's a guy that, seems like he's so closed and he looks so, everybody knows the hardcore, Harley riding Kyle Whittingham. But, a lot of people have this lifelong friendship that they've created with their head coach too.
Yeah, and I wouldn't just say it's with Coach. I'd say with Jamie, his wife, as well. I mean, she was incredible in welcoming my wife, Megan, who, I was a little older when I walked on, and we had our first son there in 2014. And so just, both of them wrapping their arms around us, not as a student athlete, but as, friends and them as mentors to us to navigate what was me going through a master's program, having my first son, and then my wife, having to handle me being gone all the time, whether it was, 9 to 2 football or 6 to 10 class. Jamie and Kyle did an incredible job of just wrapping their arms around us. And so having a personal connection with Coach outside of football was honestly something that was hard to navigate. And I think it was hard to navigate for Coach. I mean, put yourself in his shoes. He has to handle, 18 to, I was 23-year-olds who are from different cultures, different backgrounds, different set of values. And so I think he initially would keep players a little bit at arm's length because he wanted to still be able to, be coach and discipline as needed, et cetera, et cetera. But I think Tom and I did a pretty good job of breaking that, and we would get him out on the golf course, or I'd get a lap or two with him on the slopes at Snowbird, and then we would have conversations about other things that had nothing to do with football, and get to know each other and spend time together like that. And then of course he'd have an annual barbecue at his house where Jamie and Coach would host us and make a million wings and all kinds of things, and it was just a lot of fun, and I'm grateful for him. He's been a great mentor of mine, not just through football, which was obviously a huge success in my own personal life, but then I attribute a lot of what I've been through since football to him and the lessons I learned through Utah football and the culture that he created there.
That's one I wanted to go a little deeper with you on that, because I've had moments with him where I've been able to witness how he works and how he operates, and I'm fascinated with his attention to detail and how structured his schedule is, and then also some of the just the wisdom that he has and all the experiences he had. You had a chance to have an even closer relationship with him. What are some of those things that you witnessed or you were around that either rubbed off on you or you learned from that you've been able to apply in your life after football?
I think number one is just consistency, showing up, being, trying to be as consistent as you can be, in your physical fitness, in your mental or psychological fitness, and then in your spiritual fitness. I mean, those are kind of the three pillars that Coach would preach that are really important, to have balance and to know your why. What is it that makes you tick and makes you go and makes you wake up every day, and finding purpose in everything that you do is super important. And the other thing I attribute a lot, I like to think of myself as a very efficient person. My wife might disagree and say that I overschedule and overdo and try to overachieve, but knowing that you have limited time in football, you have 20 to 25 periods where you have to get X, Y, and Z done. You have an hour in the weight room. You have this allotted time, for your classroom studies and whatnot. Like just learning how to be super efficient. That was something I learned from Coach, and he practices what he preaches. I think that's a trait that both Coach Witt and Coach Scally have. They come up to you, and if they know what they're talking about because they've watched the film, they've put in way more work than you could ever have dreamed of putting in. But they've lived it, and they continue to live it every single day. And so there's no like, oh yeah, Coach, you're sitting up there in your room just collecting checks and taking interviews. It's like, no, Coach is in the weight room. Coach was there at 6 a.m. when we were doing all of our cardio, all of our runs. Coach is there long after we leave. And so just having that, credibility, reliability, over preparing, those are just kind of things that are popping into my head of some of the traits and the qualities that Coach has that I try and put into my own life every day.
Andy Phillips, leading all-time scorer, by the way, in Utah history. I knew that was the case, but I actually just looked at the number, Andy. It's kind of by a lot. I don't think that one's getting touched. Your kids are probably going to be able to look that thing up, and your grandkids for a long, long time. I think it's by like 70% over Louis Scotta. Like it's
wow.
Like it's that much more, but not that you didn't already know that and probably look it up every day. Just check it out on the screen there. No, but now let's talk a little bit about what Morgan Scally brings. What type of I wanted to know I think people just think, I said at the beginning of the show, I feel they might think that there is a one-to-one, like, oh, they got like Kyle Whittingham Jr. Like he knows what Kyle Whittingham did. He saw him do it all, and he's just going to do that too. And it's not the same. And so, what are the differences between those two guys? And what do you think Morgan Scally will do differently, or is different just as a person?
Yeah, great question. I mean, one in purpose, no doubt, but two totally different personalities. Coach Witt's quieter and definitely a little more reserved. Doesn't really show his cards, and Coach Scally wears a little bit more emotion on his sleeve and is not afraid to joke around with you. And, be like, I go to this blackout, our blackout game, and there he is in a white shirt, and I can give him a bunch of crap for being in a white shirt at a blackout game, and he can turn around and give me all kinds of crap as well. And so it's just he brings a lot of energy, a lot of just a totally different perspective than Coach Witt. And so a lot of people are, at least over the last weekend since the announcement, are like, you're going to get a lot of the same with Scally. And I don't necessarily think that's true. And I think it's going to be a great change at Utah in leadership, in the sense that there's quote unquote new blood and new energy and new leadership. And I know that Coach Scally has been preparing for this for decades and will take all of the good that he's learned from Coach Witt and the coaches that he's worked with, and then will put his own flavor on the program. And so I'm really excited to see what that's going to turn into.
Andy Phillips, former kicker, of course, at the University of Utah, all 4 years under Kyle Whittingham, and knowing that program very, very well. Andy, we always appreciate you coming on, man, and appreciate the energy, and thanks for hanging out with us, man. We'll talk to you again. Yeah, appreciate you guys too. Hey, let me just leave you with this thought, okay? I had so many people ask me over the last couple of weeks, is this coach's last year? Is he done? Was that his last home game? My biggest tell from that game was Coach never swags out. He's always in just a plain shirt, or it says Utah on the front or whatever. When he came out with that Utah man in my shirt, I was like, oh my gosh, this is it. This is his last home game. That's the tell. Oh, his outfit's different. So. Hey, I appreciate you guys. I look forward to the next one. Thanks, Andy.
Thanks,
appreciate
Andy.
it, man.
Appreciate you.
I love how that, like, of the people who know him well as former players, and he goes, he's got a different shirt on. That's funny, though.
It'd be like Belichick not wearing a cutoff hoodie for a game and coming out with
a suit on,
a shirt and tie on or something.
But maybe that was the statement too. Utah man am I, right? Out of here. He's like, this is me for life, man.
They look good in pictures.
Yeah.
Well done, Sly.
All right. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. We've got ourselves we got some weekend warriors, people who won the weekend here for us. Stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Legend at Utah, the one and only Christian Cox.
What are your expectations for Morgan?
Complicated, right? I've never met anyone as passionate and as committed to how the Utah way of working, the Utah way of running a program. He's observed it. He's made a giant impact. I think he has the funding. Who's he going to hire? Who's he going to retain? Who are going to be his leaders? Because the leaders are the difference. If I go back in the 08 years, we had a young coaching staff, but like Kyle just plucked and had basically head coach material at position coaches. And so how can Morgan do that? And call me in 3 years or 4 years after my kids are a little older. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm up trying to throw my hat in the ring to go coach and be up at the U and contribute. And I think Morgan will get way more of that.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ivory Homes wants to send you to the big game. Doesn't that sound amazing? They've got tickets, 2 of them, ready for you. They've got $2,000 that they're going to give you as well to go enjoy that as well. It's going to be an awesome experience. And if you've never had a chance to go to the big game, this year it's in Santa Clara, you really want to make this happen. And you're probably wondering, well, what? Yeah, you're talking about on the radio. What does that mean for me? Well, you can win these tickets. They've got a ticket giveaway package that they've put together, as I mentioned, the 2 tickets of the big game, hotel included, 2-night stay, and $2,000 gift card. All you have to do to register to win this is go to ivoryhomes.com/super and then visit any Ivory Homes model home. Now, if you're like me and my wife, we like to go look around and stuff. It's just fun. I'm not in the market right now, but I'd like to go see what's out there. Some brand new homes. Make it a date night. Go out to see some Ivory Homes model homes. And when you're there, scan the QR code at home and you're entered. The more model homes you visit, the more entries you earn. A winner will be selected from all entries and notified on January 31st, 2026. And while you're there, get to know Ivory Homes better. Learn about their Smart Home Buyer Guarantee program. It's a program offered by Utah home builder Ivory Homes to help buyers purchase a new home before selling their existing property. And that program is going to streamline that complex process of selling and buying simultaneously by offering solutions such as a guaranteed sale or a guaranteed lease on the current home. And with the way things are right now, maybe you want to get a new home. Maybe you want to upgrade. Maybe you want that dream home. Ivory Homes can help you do that. So go check out what they're doing. Go look at those model homes and register to win these tickets to the big game. We want to send you there to Santa Clara. You're not going to see the Chiefs this year, which is awesome. I love that. So go see whoever makes it there. Hopefully it's the Broncos. Hopefully it's your favorite team. But start now by going to ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
This holiday season, make your wish list a reality at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. When you choose performance, you're choosing selection, convenience, and exceptional service. With 3 locations, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Performance Ford, Performance Automotive is here to serve your needs. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, driven to be the best. Start your search today at performancebountiful.com. Performance Automotive. Driven to be the best.
In a sport where we're measured down to the 100th of a second, every last advantage that we can get is a welcome advantage.
Tonight on KSL, they are lighter, more aerodynamic, but most importantly, they're faster than ever before.
This isn't quite hypersonic, but close, right?
Advanced technology that could make its way to the 2034 games, and it's happening right here in Utah. We take you inside the lab that's revolutionizing winter sports tech to create sleds with an edge. Tonight at 10 on KSL.
Make your holidays magical at The Roof. Enjoy holiday lights and festive flavors with the all-new a la carte menu, entrees, and delectable desserts. Downtown at The Roof. Visit theroofslc.com.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Monday. Hope your weekend was good. We've got our weekend warriors here before we get to it. Win big this Wednesday, every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with a Win Ticket Wednesday. Youngblood Idols, the World Tour coming to UCCU Center in Orem on May 13th of next year. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com, or you can win them all day on Wednesday, this Wednesday. For your chance to win, just take a listen all day long. Only have time for one of these, JJ. Fernando Mendoza wins the Heisman Trophy, first one in Indiana history. The accolades just keep coming for Hoosier football, which is wild to think of, considering that it has not been – I can't think of a more inept program of the history of me watching college football than Indiana football. And Fernando Mendoza, I thought his speech, by the way, was awesome on Saturday. Here's what he said.
This is an important one. I want every kid out there who feels overlooked, underestimated to know I was you. I was that kid too. I was in your shoes. The truth is, you don't need the most stars, hype, or rankings. You just need discipline, heart, and people who believe in you. And you need to believe in your own abilities. I hope this moment shows you that chasing your dreams are worth it, no matter how big or impossible they seem. God bless. Go Hoosiers. Thank you guys all.
The whole thing was good. I thought that last comment that he made was phenomenal, because just like, hey, all these other guys, I think that at some point in their life, they realized they were the best athlete on the field all the time, every time they stepped on the field. I really don't think that was the case with Fernando Mendoza. I bet he was pretty darn good, but you don't get offers just to Yale and then end up committing to powerhouse Cal, although that's a little bit QBU going on at Cal, right?
We've had some good ones over the years.
And so I look at it and I go, man, that was awesome for him. We'll get into your ballot a little bit later, but was he your number one?
Yes.
Okay. Just wondering. You didn't put Jacob Rodriguez number one.
I did not.
Okay. Some did. Some did. We'll come right back when we return. Let's talk some hockey. Hey, this is a fun time to be able to talk about hockey right now. Yesterday was wild. This Mammoth team, down 3-0, comes back and wins in Pittsburgh. They've won 2 in a row now. They've got the week out east. We'll see what they can do against some of these big names in hockey coming up this week, and we'll chat with Cole Bagley next right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. More to go. Stay with us. Yeah, before we get out to the break here on JJ and Alex, wanted to make sure that you are caught up to speed on all things with your family, with your health. We dive in with University of Utah Health all the time, and it's great to have Dr. Joseph Featherall on the program here with us, because he's an orthopedic specialist, and in particular, on the side of the pediatrics, I would think that every football season is really any season for you guys, but now that we're winding down on the football seasons, a lot of injuries that kids are coming in with. Have you seen a trend of more injuries happening to kids these days? It seems like the athletes are getting better, but it seems like the science is catching up with being able to treat those kids as well.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, the intensity of youth sports increases sort of every year. Kids are doing a lot of year-round sports without a break now. They're specializing earlier. And all of that, I think, comes together to increase the rate of injuries in youth sports. It's something, I think, for us to consider overall. This season, like we were talking about, we're kind of winding down in football season, but it's really knee season for us. I think knee injuries are probably the most common injuries that we're treating during a football season.
I think it's really important for our listeners to know where to go when something like this happens, because when it does happen, a little bit of a panic sets in. I've got to get help. And it's important to know that University of Utah Health can be that place. But I think often people think of University of Utah Health and they think, oh, it's just up at the U. That's not the case. You guys are all along the Wasatch Front, right?
That's really true. I mean, there's the University Orthopedic Center, which is home base up in Salt Lake, but we have locations down the South Jordan Health Center where we have sports medicine providers and sports medicine specific physical therapy. Our group in pediatric sports medicine, we're down at the Lehigh Hospital, Primary Children's here up in Salt Lake. and then up at Layton as well as the Farmington Health.
Yeah, the Farmington one I'm familiar with, very familiar with. It's and
I've been to the Lehigh one, so we got the whole gamut covered.
I live close enough to
They're all terrific.
No, it's awesome. You get great care. Just go to uofuhealth.org to find a specialist near you. You can find people like Dr. Featherall who can really specialize and really dig into issues that you might be having or a loved one. uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. We'll chat with you again, Dr. Featherall.
Awesome.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year, The Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSL Sports Zone.
If you're thinking about getting those windows changed out, or if you don't even know that the windows that you currently have are wasting your money and you are just throwing dollars and cents away, not just that, it's getting colder in your house during the winter. It's getting hotter in the summer because you've got leaks in those old windows. You've got places where they aren't as efficient holding in your precious dollars when it comes to your utilities. Advanced Window Products, of course, they're local. They are from here. This is a company that has been around for almost 40 years. You know what Nate and Jake do. You know what Advanced Windows does because the factory's here in Utah. All the other national brands, they do not offer what the folks at Advanced Window Products do, which is a lifetime warranty and building it right here so you skip the middleman and save all the dollars that you can. In fact, there's an amazing deal you can get right now.
Yeah, we talk about how awesome Advanced Window Products is, but let's get to what you really care about, right? Are you going to be able to save money on these windows that you need? Yes, you are. Right now, you can receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more at Advanced Windows. All you got to do is call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Get on the books. You can get this done in the summer. You can get it done in the fall. Doesn't matter. Just get on the books right now and you lock in that price. And especially right now in December, you want to lock in that price now because prices could go up in January as they do in a lot of construction industries. It's important to get that price locked in right now. So give them a call right now at 801-850-9100 or go to their website, advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Utah's holiday magic starts here. Now through January 3rd, discover South Jordan's newest holiday tradition at the ballpark at America First Square. Holiday Lights transforms the ballpark into a breathtaking winter wonderland, complete with music, interactive fun, and festive displays the whole family will love. Holiday Lights is proudly presented by Minky Couture. For tickets and details, visit the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable. Celebrate Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday Lights at the ballpark.
Celebrate the season of giving by giving yourself the best meal you've ever had. Experience Ruth's Chris award-winning service, sizzling steaks, signature wraps, salad, sides, and dessert. Book your holiday parties today. Ruth's Chris in Salt Lake or Park City.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. Happy Monday to you. Thanks for being with us on JJ and Alex. Big weekend for the Utah Mammoth. Couple big wins. Boy, they needed both of them, too. And you saw so many guys getting involved. You see a lot of dudes flying around the ice. And yesterday when they were down 3-0 against Pittsburgh, it was tempting to throw in the towel there, at least
it's
from
like,
the viewer standpoint.
Again, right?
You get into the third period and you're down 3-0. You go, maybe they'll get one or two back. They got two back in, 18 seconds. And then you go, oh, now it's on. And to see some of these guys stepping up in these moments to come back from a 3-0 deficit and then to get it evened up at 4 and then to win in overtime on that awesome shot by Dylan Gunther, man. It was just, the whole thing was cool. And for once, it was them scoring early in overtime versus the alternative, which they've seen, which is a team comes back, has all the momentum. And I thought that fourth goal by Pittsburgh, maybe they would have woken up a little bit. And, man, it's a couple good wins in a row over the weekend for the Mammoth. And joining us on the program, Cole Bagley on the show here with us. Let's kick off the show as we always do with the cut.
It's time to talk hockey with the Utah Mammoth and NHL insider on KSLSports.com. Cole Bagley on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, the cut top of the hour, of course, always brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith brand of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. And Cole Bagley joins us on behalf of our great sponsors, the folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together. Hey, Cole, what's going on, man? That was a fun weekend of hockey if you're a Mammoth fan.
Yeah, it was a great weekend. I don't know that the overall product was amazing, but the fact that they picked up 2 wins and that they were able to, put together an incredible comeback effort last night in Pittsburgh, they've got 4 points and they're keeping their head above water. So it was a good weekend for the Mammoth.
A 3-0 deficit in the third period. For people that are unfamiliar with hockey, how difficult is it to overcome that? What's a comp in another sport?
Yeah, a comp in another sport is probably like 2 touchdowns, maybe 3 touchdowns, but it's not like they were down by 7.
Right,
3 goals obviously is not insurmountable, and the message from the coaching staff going into that third period was let's get on the board. Let's get a quick one on the board. They've been leaving a lot of room in front of the net open. There's a lot of loose change, as Andre Tourney put it, and they scored exactly the way that the coaching staff had outlined them to do so, got on the board really fast, and then, it snowballed. The biggest thing for Utah yesterday was this had happened to the Penguins less than 24 hours previous.
Oh.
They blew a 5-1 lead to the San Jose Sharks in the third period just the day before, and it had happened two times. The two previous games, they had blown third period leads. So this last week for the Penguins has been brutal, and Utah knew that, hey, if we can get on the board, they're going to start second guessing themselves. That maybe a little bit of PTSD from the last few games is going to start to seep into their minds, and that's exactly what happened. So kudos to the Mammoth staff and the players for taking advantage of the situation and fighting through adversity.
One thing, Cole, you brought that up, is that's actually that's one of those things that at some point it becomes a little bit habitual. And I think Mammoth fans saw some kind of bad traits in some of these games where they were playing tough sometimes and not playing very tough other times. And you said overall the product hasn't been great. What do you think the thing is that's lacking right now with this team? We've talked about effort before. Do you think that the effort has kind of returned, and it's just maybe some of the strategy and a little bit of the converting of, the power play still is a problem, but it seems like they've gotten a little bit better over the last few games. But what is it that you see that overall needs to still improve with this team?
I think it's still a maturity issue. With talking with some of the guys and people around the league, I still think the fact that a lot of Utah's best players are fairly young, and they're still figuring things out in terms of consistency. And it obviously doesn't help when a guy like Logan Cooley goes down, who's such a big part of their offense, a big part of their power play. But things are trending better, right? Like they've scored I think 4 or 5 power play goals over the last 2 weeks or so, and so they're starting to figure things out. The puck is kind of starting to bounce their way, and I think most importantly, there's certain players that are starting, really starting to step up, and arguably the player that stepped up the most is Dylan Guenther. He's scored, I think, 4 or 5 goals in the last 3 or 4 games. He leads the NHL in game-winning goals going back to last season. I think he's tied with Leon Draisaitl. Anytime you're tied with a player like that, you're doing something right, and you're the elite of the elite. So, yeah, there's still issues. But there's always going to be issues. And, if you're a Mammoth fan that's frustrated, just remember you could be a Pittsburgh Penguins fan right now. They just lost 4 straight games after leading in the third period. So it could always be worse.
That's brutal. Well, you mentioned Dylan Guenther, and I want to go a little deeper on him because you mentioned how, he's obviously a great talent, and you expect great talent to just perform and make things happen, but he's been especially clutch. What is it about him that allows him to step up in these big moments besides just the skill and the talent?
Yeah, I asked Sean Dursey and Coach Bear about it yesterday, and they kind of narrowed it down to 2 things. First of all, Dylan believes that those types of shots are going to go in. Bear recalls when Guenther scored the golden goal for Team Canada at the World Juniors a couple years ago, and he scores the goal, and it's the game winner, it's the gold medal winner, and his teammates are jumping on him against the boards, and Dylan's just it's business, it's another day at the office for me. And so I think and that is what separates some of the best, is they expect those types of things to happen. But the other thing too, and this Dursey kind of highlighted this, is that he is so hungry to continue to get better. Dursey pointed out that Guenther's always working on his shot, whether it's in practice or in games. If he misses even the smallest window, he's frustrated with himself, and he wants to continue to get better. And so I think when you combine those things, when you combine confidence and belief, as well as just a workaholic mindset, a workhorse mindset, it's going to result in elite play, and that's what we're seeing right now from Dylan Guenther.
Cole, as the rest of the schedule looms here for this team just in the short term before the end of the year, obviously the Logan Cooley news is tough, and we were trying to do the math on it, and I was like, you know what, you're probably not going to see this guy till post-Olympics if that's the time frame. And if that's the case, you just have to resign yourself to getting it done with what you have. One of your young superstars not being a part of it. Injuries are a part of the game. You'll hear that. You'll hear Bear tell us that all the time. But what does this team have to do walking up to the new year here to kind of get them ready for the next half of the season, and as they start to get toward that Olympic break?
Yeah, right now it's just keeping their heads above water. I think trying to win 50% of the games right now, especially because to finish out, the calendar year, they're playing some of the best teams in the NHL in Boston and Detroit and New Jersey. And, they have to play Colorado, who I think has only lost twice in regulation. But then you get into January and the schedule starts to soften up a little bit. You're going to see Columbus, you're going to see Toronto, you're going to see Seattle again and Nashville and, some teams that just aren't playing overly well, Ottawa. And so if they can get to, if they can get through these next 4 or 5 weeks, and, make sure that they, like I said, they just need to keep their heads above water. They just need to stay relevant and remain within about 2 or 3 points of the playoff, of those wild card spots. Because let's be honest, Utah is not going to claim one of the top 3 spots in the division with how well, Colorado and Dallas and Minnesota are playing, especially now that Minnesota has acquired Quinn Hughes from Vancouver. This division is just unforgiving. But if Utah can, just continue to fight, like you said, work with what they have and remain within a couple points of those 2 wild card spots, Cooley should be back after the Olympic break. They set a minimum of 8 weeks. That puts him right at when the NHL takes their 3-week break. So he's going to have about 11 total weeks, to nurse his injury and to come back. And if they can just stay relevant, they can get him back, and we'll see what happens as they approach the trade deadline. Utah, could still put themselves in a position to really push for a playoff spot down the stretch.
You're out on the road with Mammoth right now. You had a chance to go to Pittsburgh. You're going to head to Boston now. But what's the experience like in Pittsburgh? There's a lot of history there, especially with all the cups they've won and the incredible players they've had. I think you've mentioned you've grown up a Penguins fan. What was the experience like there in Pittsburgh for fans who haven't had a chance?
Yeah, Pittsburgh is an underrated city, in my opinion. Obviously, I'm biased. I grew up a Penguins fan, but I had never been to Pittsburgh until last year. And, I came out here last year, obviously was there last night. And, Pittsburgh's just a really cool town. It has kind of like a European feel to it. There's a lot of really cool things to do out there. There's cool architecture. Obviously, you have the 3 rivers and the bridges. There's some really cool museums that are out there as well. But the arena itself, what's refreshing and, what's really cool about, I think, Pittsburgh fans in general, not just Penguins, but Steelers and Pirates, is they love their teams. Arguably, to an extreme. But when I jumped on the plane to go out to Pittsburgh from Salt Lake, I think I counted like 15 or 16 people who were wearing some sort of Steelers or Pirates or Penguins gear. Like that's just how the city of Pittsburgh is. They're ride or die, and that's what makes the arena just a really cool experience. And they're very kind. They're very welcoming. I had some friends and family that have come out to the games the last 2 years, and the Penguins fans have been just so gracious to them, welcoming them and congratulating them when the Mammoth scored and congratulating them, after the wins and stuff like that. So, in my opinion, Pittsburgh is definitely a must for any fans who are considering, hitting the road and traveling. Pittsburgh is an underrated city with a lot of cool things to do. And, it's outside of, kind of those original 6 teams, I'd say that Pittsburgh has a really special in-arena experience.
Cole, as you kind of hit the road here, what are these teams like the rest of this week here as the Mammoth face all these Eastern teams, some early games that they're going to have to figure out? But always going out east, it's a tough road trip, but it feels like a little different on the NHL level. It seems like the guys kind of get up for all of these games, regardless of if they're, at Boston Garden or whatever it might be. So what does the next handful of games here look like for this Mammoth team, especially this week as they're out east?
Yeah, it's a tough road trip. Picking up 2 points last night against Pittsburgh was a big deal. Yeah, any road trip in the NHL, you're just looking to go 500. And so if Utah can steal another one of these 2 or even just get a point, that's mission accomplished. Detroit is playing really good hockey right now. They're second in the Atlantic. Boston as well. They're in the second wild card position. So, these are Eastern Conference playoff teams that Utah is going to be facing. And then, of course, they do come home and they'll play New Jersey and Winnipeg before one more game before Christmas in Colorado. But, yeah, for Utah, they just need to continue to do what they've done over the last 2 games, really over the last 3 games. That's helped them find success is, playing with more urgency, playing with more confidence, more energy, getting bodies to the net. I think that's been the biggest difference for Utah over this last week. They kind of changed, not necessarily their play style, but they changed their approach a little bit beginning against Florida on Wednesday last week. And, they gave the Panthers a run for their money, and it was because they were just way more assertive in the offensive zone. They were harder on the forecheck. They were putting bodies in front of the net. They were screening the goaltender. They were getting him to move back and forth. And that's what they did against Seattle, and that's what they were able to do last night against Pittsburgh in the comeback. And so, playing more of that gritty style hockey will serve them well. And like I said, if they can get another point or 2 over these next 2 games, that would be really big for the Mammoth.
Cole Bagley, he's covering this Utah Mammoth team. He's out on the road and taking in all these. It's rough. It's rough work. I know it's right before the holidays. Man,
oh, it's painful.
Hey, just going out to some of these historic venues and watching some hockey and covering this team. Not that it's a dream of yours or anything. So have fun out there. And we're going to be watching all these games. High interest, of course, to see how this team can recover some of those points or at least try to crawl back into that Wild, Stars, and Avalanche. Because, look, being down with the Blackhawks, Jets, Blues, and Preds right now, that's not a good place to be. I know they're the top of those teams, but you got to get these wins. And they've had more games than anybody, too. So,
got to
Cole,
stay above that black line.
We're looking forward to it, man. Thanks for hanging out with us today.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, too. I never thought I would leave Utah in December and go to 2 or 3 places colder than Utah.
Yep.
I mean, I've got family members golfing back in Utah, and it's 9 degrees in Boston right now. So enjoy that warm weather.
Yeah. Jeez. Thank you, Cole Bagley. There you go. Cole, he's our Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com. Yeah, somebody showed. Did you see that? I mean, they're in Cleveland, so it's already hard to watch a game anyway. But they showed one of the Cleveland fans. Did you see him in the crowd? They opened up an RC Cola. First of all, hilarious.
Oh yeah. And
so they bust out an RC Cola, and it immediately
the Browns-Bears game?
Yes, and it immediately froze.
Yeah.
And they start pouring it just as slush.
That's
into
wild.
the cup, and you go, well, that's one version of being able to play a football game and that stuff.
Our winters here aren't so bad
compared to that. And by the way, I was one of those Utahns golfing this weekend.
Good for you.
I mean,
it's beautiful right now. We get temperatures in the 50s in December.
It was sunny. I don't know what to tell you.
Fantastic.
I know. So
he mentioned the Columbus Blue Jackets. First time I think the Columbus Blue Jackets have ever been mentioned on JJ and Alex. Is there a more irrelevant pro sports franchise in North America than the Columbus Blue Jackets?
Are they bad too on top of it?
Can you name one player?
Oh, no.
Now or ever that has played for that team?
No, the thing that they have going for them is they have that cool...
I'm sure you could.
They have that cool Confederate cannon that they shoot off when they score goals. It's pretty cool.
It's a Confederate cannon?
I mean, sorry, Union cannon.
Right.
Those soldiers are up there, and they got the blue jackets on. Obviously they're blue jackets, so they're not gray jackets. You can't roll into town wearing gray and doing a Civil War reenactment. No, yeah, you got to be wearing the blue. But yeah, I couldn't tell you anything about the Blue Jackets. Couldn't tell you anything about them. But you know what? They're probably saying the same thing about Utah, right?
Well, I mean,
are they bad? Are they bad too?
The Mammoth have been around for 2 years. The Columbus Blue Jackets have been around for 2 decades, and I can't tell you what they've accomplished.
Well, they're dead last right now in the East, so there's that.
Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We'll come back. We got to get out to a break here. Before we do, just want to remind you that when we come back, we're going to be doing our locals in the NFL segment. By the way, massive weekend for the locals in the NFL, and tons to get to. That's always fun to do. So JJ's going to give us the update on that, plus some of the other things that happen in the NFL. Stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're going to get out and take another break here. Before we do, here on JJ and Alex, wanted to dip in with Dr. Joseph Featherall, who's been joining us today. University of Utah Health, of course, has you covered from anywhere in the Valley, not just at the University of Utah, but that brand of the University of Utah Health and the medical center that we're so blessed to have on top of the Primary Children's Hospital, the new location down in Lehigh of the new primaries down there. It's just awesome to be able to have these specialists in our area, and Dr. Featherall specializes in orthopedics. Ski season, knee season. That's what we're talking about now. My kids went out for the first time this year out on the slopes, and I just hope that their gear gets used all season long. They don't have the premature knee injury before it's all done.
Yeah, totally. I think that's something definitely to think about when you're getting out there. safety for yourself and your kids, for sure. And it's interesting. We were talking a little bit earlier about these kind of seasonality of injuries and whatnot. I think one of the interesting things about snow sports is skiers tend to get lower extremity injuries, injure their ankle, tibia fractures, or ACL and knee ligament injuries. But don't forget about snowboarders. I'm a little bit more of a snowboarder, so they don't quite let me up at Alta very often.
Wait,
I'm with you.
You guys have your own
snobby skiers. Have their
the skiers have their own specialized injuries too. That's what.
Yeah. So those are knee injuries. Snowboarders, though, generally upper extremity injuries. So shoulder dislocations, wrist fractures, clavicle fractures. So it's a little bit of a different risk profile. Wrist guards are something that's really useful for snowboarders. And probably the biggest thing in skiers, having someone professionally look at your DIN settings, make sure your bindings are dialed. If you're using a binding that has a pin in the front, convertible binding for uphilling as well as coming down, make sure you're double checking that, because you do want your ski to eject if you do have a fall.
What are some tips you have for injury prevention or safety right now, especially with skiing season going on?
First is just kind of planning your day. I think it's really easy to be out there and underestimate some of the conditions. I mean, you're definitely out there in the wilderness, even though you're at a resort. So thinking about hydration as well as taking regular breaks and nutrition while you're out there for you and your family. That's a big one. I think the other thing is appropriate safety equipment. And that goes for, helmets, pads, etc., especially if you're hitting the park. And then the other thing is just cold protection and weather protection. So good gear. I think those are some of the fundamentals. And then as you're getting out there too, just being mindful of your skill level and going to the appropriate terrain, and then using good technique when you're out there as well.
Yeah, just be better at skiing, JJ. Come on, man.
Just don't be dumb. That's what I heard there. Don't do anything stupid.
Bundle up, warm up, and actually have some good technique.
There you go.
Come on, man.
Good advice.
Dr. Joseph Featherall, he's a specialist in orthopedics and pediatric orthopedics for University of Utah Health, uofuhealth.org. Find a specialist right there. And there is a location near you. I guarantee it. Just go to uofuhealth.org and find those specialists. Dr. Featherall, we'll chat with you again.
Awesome. It's been fun talking with you guys.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
One right lane is still blocked on northbound I-15 in Murray between 53rd and 45th South, with delays extending back to 90th South in Sandy. The southbound flow is on the freeway is suffering from its usual long stretch of slowing from Murray all the way down to Draper and Bluffdale. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Do you feel behind in your retirement planning? Call Teton Wealth Group now, 435-255-6331, and our team will create for you your own complimentary Ascent plan that will show you how you can have a retirement full of purpose, prosperity, and joy. Just call Teton Wealth Group, 435-255-6331. If you're anxious about your finances in retirement, call Teton Wealth Group at 435-255-6331 for your own Ascent plan. That's 435-255-6331.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever. Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Cozy up at the garden with winter flavors. Nothing says warm like buttery Lionhouse rolls and seasonal soups or fresh baked treats from cinnamon rolls, cookies, and daily hot cocoa. Make your season merry at the garden. Open late during the holidays. Visit thegardenslc.com.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, you know what that music means? Of course, it's our NFL Blitz on the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Welcome back to the program. Hey, every week you can nominate a youth sports volunteer that does an amazing job. They don't have to be coaches. They don't even have to be, we prefer like the volunteers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for
or
sure.
how about you know what we haven't had yet is a referee.
I would love to see a referee.
I would love to see a ref get nominated because they are putting up with it, man.
Yep.
So if you have somebody, a team mom, an assistant coach, somebody in the neighborhood of yours that's doing an awesome job as a youth sports volunteer, nominate them for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. Just go to KSLSports.com/contest. Every Thursday afternoon, we read off a winner, and they get a prize courtesy of the folks at Hercules Credit Union and also Beehive Meals, both of which are sponsors of this great program. Okay. JJ, locals in the NFL. Man, it just seems like every week we're naming this off. Every week we're finding moments where players are doing an awesome job that have some sort of a connection to the state of Utah. And here we are again, maybe the best week of all year. I don't know. It was a pretty darn good one, man.
Well, as far as getting into the end zone, that can't be topped. Last week was incredible. I think we had 7 locals in the NFL that got in the end zone one way or another, either throwing a ball, running a ball, or catching a ball. But this week was interesting because there was a lot of great defensive play. You remember Kyle Van Noy, if you watched the game, the Ravens playing the Bengals. The Bengals were driving down to the goal line, trying to forge a comeback. Down 17-0 at that point. A touchdown in that moment. Would have got him back in
changes
the
things
game
a little bit, yeah.
Well, Joe Burrow throws a pass, and guess who intercepts it? It's just sitting there in the zone.
KVN, man.
Is Kyle Van Noy, KVN. And instead of just running it out or taking a knee, he had the wherewithal to hand the ball off to one of the safeties that was back there with him, Alohi Gilman, who, by the way,
How about that Utah to Utah connection, man?
He spent a year at Orem High School. He's from Kahuku. His younger brother played at Utah. But he took the ball and took it for a pick six, 84 yards. And
Is it a pick six? Somebody else picked. He just sixed, right?
Well, it was picked, and it was sixed. It's a pick six.
The INT goes to KVN.
Yep.
The random defensive touchdown goes to Gilman.
Pretty cool.
Awesome.
They shared the touchdown, I guess you could say. It was great teamwork. It was a heads-up play by KVN.
It was
incredible football IQ to make that play. He didn't have at this point in his career.
Oh, the wheels aren't there. Wheels aren't there.
He's not going to be able to make it 84 yards, but Gilman certainly can and did. And so that was one of the best plays of the week in all of the NFL. So it was awesome to see Kyle Van Noy play a role in that.
That takes something. First of all, one of the crazy things about Kyle Van Noy was that his career was the closing speed. I mean, he was all over the field. And same thing in the beginning part of his NFL career. And you're right, he's a very specific dude now. He's one of the most savvy veteran linebackers in the game.
Really smart player.
Second go around at the Ravens, where he's there. They know him. He knows what's going on. And the guy who can go, there's no way that I could take this to the house and just hand it off to his. That's a guy who's
a lot of other players probably would have had so much pride to think they could.
Yes.
He made the smart, unselfish, team thinking play, and it was one of the best of the weekend.
How about did Puka have a pretty decent weekend?
Oh my gosh, Puka. Okay, Puka is
every week, man.
Top 3 receivers in the NFL. Can you name 2 receivers that are better? Question mark. Can you? Maybe just by numbers, you say Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is Justin Jefferson better than Puka right now? Amon-Ra St. Brown. Based on stats.
These are all, by the way, these are all first-team All-Pro guys.
These are the best of the best.
Yeah.
And Puka can make a case that he is the best receiver in the National Football League. When you combine his blocking ability, his route running,
how hard it is to take him down.
He plays like a tight end, but he's a deep threat. It's just crazy to see his progression and how getting to the league seems to have unlocked something with him. Now, we knew in high school he was a freak. He's the best, in my opinion. He might be the best overall high school football player the state's ever seen. You can certainly make that case. And then he gets to BYU after a year at Washington and has some great moments, but the injuries always prevented him from becoming an All-American.
You remember?
Or a legendary status at BYU. He is now. I think what he's doing in the NFL is enhancing our view of what he was in college.
JJ, you remember, I think you were, so I was here the night that it happened. For some reason, I was doing some other work, and then I was like, oh, Puka's going to make his announcement on the air tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that whole deal?
Happened on KSL.
And I was standing off to the side just kind of watching.
Yeah.
And, there's a part of me that he throws up the Washington colors. I was like, go Dogs,
Yeah.
Mom was not happy. You remember how mad his mom was?
She was very upset. He broke her heart that night, but
got her wish.
Eventually, her 2 sons ended up playing together at BYU.
Yeah, it's
so
worked out. It's
all good now. Puka's mother is incredible, and she's awesome.
I'm waiting
Been
on
through a lot, and to have these boys be successful is just a tribute
tremendous
to her.
It's crazy. First of all, Jackson Dart, he had a really nice game, I thought. Decent-ish game.
But he plays for the Giants.
So the Giants, they come up short against the Commanders. It's just going to be the rest like that for the rest of the year. I just hope he stays healthy and he just keeps. Got to keep logging those hours, man.
63 yards rushing on Sunday.
Don't need it.
He's playing with fire, man, but that's what Jackson does. This is the new quarterback. This is that dual threat. The guy. When we're seeing it in the NFL, a lot of these guys, that grew up playing in spread offenses. This is what they do. So now you're seeing more of it in the NFL, and Jackson Dart's not going to reinvent himself. He's not going to go pro style. He runs spread. He's great in the RPO. Let him cook. But there is risk, and he certainly toes that line.
Was that catch, that sliding catch that was wild in the back of the end zone, was that the Hawes kid?
No.
It wasn't?
No.
I thought maybe it was.
He did have a catch for 9 yards, though.
So
Dalton Kincaid had 3 catches, I believe.
Yeah,
so.
man, that was about as good of a game that we've seen all season long. That comeback by the Bills.
Patriots game was fun.
And by the way, the Bills may have. I mean, that I'm not going to say it saved their season, but it
kept them alive.
It turned a corner for them too. I think in an attitude, and it's kind of crazy.
Let me say this as a Broncos fan. Now that the Chiefs are done, do you know what team I feel is the biggest threat?
You think it's the Bills?
Oh, 100%.
Really?
That team has experience. They've been knocking on the door. They've played in big games. It feels like they've always been ready for a breakthrough, but the Chiefs just stood in the way. Well, the Chiefs aren't in the way anymore.
You don't think the Jaguars are like legit right now? Or?
I do. And you know who else? The Texans are legit too.
Yeah, now that's a scary team.
That defense is tough, and they figured some things out on offense just enough. How they're hot. They've won like 5 in a row. They're right in the mix.
But see, here's the thing though, too, is you think about. I think the Chargers are really good. What makes the Chargers so good is their defense is so freaking good.
Same thing, right?
But that's what I worry about with the Bills.
What do all these teams in the AFC have in common?
Well, not the Bills though. I don't think the Bills have a phenomenal defense.
It's
they're
not
the
what
ones
it has been.
I think they're the ones who give up 30 a game and still.
Can they get away with that when it really matters?
The Lions have been trying to pull it off and they can't.
Why did the Ravens fall off this year?
Yeah, it's that
defense
legendary defense is not it. Yeah.
So all these young defenses, the Jags defense, Devin Lloyd featured on that. They're great. The Texans are great. The Broncos are great. The Chargers are great. Who are the weak links? You're right. Whoever wins the AFC North is not going to have a great defense. The Steelers have guys that can play, but they're older. You're right. The defenses are ruling in the but you know why the Patriots lost that game yesterday? Their defense let them down. They couldn't get stops.
Mm-hmm. Hey, do we owe an apology to Phillip Rivers? Old man Rivers?
No, I didn't. I expect him to do exactly what he did yesterday.
Oh, settle down. On Friday, we were making all the old guy jokes.
He threw a touchdown pass. Yeah, of course. He's making the jokes. I didn't expect him to go out there and suck. He didn't suck.
I think it's funny.
He darn near won that game for him.
You forget how
he's so smart. He's such a fiery competitor.
Yeah. He was wild in his career where he would just. And his press conferences are always fun, and I think that there is zero care in the world now, which actually makes it better for him, right?
Yeah.
When they made that 60-yarder yesterday, I was like, we're going to lose. I say we, the Seahawks. And I know you were watching that. Hope you're crossing those fingers that the dadgum Colts are going to win that game, and thank heavens they were able to get the dub on that one. So, man.
Who's going to win the NFC West?
I kind of don't care. I think the Rams are a better team. Like, come on. It's crazy to watch them. It looks like it's a video game.
Right.
The Seahawks are like kind of getting by the seat of their pants. I like what Sam Darnold's doing. What he's doing is phenomenal. But what it's not is it doesn't feel like he's taking so much command of this game that Matthew Stafford is I think Matthew Stafford should win the MVP at this point. If they were to do it right now, he'd be the MVP winner for me. Drake May, don't care. Stafford is old as the hills in quarterback years, and he's smart. He's smart. He just goes, guess what? I know what I got here, and I'm going to get the ball to every one of these dudes.
He's still got a hose.
Yes, he still freaking throws the ball, and it's awesome to watch. So there's part of me that goes, oh, boy. Seahawks are going to get into this has first round loss all over it. They're going to be in the wild card and they're going to lose that first game.
This is Sam Darnold history, right?
Yeah.
Can Sam Darnold get over the hump in the playoffs?
They'll go 12 and or no, they have 3 games left. Yeah, I bet they'll win 2 of them. They'll go 12 and they were 11. Yeah. I still think they'll be like 12, 13 wins, 13 and 4,
pull up their schedule real
12
quick.
and 5.
They've got they're home against the Rams, at the Panthers, who were fighting for their playoff lives, and at the 49ers.
Oof.
Yeah, it's hard.
Let's say they win even just one of those.
Go 1 and 2.
They'll be
Safely.
12 wins. I don't think I think 12 is going to get them in the wild card, right?
I agree.
So they get there, and it has first round exit written all over it. But you know what it is? Way over the expectations of what Seahawks fans had this year. Way over them. And by the way, they're going to have a guy who's going to be pushing, because even yesterday, Sam Darnold throws 0 touchdowns, but Smith-Njigba scores Catches still goes for 113.
Yeah.
He's on pace for that 2,000, right? Still?
Yes, he is. He's got 200 more yards than Puka Nacua, who's in the 1,300 range. Crazy, right?
Oof.
So
Crazy.
Seahawks, by the way, really, really, really want to stay where they're at. They got to keep that game lead against the 49ers and finish 5th in the NFC, because the difference between being 5th and 6th is a first-round playoff game at either Tampa Bay or Carolina, or a first-round playoff game against the Eagles.
Hey,
which would you prefer?
If Jackson Smith-Njigba breaks the record in Game 17, do you respect it? Calvin Johnson got 1968.
Well, people said the same thing about Saquon Barkley last year, and he ended up just sitting it out, right?
Yeah. But I'm just wondering.
Yeah, what's weird, right?
All the good wide receivers in Seahawks history.
A lot of NFL records. So there was, they played 14 games until the late 70s, right?
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. When we do, we've got a Sucks to Be You right on the corner. People who it currently sucks to be. Lots of people, by the way, in the world of sports as it so happens. So stay with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We always have southbound slowing on I-15 in this spot, but today northbound I-15 between Sandy and Murray is very slow thanks to a crash just past 53rd South. That's still blocking one right lane. Out in West Valley, southbound slowing in the normal variety is happening again with bangular delays from California Avenue to 41st South. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule your snow removal services with GoPave Utah. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Go to Salt Lake City Fat Loss and saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. What are you going to find? You're going to find a website where you can find out exactly what the program is at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. People ask this all the time. So what is it? What is this thing? Well, they go through and they tell you exactly what it is. It's all natural. There's a way that you can drop weight without having to compromise yourself in any other way. You don't have to buy any meals from them either. That's a great part of it, right? So go to slcfatloss.com and see what the program is. See the testimonials. They tell you about the program. And right now, JJ, a bunch of money off, the most that we've ever offered talking about Salt Lake City Fat Loss. You can get it right now.
They get a huge holiday sale. Over $400 off. It makes it their lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. So don't waste any time. Go check this out. Make a decision right now about it. If you've been thinking about doing this program, now's the perfect time. We get it. You've tried everything. Diet, shots, shakes, even advice from so-called weight loss experts on Instagram, influencers on the gram telling you what to do. No real credentials or real clients. Don't risk your health or hard-earned money with advice from strangers online. This is a doctor-developed program that's helped thousands of real people with busy lives finally lose the weight and keep it off for good. I'm one of them. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. They've been helping me keep that weight off ever since. Their expert guidance is going to provide a proven plan to lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days. And again, the lowest prices of the year now. $400 off right now. This is the perfect time to do it now, between now and December 31st only at slcfatloss.com. Go there, get your free consultation, learn more about the program. If you want to do this, tell them JJ and Alex sent you and get that $400 off through December 31st. slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Basking in the sports misfortune of others to help make you feel just a little bit better about yourself. As JJ and Alex present,
Yes, we got beat. We got beat badly.
It Sucks to Be You.
All right, welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Hey, guess what? Before we get to Sucks to Be You, I've got some stuff to give away. You call in right now, 801-575-ZONE, and you give us the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealer Play of the Weekend, the Chevy Strong Play of the Weekend, as to given out by DJ and PK, which I was dropping off my boys at elementary school today, and I heard it, and I said, oh, yeah, there it is. And it was a big one. It was awesome. It has to do with a local who made an amazing play. And so all you have to do is tell us what that play was as given out by DJ and PK. You get yourself an Amazon gift card. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663. People who it currently sucks to be. Now, it doesn't suck to be Diego Pavia, who finished. Did he end up second?
Yes.
In the
wait.
Or was it third? I think he was second.
Wasn't Sayin second?
I thought Sayin finished. I don't know where Sayin finished, but I thought it was Love after that.
Let me get confirmation on that because
You would think you would know.
I know, right? So I'm a little embarrassed. I can't remember if it was second or third. Okay, so Pavia was second. Jeremiah Love third. Yeah, Julian Sayin fourth.
Right.
And Jacob Rodriguez fifth.
So I read that Rodriguez got more first place votes than Sayin, and I thought, well, that's a nice little feather in your cap.
Yeah.
Linebacker getting fifth in Heisman voting, not bad. But Diego Pavia, after the whole thing, now sort of mired his legacy by saying, quote unquote, F the voters.
Yeah.
And then had to apologize later because it's really dumb to say something like that. I was telling Annapolis before this, think about all the players that have been part of the Heisman voting over the years. They might think that in their head, like, man, I should have won this thing. But so many people go to this award ceremony and they're gracious about the fact that they're in New York. They get the invite, finishing second in the Heisman voting, having the amazing career that he did. That's not the last. That's kind of the last thing you want to have. So it sucks to be him this weekend for saying that kind of garbage.
Yeah, it's Diego Pavia's an incredible story. He's the first ever Heisman finalist.
Oh yeah,
from Vanderbilt,
and he finished second.
It's
Hang
incredible.
Your hat on it, man.
You're
it's
a great
awesome.
story, dude. But I think his deal is, and I kind of give him a pass here a little bit, is he's just been so overlooked for so many. He played at New Mexico Military Institute. Mm-hmm. He played at New Mexico State.
Mm-hmm. Not New Mexico. He played at the worst New Mexico school.
Right. The other New Mexico school.
Right.
This guy was so close to becoming a Heisman Trophy winner. With that background, I get it. But you and I think there's a lot of athletes that have a hard time with this. Having a chip on your shoulder gets you so far that you don't know how to turn that part of you off.
Sure. No, I get that.
And you get to a point where you've achieved enough where, okay, the act's kind of tired. Like, you have achieved greatness. Like, be confident in that. And I think he let that chip on his shoulder get the best of him this weekend in a moment where it was really appropriate to do that. This is not a competition on the field. This is an award ceremony. And the guy who won it deserved it. And what he did was disrespectful to the guy that won it.
Yeah, well, and then the class that Mendoza showed afterward was
right.
I think I don't think we would have gotten a gracious speech like that from Diego Pavia. Also sucks to be Cincinnati. Did you see Brendan Sorsby entered the transfer portal?
Predictable.
Yeah. It did suck to be Chris Jones this weekend and Chiefs fans, but Chris Jones is at the post-game press conference, and he's like, hey, we still got fight in us yet, and we still have something to prove, and we could still crawl back into this thing. And then he goes, oh, we're out of the playoffs? Okay. And then just 1,000-yard stare, and that was the end of the press conference. Chris Jones. Oh my goodness, Chris Jones didn't know they were out of the playoffs. And I imagine him going through the locker room going, heads up, guys, we got this. We're going to do this. And they're all looking at him going, what is Chris Jones' problem, man? Why does he have to do this positivity thing right now? That's not what we want. All right. Let's take a break here. We'll come back. When we return, we have a Jazz game coming up tonight at Delta Center between the Mavericks and the Jazz. High-powered rookies, of course, in focus, but in this Jazz team who've won 9, I think the Mavericks have won 10. So these two teams battling it out tonight. We'll see how this one goes. We'll come back to that and much more next hour. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Let's get out and check in again with Dr. Joseph Featherall, who joins us on the program today and has been giving us a couple tips. And listen, free advice for you. This is like, this is the kind of service we provide, JJ.
Well, doc talk, I like it.
Well, now listen, we're not providing the service. But
don't take our advice.
Dr. Featherall is providing it. So this is what's great is people dip in this time of year, and we always want to know about certain things. And I will say that like physical therapy has been it was something that I was afraid of going into this. But this is a huge part of what you guys do, being able to have a specialist and sit down. How big of a deal is it to have physical therapy along with not just the immediate like surgical side of things, which is also important, but where does physical therapy kind of get into the world of sports medicine and how important it is these days?
Oh my gosh, therapy is huge. It's your first line of defense against injuries, honestly. That's funny they were afraid of going to physical therapy first. What was up with that, man?
No, it wasn't even afraid. It was I guess afraid's not the right word. It was more like, nah, I don't need that. Just,
prideful.
I'll do some push-ups. I should be okay.
Yeah.
It's the dude. It was the dude approach to the doctor.
Yeah. Don't be Alex.
Don't be me. I've since learned.
No, I had a patient once who gave me this thought on going to physical therapy, and he was like, I really like it because it's making me a project, making me better and stronger. And I thought that was really really captured the essence of it in a lot of ways. And, we've all had little dings and bruises and little injuries along the way. And physical therapy is one of the best ways that you can really strengthen around and through those injuries. And, people that are competing at a high level in sports are, constantly working on that with their athletic trainers, with their physical therapists, and, trying to take their weaknesses and turn them into strengths. So physical therapy is a great thing. And oftentimes you can just go to a physical therapist without a referral if you have a injury. And that can greatly improve your function. And physical therapy is awesome.
Overuse injuries have been a real issue. I'm sure you see it a lot, especially with young athletes right now. What are some of the things you're seeing, and what are some of the things that you tell people to do to treat and maybe even prevent some of these overuse injuries?
Yeah, no, that's a great one, especially with a lot of youth sports going year round now, early specialization, et cetera. I think the biggest thing is to kind of train smarter, not harder, right? Like we're talking about, like the dude approach to it is just push as hard as you can. You want to be doing something where you're doing progressive overload, right? You're not trying to ramp up too quickly, ramp up into your season too quickly, ramp into high volumes of training too quickly. Your body, your tendons, your joints, they all respond at a certain rate, and you want to progress into that. That's probably the biggest thing.
If anybody wants to find out where they can find a specialist, where they can start, because with me it was, hey, I just needed to know where to start. Started with, the back X-ray, or
you needed a place you could trust.
Yeah, and it really is important. And they go, hey, let's start these. And the stretches that I learned in physical therapy, by the way, they're a daily thing for me, and it's brought a tremendous amount of relief. And so it's huge. Instead of getting the back fused, just right off of the bat. And so it was good to get educated on it. And you can get educated on it, and you get treated, and you get the best physicians across the board, the best healthcare across the board from any of the folks at University of Utah Health. It's uofuhealth.org to find a specialist near you. Dr. Joseph Featherall has been our guest today. Dr. Featherall, thanks for hanging out, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you guys. It's been a lot of fun.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather.
When the cold weather hits, you shouldn't let it hit you.
Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Right now is the perfect time to upgrade to high-efficiency, beautifully built windows to keep your home cozy all winter long. And for a limited time, when you replace 10 windows or more, you're going to get a massive $2,500 off. Plus, yes, it does get better. Advanced Windows is offering great financing options to make your upgrade easier than ever. Low payments, flexible plans, no stress, and every window comes backed by our lifetime warranty. So you can enjoy comfort, savings, and peace of mind for years to come. Don't wait for the cold to creep in. Replace it right now and save big.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
The Hercules Local Business Spotlight this holiday season is Ty the Window Guy, which started in 1998 as a small side job cleaning cleaning windows has grown into a trusted local business built on quality service and long-lasting relationships. More than 27 years later, Ty still serves many of his first clients with the same dependable care that built his reputation. To learn more or schedule your next window cleaning, visit TyTheWindowGuy.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What time is it?
Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
5 on the clock. Keontae, one-on-one on Spencer. Pulls and hits. 3 ball. Keontae George ties us at 43. John Moran, who throws a baseball outlet to Coward, going to the rim. Behind Ace Bailey, gets it and blocks it to the 5th row. Ace Bailey tracked him down and said, "Rookie, you will not."
Whoa.
7:48 to play. Jazz have lost 2 in a row. Key, step back 3. Hasn't scored in the second half. He has now. He's got 30.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Jazz basketball day right here on the KSL Sports Zone, which, of course, means you're going to get all your radio coverage starting at 6 o'clock tonight. You're going to get your pregame and then tip-off against the Dallas Mavericks across the street at Delta Center. And it's, listen, gosh darn it, this team's kind of good.
Yeah,
I don't know what to think about it.
They're competitive. They're much more competitive than they were last year. There's no doubt about that.
How about a 39-point night the other night from Keontae George?
Star.
I mean, so he had 27 at the half, and I told the kids, I said, we're dipping in on the second half to see if he gets to 50, because I think that he's doing stuff in his career where he kind of turns these corners every so often, as this year especially. Yeah. This is his best year by far, and not only that, not only just from a scoring perspective, he has grown up as a pro. We're watching it happen before our eyes, and I love it. And yet at the same time, this is a 9-15 Jazz team, and I don't know if this is sustainable if you don't want to hand that draft pick away to the dadgum Thunder, who don't need it.
Don't get too good too fast, Jazz.
I don't know. I don't know what to think about it, because I like winning games, watching those games and watching big moments like that from guys like Keontae George who are growing up.
I hate this situation with the NBA.
It's weird.
I hate it.
It's really weird. Let's jump in on the program here. One of our Jazz insiders, of course, hosts the Jazz Notes podcast with Ben Anderson, and he covers, of course, the Jazz also on KSLSports.com. Chandler Holt joining us on the program. Let's jump in here with the cut and get things going officially right now.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is What Made the Cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program, TRAJAN Wealth.com, for all your trusted local needs in retirement. It's TrajanWealth.com. Chandler, this is a weird spot to be in. I would imagine that you and Ben sort of, I don't know, maybe how do you guys approach it? I want to have like a better approach to this than, hey, stop being good, but I like when these guys are doing things that they are. And maybe you guys have a little bit more of a mature view of it and kind of the Will Hardy approach, which is, hey, man, we try to win games. Where are you at with this team now that they're 9-15 and definitely not one of the worst teams in the league right now?
Yeah, it is definitely very interesting because on one side, it's good to see the jump from Keontae George and the positive signs from Ace Bailey, and you're like, okay, you can kind of see the bigger picture of what is happening with this team and where they could be in a few years. But on the other side of it, we aren't where the Jazz aren't where they want to be. It isn't a few years in the future yet, and you still have this top 8 protection sort of hanging over your head, and you're at a point right now where it's right on the edge of that going to OKC, which would probably be a worst-case scenario. But with that being said, we are a little over a quarter into the NBA season, and with a roster full of young guys, there is going to be some burnout, and of course, whether fabricated or real, there are injuries later in the season, which is something that the Jazz knew all too well last year. And with the Walker Kessler injury specifically, even though Jusuf Nurkic isn't Nikola Jokic or Bam Adebayo or anybody else, if Nurkic is out for a game and Kyle Filipowski, who isn't a real center, is your starting center, the Jazz aren't going to win a lot of games. Like, for example, tonight when they play the Dallas Mavericks, Jusuf Nurkic is out. So I'm not a betting man, but I would think the Jazz are going to lose tonight because you don't have someone to deal with the center, especially since that center is Anthony Davis.
Yeah, Keontae George was unbelievable the other night, 39 points, and it's not just he's better, he's playing like a star. What's now have you reevaluated what you think Keontae George can be as an NBA player based on what he's done so far this season?
Absolutely. First, I have always been high on Keontae George, but what I'm seeing so far this year, it is a real question if Keontae George is the best player on the Utah Jazz right now. Lauri Markkanen has been awesome this year. Don't get me wrong. He's averaging 27.6 points a game. This is the all-star Lauri we saw from a couple years back. But from the playmaking to the leadership to the scoring, Keontae George has made a jump that has been so impressive on so many levels. And we talked about this today on the Jazz Notes podcast. Like, what is stopping Keontae from being an all-star, from being a 30-point-per-game scorer? Like, he has all of the tools to do that, and he's only 22 years old. He's averaging 22, 4, and 7 assists at 22 years old. I mean, I really think the sky's the limit for him.
Not just in this game tonight, just like you said. Like if you're leaning on Kyle Filipowski to to be your guy. I mean, obviously that would be kind of an interesting matchup with Anthony Davis. I mean, I'm not trying to laugh at. I'm just saying, if a coach looks at you and goes, "Get in there, Flip," and you're seeing Anthony Davis there, it's a wild thing. But, those are also the types of things, because Kyle Filipowski's, this is a growing-up year for him too, and I think he's made a lot of progress. What about guys that aren't Keontae George, the younger guys on this roster that you're looking at? Where's their development at, on this roster? Because I think we're seeing a lot of these guys grow up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think both from some of the veterans and from some of the younger guys, you're seeing stuff that you haven't really seen a lot in previous years. I think Flip has had a good year. He hasn't gotten as much opportunity as maybe some have thought. Isaiah Collier has shown flashes off of his record-setting rookie year. And also Bryce Sensabaugh. Bryce Sensabaugh has had an up-and-down year, but he definitely has shown flashes as well. I mean, Ace Bailey, of course, like, he's not someone you've necessarily seen grown. It's his first year, but he has been awesome as well. And then Nurkic. I mean, again, not to talk about veterans when you ask about young players, but him and Kevin Love and Svi Mikhailuk have really, I think they are maybe one of the biggest reasons that the Jazz are sitting at 9-15 instead of whatever they were at this time last year, maybe 4 or 5 wins. It has been a lot of positive signs, and I know that some Jazz fans want them to be losing right now to hold on to that pick, but the reason you're winning is because some of your young guys are looking really good.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. That's the growth you need to see as the franchise tries to improve. You don't want to be some of these teams that are in the lottery forever, like the Charlotte Hornets. Eventually, you got to get better. And I think the Jazz are getting better. And Ace Bailey was a great pick, and I love everything I've seen about him. And on the other side tonight, you're going to have Cooper Flagg, the player that every Jazz fan wanted. Is this going to be a thing moving forward where every time these two players play against each other, because they're in the same draft class, that we're going to remember that and they're going to be compared?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it'll more so be from the Jazz perspective. Like, it'll be like, oh, that guy is the guy that we had to watch a 17-win season for. We didn't even get him. We better beat the socks off the Mavericks tonight.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cooper Flagg has been awesome this year. 17.5 points per game, basically 6 rebounds, 3.5 assists. But also has with Anthony Davis missing a lot of games. Of course, Kyrie Irving is out for the Mavericks. He's had a lot of opportunity. And if you're watching the Jazz every single night, Ace Bailey definitely hasn't had the opportunity that Cooper Flagg has, but he's still been awesome. As I mentioned earlier, he's had about 10 points, and he's showing the ability to rebound and the ability to get his stuff within the offense. In the last game on Friday, he had an awesome lob from Keontae George. I think that Ace is coming along slowly, and I think that you've seen in previous years with the Jazz's young players, they've kind of just been thrown in the fire. Like, a good example of that is Cody Williams, and he struggled mightily in his rookie year. I think the Jazz realized, okay, we could really have one with Ace Bailey, so let's put him in the best situations and not put too much on his plate from day one, and I think it's been a lot of great signs so far.
What's the update on George Niang? I know that they sent out an update today on that health, and this roster is kind of interesting because guys like, Kevin Love and I think eventually, and I'm sure George is one of those guys that already dips in and probably puts his arm around some of these young guys, but there's this mix of veteran leadership and really young guys on this roster, and I think having a guy like George Niang coming off the bench would be really fun for this team and would help maybe in the losing games part. Not that I'm trying to diss on George Niang, but this is a guy that could definitely do, I think, a lot of the stuff that Kevin Love's been asked to do, which is like really put an arm around these guys and teach them how to be pros.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was, as you mentioned, it was announced today Hale will be reevaluated in 2 weeks. He's still dealing with that left foot injury. When he does eventually come back, I expect him to have a similar role to Kyle Anderson, where you're like maybe not going to play every single night. Some nights you might get 20 minutes a game. Other nights you'll be riding the pine the whole night. But from a leadership standpoint, absolutely, he also has experience in Utah, which I think is big. Maybe he's showing some of these guys places around the area. But, yeah, no, I expect him to not have a big role, definitely in the locker room more than anything else. But, yeah, I guess it remains to be seen once he finally hits the floor.
We're more than a quarter through this season, and we mentioned Ace Bailey's obviously got a big future here, and Keontae George has been unbelievable. But I think the jury's still out on a lot of the young players on this roster, and a lot of them are getting opportunities and getting minutes. Who do you have the biggest concern about right now as far as their development, and what young player on this roster is feeling the pressure to start showing some better results?
Good question. I have 2 answers for you. First would be Isaiah Collier, because as I mentioned before, a lot of ups and downs for Collier this year. His first handful of games after returning from injury were awesome, and it was like, oh, he is showing he should be the backup point guard. Like, no doubt about it. Isaiah Collier is the backup to Keontae George, but then he's had some struggle, and of course the jump shot is always a question mark for him. So I would say that is the thing. What he does, getting downhill and finding open guys, he does it well. But the question is, can he stick in the NBA without a reliable jump shot? And then the other option is Bryce Sensabaugh. Coming into the year, I had Bryce Sensabaugh as a most improved candidate for the Jazz, not in the NBA race, but just for the Jazz, and also just thought he could be the sixth man for this team. But the lack of defense has made it to where he gets maybe 5 minutes in a game on occasional nights if he isn't come out of the gates hot. And, like, there's no doubt about the jump shooting for him, but it's, can you play defense? Can you run the offense well from your position? There's a lot of question marks surrounding Bryce, and that has been shown, especially from Will Hardy. There has been some frustrating moments from Will Hardy to Bryce this year, and it feels like some things are just not really clicking for him yet.
What other guys are you kind of having more questions than answers about this year on this roster?
I would say Taylor Hendricks is a good one. Of course, he's coming off an injury, so it's the fact that he's playing NBA basketball at all is a positive. But it's also like the first few games of the year coming out of preseason, he was playing 20 minutes, and he got preseason, a lot of preseason appearances, and early in the year he was playing consistently, and now maybe he's only played in 13 of the games so far this year. He's been sent down to the SLC Stars, and it could just be as simple as he is getting his wind. Like, he had a lot of energy right as the season was starting, and now he's like, oh, okay, I am not ready for an 82-game season yet. So that is one to point out. I have also always been high on Taylor Hendricks. I love what he could bring as sort of a combo 4 with maybe one of the better defensive players on the Jazz when he's fully healthy. And then also just Cody Williams. It's been rough for Cody in his sophomore season, and I still think he just doesn't have the NBA body yet. He gets pushed around on defense all the time. But yeah, I would say those two, and then even the two from the previous question are ones that fit there.
Walt Clayton Jr., what do you like about what you've seen from him so far?
Yeah, Walt Clayton, not stats that pop off the page at you so far, but as a 4-year college guy, he comes in and he looks calm with the ball. A lot of his consistent minutes are coming in the fourth quarter of games that the Jazz aren't really in, but I have faith in him being the backup point guard for the Jazz, at least over the next couple of seasons, just because, like I mentioned, shooting is the shtick in the NBA right now, and he has that over Isaiah Collier. So once he does get more used to the NBA pace and space, and once his shot starts falling a bit more consistently, because right now he's at 30.9% from three, and I know, even in the NBA, he is at least a 34-35% shooter, if not better. So yeah, I think Walt Clayton has been awesome. Of course, it's his first 20 games of his NBA career, so it isn't going to be perfect, but I do have faith in him in being the second point guard for the Jazz.
You know, a lot is made of teams needing veteran players if they're young, and to be around these young players to kind of teach them the ropes and teach them how the league works. I don't buy that, because I think there's a lot of veteran players who aren't very good influences and don't actually do that. And I think that's way, way, way overplayed. But I wanted to get your take on it. I feel like Kevin Love is one of those guys that is valuable. How valuable has he been for the team this season? Now, he's gotten a lot more minutes and played a lot more than I thought he would, but also he seems to be really embracing being here and being part of this group, supporting Will Hardy, and really helping some of these young players.
Oh, absolutely. And I would say that I both agree and disagree with you. I think that having veterans is helpful, but like you said, you don't want a bad influence veteran. Like for example, I think you would rather your veteran be LeBron James than J.R. Smith.
What?
But I think Kevin Love is absolutely right. A perfect example. He's built great relationships with Keontae George, even with Ace Bailey, even though there must be, a 20-year almost age difference between those two. But yeah, and then also just out of nowhere, he'll come into the Memphis game and drop 20 and 8, like it's the 2018 finals again. Right. So yeah, I think he has been awesome. And then also I think Svi has gotten a lot of flack from Jazz fans so far this year, but he has started 24 out of 24 games for a reason. He even though sometimes there might be some questionable shots, and just like Lowry, the foreign guys don't maybe have the loudest voice in the locker room, which is why you have a Kevin Love and even kind of Walker Kessler, even though you don't think of him as a veteran. Yeah, there's been a lot of positive influences, and that's why you have those older guys in the locker room, even though you're like, why is Svi Mykhailiuk playing over Cody Williams, Taylor Hendricks, or one of these other guys that we need to see some progress from? There is a reason for it.
Chandler Holt, he hosts the Jazz Notes podcast, of course, with Ben Anderson, and then you can see his byline at KSLSports.com as well, covering this Jazz team. Chandler, thanks for help, man, and we're looking forward to see the superstar rookie coming into town and see what he can do.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, guys.
You bet. There you go. I love that idea. That was kind of, you know what, I want to go down that rabbit hole a little bit more. The worst NBA veterans to have influencing your young people.
Mark Jackson?
Probably Westbrook, probably Russell Westbrook a little bit, right? Like, I think that people generally liked him in the locker room. There were guys who didn't like. I think the J.R. Smith poll is probably as good as it was.
His competitiveness sometimes got a little, you know what I mean? Like he's another one of those guys. We talked about Diego Pavia earlier, where the competitiveness and the chip on your shoulder just gets to be a little much sometimes. It's kind of a compliment. It's just, you're great and you've fought and you've battled and became what you are, but sometimes you don't know when to turn that part of you off. I think Darren Williams struggled with that when he was here as a young player. He's constantly trying to prove everybody wrong, and he had a little bit of attitude about it. And as he matured, he realized, like, I didn't need to do that. I had a great situation, and I didn't need to act that way and be like that. And, you know, players mature and grow up, right? But it's a good question.
Ron Artest, maybe?
Oh, come on now.
Oh, no?
Yeah, no, that's definitely a good one.
I'm just thinking all time.
That's an obvious one.
That's what I'm thinking, all time.
But I don't know. At the end,
maybe in the locker room, the guys loved him.
I don't
know.
know.
Like, I don't know.
I think that there's a lot of insiders in the league that probably give us a better idea. But I agree with you. I would love to just have a segment where we're talking about bad vets.
Guys you want talking to, Keontae George.
Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes have a great podcast together right now. I don't know that they were great veteran influences.
Matt Barnes, yeah.
Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those kind of guys. Like, I don't know if you want him to be your vet.
Hey, I was going to ask you a couple questions, Matt. Hey, and just this stuff I could see him telling some rookies.
Well, and stuff they're taking the rookies to go do after games.
Maybe Ja's not the best guy to hang out with either. I don't know.
Clearly not.
All right. We're going to take a break.
Maybe Ja didn't have the vet he needed.
Hey, yeah. Maybe that's the problem. Didn't get the right mentorship. All right. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we've got ourselves a little bit more of a breakdown of this Jazz team and this Jazz game tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. So we'll see how this thing goes. I really want to see I've got the official availability report as well, and we'll go through that. So stay right here with us. More to go around the corner. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. First, before we get out, wanted to do a dive in here with one of our guests because every so often we get to chat with the people at University of Utah Health, and today is one of those days. And I think this is basically a service to the community, JJ.
Oh, yeah.
What we're doing
we all are in need of this.
This is like a telehealth visit, basically, for you and I. We just get the doctors on and then ask about our kids in particular.
Basically.
But, Dr. Joseph Featherall joins us. He's an orthopedic specialist in sports medicine, particularly in the pediatric side of things. Welcome to the show, Dr. Featherall.
Thank you, guys. It's exciting to be here.
So let's get into it. Man, you kind of cover all of the things, but I would imagine I want to kind of off the cuff here ask you about all of these Achilles injuries that are happening. You must see this and then have thoughts on it. When you see all these professional athletes going down with the Achilles, what's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, the Achilles injury is really something that occurs in that age group of athletes who are, probably a little bit more senior in their careers. It doesn't happen super early on, but it's repetitive overload in those athletes. And then finally one sort of high load incident where it ruptures. But it's come a long way. And actually with all the injuries now, people have been kind of pushing the boundaries a little bit in terms of the rehabilitation and some of the newer technologies, the repair techniques and the physical therapy to get those athletes coming back sooner. So it's an area really where sports medicine, I think, in 2025 is really pushing the boundaries.
And, there's a lot of people that have their kids playing sports right now, or even adults playing sports right now, and they always want to know, when I have an injury or my kid has an injury, where do I go? University of Utah Health is exactly where they need to go. What are all the types of sports medicine specialists that you guys have at University of Utah Health that can help people with their specific needs?
In particular, there's two big buckets, I would say. There are folks who specialize in physical medicine, rehabilitation, and sort of non-operative sports medicine. And these are the folks who really treat a lot of stuff that are sprains, strains, a lot of overuse injuries, those types of things. And then there are our operative providers. So if you have an ACL injury or a cartilage injury within your knee or something, or a shoulder injury or hip injury, that's like a major structural problem where you can go to have that reconstructed or treated. And then out from there, we kind of diversify out into some folks who specialize in shoulder, some people who specialize in knee, and some people who specialize in foot and ankle.
If you want to get some more information, listen, we've all got kids that, at least JJ and I, you're dealing with something all the time. If you're in a season, even when you're out of a season, you're trying to get them right for the next season that's coming up. And so if you have anything, whether it's your kids or you, or whether it's one of your loved ones, lean on University of Utah Health. All you have to do is go to their website, check it out for yourself, find a specialist right there, uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. Thank you, Dr. Featherall. We'll chat with you again, man.
Awesome.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The northbound crash on I-15 in Murray just past 53rd South is still blocking right lane, and the cause of heavy delays stretching back to 90th South in Sandy. Good news, the southbound I-15 crash in North Salt Lake is cleared, and now it's normal movement again from Bountiful to downtown Salt Lake. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham.
It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way.
Incredible!
Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on the Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
You know what's coming. Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz.
It's time!
All season long and even in the off season, it's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Yeah! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex from 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Appreciate everybody joining us here on the program. We got a Jazz basketball game tonight over at Delta Center. It's going to be the Mavericks, Jazz. They're facing off of a couple of top 5 picks. Cooper Flagg has, he's been a really, really good rookie.
Yeah.
And, he's on pace to be the Rookie of the Year, right? Isn't that kind of...
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. He's the front runner. There's no question about that.
Yeah, and this class was considered still a pretty good one.
Mm-hmm.
But this next year's class is supposed to be crazy, right? So I will see how that thing works out, but it's pretty wild. So the other night, the other night it was interesting to watch Keontae George have this 39 points because I think that he's been like this all year, but it felt different. It felt different 3 nights ago. He goes for 27 in the first half, and there was a different level of because I think he's always been a scorer, but 39 points is wild. And on a night where Lowry has, what did Lowry have? He had 29, right? Mm-hmm. Those guys, that is a pretty tremendous 1-2 punch that you didn't think was going to be happening this year. What's the reality of what you thought that Keontae George was going to do this year before the season started?
Nothing like this. Maybe average 12 points a game.
We were just hoping that he would be a little bit more steady, right?
Yeah.
Kind of walk the ball down
just
the floor.
Just show some progression.
And you were like waiting for these signature nights every other night that might be those 3 for 12 shooting nights that he's been having in his career. And instead, those are so fewer and further between. He's had a couple of them this year. But you know that the new version of Keontae George has been something that he's turned a corner on.
He's averaging 22.9 points per game. He's almost in the realm of all-star consideration.
It's pretty
That's
crazy.
how good he has been. And then you see his assist numbers go up to 6.8. He's also not a liability on defense anymore. I don't expect him to be first team all defense, but he's got to be good enough that you can keep him on the floor where he's not giving up more points than he's actually getting. That is completely flipped as well. And so, yeah, the development has been phenomenal. The maturity level that you witness in his post-game interviews and the way he handles things on the court, all of that has just been phenomenal. It's a great story, and that's what you're trying to do here with the Utah Jazz, is they're trying to find these guys that can build this team into a championship caliber team. And Keontae, as young as he is absolutely a candidate for being part of that and potentially being the lead point guard for that group once it comes together. I think that's still in construction. I think there's still a lot of question marks about who's going to be a part of that and who isn't. I think there's going to be a lot of the young players on this team that aren't on this team next year because that's the process you have to go through when you draft these guys, try to figure out who's going to play. There's not enough minutes for everybody. And eventually you make your decision on them and you move forward one way or the other. I think that Keontae George is making the decision easy for the Jazz about where his future is and the fact that it's here in Utah. Because I think there was a point maybe last year where you questioned that. Is Keontae George somebody who's going to be a part of the long-term plans for the Utah Jazz? Can he reach the maturity level that he needs to be an elite NBA player? Can he be an NBA point guard? Every question you had about Keontae George has been answered so far this season and answered in a very positive way. What a phenomenal story he has been. I'm excited about his development. Just as an NBA fan, watching him play basketball, I love it. I love the energy he's playing with right now, and I love confidence, and he's got it. And he's going to be a big part of the future for this team. And that's a great story for this franchise because they need somebody to step up in that role. And Can Ace Bailey continue to take steps? Ace Bailey's averaging 10 points per game. That's pretty good for a rookie who doesn't get the same amount of minutes. He only gets 23 minutes per game, and he's averaging 10. So Ace is doing well. He's coming along. I can see a Lowry, Keontae, Ace, Bailey pairing, Walker Kessler at center, and then whoever you draft in this upcoming draft next summer as being kind of the central figures, with Kyle Filipowski being a part of that. We talked about Bryce Sensabaugh in the last segment with Chandler. Is he there yet? I mean, I agree. I thought he was going to be playing a bigger role and having more production, and that still can come. Obviously, you learn your lesson with Keontae George. Don't close the door too quickly. Let these guys grow and develop. He's got some time to do that, but you see these young guys, and there's a lot of young guys on this team that are flashing those moments, and you hope, like Keontae, it comes to fruition.
So I went over to NBA.com to find something very specific, and because they do this I love these metrics, and they have the toughest remaining rest of the year schedule. And, your initial thought is to go, all right, I'm going to go see where the Jazz are. And they're right in the middle. Right in the middle. So you got, out of the 30 teams in the NBA, they're number 15 for the strength of schedule. So, but the interesting thing is, and this is what's tough, is that teams like Phoenix has the toughest go the rest of the year. Number 1 toughest strength of schedule the rest of the way. Sacramento's 2. And that's a team that has been really bad this year, and I don't think they're going to get
forever.
And I don't think they're going to get much better this year, especially if they have the second toughest road to try to get there. Portland has the 4th hardest. The Lakers have the 5th. I'm trying to look at other teams. So New Orleans is the 9th toughest schedule going forward the rest of the way. That's another team that you look at.
They
and you
dug
go,
themselves a big hole,
and it's not going to get any better, right? And so these are teams you're up against, right? When it comes to the
Kings have the second worst point differential in
Right.
the league at 11.6 minus.
Ooh.
It's bad.
Yeah, not good.
They're not a good basketball team at all.
So you want to know something funny over the past little while? How about this? This is what's funny. The Jazz are 6-35 over their past 41 games against the Western Conference. Is that good? That's where that's where you want to live.
Right.
They're 9-9 against the East in their last 18. What are you doing?
You have to play the East teams.
I know.
And they
No,
stink.
I know.
They stink. A lot of them stink. Even some of the playoff teams in the East stink. I mean, look at the list. Do you think the Hawks are really that good?
Nah.
They have some nice young players, but
So the Jazz, it's tough. It's tough. So we'll see. Let me see here. Well, we got to take a quick break because then we're coming back. We'll take that break. Oh, I wanted to make mention, though, of something. You ready for this? Hans and Scotty are going to be out on Tuesday. That's tomorrow, noon to 3 during their program at My Hearing Centers. Go check it out. 8941 South, 7th East, Hans and Scotty at My Hearing Centers. We'll take a break. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
New crashes in Salt Lake County on the city streets, westbound on 53rd South and Murray approaching 7th West, just west of the freeway, and on West Temple at 5th South, blocking the northbound and southbound lanes. The crash on northbound I-15 in Murray is cleared, but southbound I-15 is stop and go in several spots from Murray down to Draper. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Legend at Utah, the one and only Christian Cox.
What are your expectations for Morgan?
Complicated, right? I've never met anyone as passionate and as committed to how the Utah way of working, the Utah way of running a program. He's observed it. He's made a giant impact. I think he has the funding. Who's he going to hire? Who's he going to retain? Who are going to be his leaders? Because the leaders are the difference. If I go back in the 08 years, we had a young coaching staff, but like Kyle just plucked and had basically head coach material at position coaches. And so how can Morgan do that? And call me in 3 years or 4 years after my kids are a little older. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm up trying to throw my hat in the ring to go coach and be up at the U and contribute. And I think Morgan will get way more of that.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So I'm over at SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com right now, and what you're going to get at their website is just a rundown of how the program works. You can check it out for yourself. Why don't you go look and see what real people are going through? JJ and I consider ourselves real people. JJ, are you real?
I am real.
Okay, good. Because we both dropped weight in this program. I dropped 65 pounds in 60 days in the initial dropping of the weight that you're going to go through on this program. And then the maintenance part has been something that has been the most successful for me. I've kept it all off, and Salt Lake City Fat Loss has a great program. Go look at their testimonials there on their website, and then read about how to get that $400 off. JJ, that's the most we've ever seen Salt Lake City Fat Loss do.
Huge holiday sale, $400 off, their lowest price of the year, now through December 31st. SLC Fat Loss knows the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day, with no exercising, no injections or surgery. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. No more losing weight and gaining it all back. Stop that cycle. Help reset your metabolism and keep the weight off for good. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and I'm keeping it off more than a year later. Go to slcfatloss.com. Save big now through December 31st only. slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. You know, one of the perks about having 4 kids that you know about is actually getting a direct line to the big man up north. Mm-hmm. And this year, he wants you to know the best gift that you can give someone is the gift of Mint Mobile's unlimited wireless for $15 a month. Now, you don't even need to wrap it.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story, and sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, so welcome back, by the way. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Man, it sucks. It sucks to be Shedeur Sanders right now, right? I know we're not in the sucks to be you segment, but best and worst kind of feels a little bit. You know, I can throw out the worst because the worst performance yesterday by a quarterback. Am I missing anybody? 18 for 36. That's a 50% clip.
That's not good.
177 through the air. 0 touchdowns, 3 interceptions for Shedeur. So,
well, the Bears are good.
Are they though? I don't know yet. I don't know what to think.
That Eagles win won me over. They're 10-4 now.
Oh, the Eagles just put it on. Who'd they beat? The Raiders.
Yeah.
Was that a shutout too? Oh my gosh, they are so bad.
I think it was. The
That's
Bears
really bad.
finished with the Packers and the 49ers.
Ooh.
I think if they go 1-1.
So they have 2 games.
Sorry, so the Packers, 49ers, Lions.
Okay, that's tough because
That game against the Lions could be in playoff.
Yeah, because the Packers and Lions are they're on the verge, right?
Yeah,
and the
So
Lions
are the
even more
49ers.
so. If the Lions miss the playoffs, like what are we looking at here? Like well, that's crazy for Dan Campbell and his guys.
Yeah, that's not what everyone expected.
And I get you've got injuries on the defense, but man,
Yeah.
right? So, Jazz versus Mavericks tonight. What do you think is going to happen in this one, JJ? I subscribe a little bit to what Chandler was saying. It was just like not enough big men healthy right now on this roster.
Yeah,
like, not even close.
I have to look at the injury report to answer that question. And as once I do, I think the Mavericks are
Okay,
going to win tonight.
Nurk out.
Yeah, that's a big loss.
So it's going to be
As far as competitiveness goes. For those of you that want to keep that pick, tonight's a good night.
Bah. Okay. Oh, good.
And you get to see Cooper Flagg here in Utah.
Do you think Cooper Flagg's going to – Cooper Flagg has a little bit of the hair evolution like Gordon Hayward did. He's got to get married.
He'll
Let's
get
get
there
that hair
eventually.
dialed in.
He needs to get he needs to get
You're
married.
a cajillionaire.
That'll
We
make
got to
a
get
big
you
deal.
dialed in. Come on,
I agree.
man. Let's go. Get off the couch. Stop playing video games. Let's get you a hairdo. All right? All right. We'll take a quick break here, and then you'll be back to listen to Doug Smith, by the way, brings you this portion of the program. Nobody knows cars like Doug. We'll take the break. Jazz next. Yeah, before we get out to the break here on JJ and Alex, wanted to make sure that you are caught up to speed on all things with your family, with your health. We dive in with University of Utah Health all the time, and it's great to have Dr. Joseph Featherall on the program here with us because he's an orthopedic specialist, and in particular, on the side of the pediatrics, I would think that every football season is really any season for you guys, but now that we're winding down on the football seasons, a lot of injuries that kids are coming in with. Have you seen a trend of more injuries happening to kids these days? It seems like the athletes are getting better, but it seems like the science is catching up with being able to treat those kids as well.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, the intensity of youth sports increases sort of every year. Kids are doing a lot of year-round sports without a break now. They're specializing earlier. And all of that, I think, comes together to increase the rate of injuries in youth sports. It's something, I think, for us to consider overall. This season, like we were talking about, we're kind of winding down in football season, but it's really knee season for us. I think knee injuries are probably the most common injuries that we're treating during a football season.
I think it's really important for our listeners to know where to go when something like this happens, because when it does happen, a little bit of a panic sets in. I've got to get help. And it's important to know that University of Utah Health can be that place. But I think often people think of University of Utah Health and they think, oh, it's just up at the U. That's not the case. You guys are all along the Wasatch Front, right?
That's really true. I mean, there's the University Orthopedic Center, which is home base up in Salt Lake, but we have locations down the South Jordan Health Center where we have sports medicine providers and sports medicine specific physical therapy. Our group in pediatric sports medicine, we're down at the Lehigh Hospital, Primary Children's here up in Salt Lake. And then up at Layton as well as the Farmington Health.
Yeah, the Farmington one I'm familiar with, very familiar with. It's and
I've been to the Lehigh one, so we got the whole gamut covered.
I live close enough to
They're all terrific.
No, it's awesome. You get great care. Just go to uvuhealth.org to find a specialist near you. You can find people like Dr. Featherall who can
really specializing and really dig into issues that you might be having or a loved one. uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. We'll chat with you again, Dr. Featherall.
Awesome.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, it's Youngblood's Idols, the World Tour to the UCCU Center in Orem on May 13, 2026. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a